Here we go. It's finally Bears draft night. There was a draft last night, but the Bears didn't have any picks. So there's actual picks tonight. We're thinking at least 3, maybe more, guys. Welcome in to the CHGO Bears Podcast, presented by, you know it, PointsBet. Use code CHGO to live your bet life. And the coolest thing about what PointsBet will do during the draft, guys, is they will price any draft market you want. Download the PointsBet app today. Use code CHGO to get 2 risk-free bets up to $2,000. What's up, Bears fans? Welcome in. My name's Adam Hoge. Will DeWitt is here. Olin Kreutz is here. Everybody's looking good. Aaron Rodgers got a haircut. Our producer, Lawrence. I mean, we got to lead with – how do we not lead with that? Look at you.
Looks great.
Yeah, there's less there than the last time I had my hair this short, but that's fine. Yeah, looks,
You're kind of surprising yourself. See, people don't know this. Lawrence and I actually worked together a long, long time ago, and I only knew him when he had short hair.
Where at?
So at Big Ten Network.
Oh, okay.
BTN alumni.
Like
Big
back
Ten
in
alumni?
2009.
So what were your guys' positions at the Big Ten Network?
I was a freelance production assistant.
Got you.
And when I got there, I was an AP, associate producer, and then I moved up to producer status. Produced shows such as The Pulse and The Diamond Report, our baseball
What year are we
and
talking
softball
about?
show.
Like 2009, 2010 for you. Were there a little bit longer than me.
I'm 09 to 13 was my
Yeah.
class, so that was me, and then I moved down from there, but yeah.
Fascinating.
I know, isn't it great? Who
Yeah.
cares about the draft? Let's talk about
Yeah,
Adam
that-
and I.
that-
Well,
that's
I finally recognized him again tonight.
Yeah.
It was the only point I was trying to make.
That's really intriguing. I mean, you said like no one else knew. Like I didn't even know that. Like that's really cool. Like these paths were crossing.
I don't even think Lawrence knew that. No, that's
What didn't I know?
that we work together.
Yeah, I did.
No, you did. I know. I'm just messing around. Welcome in. We're excited to be here. We're excited the Bears have picks tonight. It's been fun to look at the results from last night, spend most of the day today looking at who's still available, and we have, all that covered for you here. The picks are going to start rolling in. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have the first pick as of right now, unless there's another trade. We'll see where this thing goes.
Yeah, and Robbie Marks there he says Quinn gets moved today, and for extra picks. But those are the things we're waiting to see after seeing a wild second half of the first round, right? I think someone said today 9 trades went down, and receivers getting moved, and it's interesting, right? It's like if people will pay or trade, not just for a wide receiver, but they are looking for a number 1 wide receiver.
Yes.
They're looking for a guy that you have to double, and they'll pay $25 to $30 million a year for that guy, which this is a passing league now. I mean, it just has to be, right? I mean, all these receivers go in the first round. A.J. Brown gets $100 million immediately after he gets traded. Its teams will do anything for this number 1 wide receiver type. And the Bears need wide receivers, Adam and Will, but is there a number 1 wide receiver left?
I love that you started the show by asking that question, Olin, because I spent some of my day watching more film on wide receivers, trying to see who's left. And I think there's one guy left that has the potential to be what you're talking about. There's a lot of wide receivers I like. I think the Bears can get themselves a very good wide receiver, maybe even in the 3rd round. Let me revise that. I think there's maybe 2, but one guy I feel like can definitely do it if he keeps his shit together, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
George Pickens.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
the
it is.
more I watch him, dude, he is so good. He really, really is. He tracks the ball. His hands are outstanding. He doesn't drop the football. He makes big splash plays. It's hard to cover him. He's got injuries. All of a sudden, these anonymous reports coming up from coaches and scouts questioning his commitment and character and things like that. And you know what? Some of it's got to be legit. Otherwise, his talent says he should have been drafted last night.
Yeah, and obviously the red flags may have been enough to push him out of the first round, but you said it right. Like when you look at the on-field production and what he can bring to the table, what he could bring to the Chicago Bears is everything that they're missing currently on this offense, that true X receiver to complement Darnell Mooney. And like the more you watch him, I love what he's able to do. It's just a question of, like, as you tweeted earlier, like Ryan Poles' risk tolerance.
I think we'll learn a lot about Ryan Poles tonight, don't you think?
We will, and it's exciting for him. You're almost excited for a young guy. We all love football. We all love doing this drafting and who would you take, and imagine actually being in that seat. And he gets his first crack at his first draft, what's been his dream for a while. So excited for him to get going here. Obviously, we wish him luck. But as far as Pickens goes, did I say that right? Pickens at 39, the Georgia wide receiver. Nothing is worse than a wide receiver who can tear a locker room apart. And I think that's the worry. That's why you see that he won't go, right? Because nothing is worse than a wide receiver who starts to be a little bit of a prima donna, who starts to, I want the ball, and then he starts to pop. Anyway, these are assumptions we're making about this Pickens just from hearing things about him. And I hate doing that to a young guy on his draft night, but go ahead.
Nick starting us off with a great comment to start tonight. Like, this is the kind of fire we want tonight. George Pickens has the hands and routes of A-Rob, punching fists of Javon Wims, and the work ethic of Anthony Miller. It makes him an instant Bears legend. Hey, let's be clear. That doesn't mean that that's how his career is going to play out.
No.
But that is kind of, actually, I know he's kidding there, but that's sort of what the scouting report is right now on him.
Interestingly enough, the Score had a great get, and it was a Spiegel show today, and Grody was on with taking in for Danny Parkins, and they got Pickens' high school coach.
Oh, nice.
The high school football coach, which is a great get. And the guy never really said no. He said, well, you're going to deal with a competitor. You're going to deal with some stuff. Yeah. He's a great competitor. He loves to compete. He never said, no, he's but they got the wide receiver coach in Tolbert, right? People love this guy. They rave about him. If you have confidence in that kind of coach, you bring a guy like that in who a lot of people really like. Can he develop Pickens, teach him how to be a pro? Because the problem you worry about, Adam and Will, is in that room, who's the leader? Who's the veteran wide receiver that when you walk in, it can even St. Brown maybe is the guy, or Mooney's been here, on his third, fourth year. So he's not really who demands respect in that room. It's got to be the coach. He's got to be the alpha dog. If you got a young, and one of the hardest things to do is lead in the NFL. It's a hard thing to do because everybody where they come from, guess what they were?
Leaders.
Top dog. Top dog, team captain.
And you know what? That is the hardest thing for evaluators to project, is what these guys do once they're handed that big signing bonus, that big contract, and now it's a job. It's not just something you were doing in college. It is your actual profession that you're doing for a living as you start raising a family, as you start dealing with stuff off the field and bills and things like that. It's just a different thing. And it goes both ways. You have guys that sometimes you probably thought were for sure going to handle everything perfectly, and it just doesn't work out.
You almost know, to be honest, immediately in the NFL. As soon as they walk in the locker room, the way they respond to the way people talk to them, the way they respond to coaching. Rarely, we have a saying in the NFL, once a guy shows you who he is, believe him. Believe him, because rarely do they change. Well, and some guys can. Some guys, like, for example, Cedric Benson, rest in peace. But sometimes once they're that guy in that building, it's hard for them to change who they are in that building that day. But the guy's talent, if we just talk about his talent, I mean, he's dangerous. He's a dangerous wide receiver, runs good route. He is, like you said, Adam, the Bears need a number one wide receiver. We say they need wide receivers. We say they need offensive linemen. They needed guys who could come in immediately and affect the team. I don't know if they're there anymore. I don't know. I think you have good guys, good players. I think a lot of guys who can develop and they can affect the team next year, year 3. But now, come in now and affect the team. I don't. I see a lot of good football players. I do. I wonder if you guys are going to say this, because I heard you guys talk about the linebacker. There's a guy, maybe immediately, can come in if he falls to 39 and you think, I'm going to take a guy.
You talk about Nakobe Dean?
Yes.
From
there's
Georgia?
a guy. Yeah, there's a guy maybe with his skill set can affect the team immediately.
Yeah. And by the way, here's a look at the draft so far. What we saw last night, last pick going to the Vikings with Lewis Cine. Vikings fans rioting this morning. I've heard from my own family, my Minnesota family. They are not happy that they traded back.
But you know that, and traded with the Lions, and then the Lions got that wide receiver. But that safety, right? Remember who's coaching him? The same guy who coached Eddie Jackson when he's in All-Pro.
Okay.
Ed Donatel. So, like, Lewis Cine going to a really good situation with a really good football coach who knows how to coach safeties. Who was your guys? You guys probably did this last time, but I didn't get a chance to hear it.
That's all right.
Who was your favorite pick in this first round?
Ooh, favorite pick? I mean, the fact that Linderbaum fell all the way to 25 is just an easy one for the Ravens. The fact they traded back and were able to still get a guy of his caliber, to me, is a favorite pick. In terms of surprise, and a guy that I like coming out, though, would be Cole Strange there to the Patriots at 29. He's someone that
surprise, yeah.
Yeah, like, and did you see the clip, though, like from Sean McVay and the Rams? Because they were, like, at the podium when it happened, and McVay was just shocked.
About Cole Strange,
Yeah.
And they trade Shaq Mason to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, right? So they needed a guard to come in there and start, and they must have liked what they saw.
Couple picks I liked. Chris Olave, I think, is deserving of how high you went.
You were leading the fan club.
Yeah.
Man. Chris
Well,
Olave.
yeah, back in the days when they're like, yeah, maybe he'll still be around at number 39.
What did you like when you watched this film? What did you really like?
Well, it's honestly more of what I saw in person when I got to see him in person. Like, he's just open. And
you mean like you liked him the way he carried himself? You
Yes.
thought he was like a pro's pro.
some of that, the conversations, you can learn a lot when you talk to opposing coaches who are preparing for a player that aren't talking in a press conference, if that makes sense. In a press conference, they're going to say, oh yeah, it's the greatest player we've ever gone against, right? Like Bill Belichick talks up the opposing long snapper every week, right? Okay. But when you start to have conversations about guys behind the scenes, you really hear everything about Chris Olave was positive. Every time I saw him, it was just a guy who's open. Just sometimes with the receivers, like that's how simple it is for me. As long as they check the character, what you're talking about, like because there's a lot of wide receivers, probably more wide receivers than other positions who become distractions because they want the ball and they only get it a couple times a game sometimes. So I just like Chris Olave. I think he goes to a good spot in New Orleans. Kyle Hamilton, the safety, dropping to the Ravens. I thought he was a top 5 talent. Ends up in just a place where you're like, they know what to do with safeties. He's going to be an all-pro. Like you just feel that way, whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
By the way, people were asking earlier because I said there were 2 wide receivers. There's one I felt strongly about. There's another one who I think could become potentially. I don't know if it's
in the still on the
still
board.
Still on the board, and that's because he's an true X receiver. I just think the ceiling it would be more of like a Jordy Nelson.
Okay.
And it's
Which is
Alec
not a bad
Pierce.
ceiling. Yeah.
No, Jordy Nelson's a very good player, obviously. Alec Pierce from Cincinnati. I was watching more of him today, too. And
here's your big board. Here's what's left, our top 30 of what you guys are thinking.
I love it, yes. This is a lot of names here on the board to follow.
I got to be
tonight,
honest,
but
the more I look at the offensive line on the board in general, number 29 keeps coming to my mind as a guy I think Pose might like. Just hearing him talk about offensive linemen and what he likes and what they're kind of looking for.
Nicholas Petit
for I don't know how to say his last name. I don't want to take a shot at it, but
Petit frère. Olin.
yes,
he's a
I
French.
got you.
He's little brother in France.
I got you. All right, whatever you say, sounds good. And then a guy inside that I know Brandon Thorne, who we had on, was excited about and did a good job at the combine was Cam Jurgens from Nebraska as an inside guy because we just saw the Green Bay Packers already with Kenny Clark. We saw them take a defensive lineman, Wyatt, late in the draft. The Bears are gonna have to match up with the best team in NFC North, and it always starts in your division. That's where it starts.
I really like Nicholas Petit-Frere. He's someone that I've been, mocking to the Bears a few times throughout the last couple of months. He's a former teammate of Justin Fields. He's a fluid athlete. He's been inconsistent in terms of like where they put him. Sometimes in the left, sometimes he's playing over to the right, and that's leading to some inconsistency with that footwork and mechanics. And obviously, if the Bears just determine like, hey, you're our left tackle, focus over there. He's someone that I really think could develop to be a capable guy, and like you said, someone that Poles would like.
I don't see anybody. I wonder what you guys think about this. I don't see anybody in this draft who's going to unseat Borum as a left tackle. I don't think they draft anybody and move Borum. I think that they could bring a free agent in and move Borum if they want to bring one of the older guys we've talked about before on this podcast. Yeah. But I don't see anybody in this draft. The Central Michigan guy, Adam, asked me about him earlier today.
Bernard Raymond.
Short arms, more of a guy you may move to guard, right? You're not going to stick him out there at left tackle immediately, just because a former tight end, a really, really good athlete, 6'6", but you always, unless the guy's really good with his hands on film, which he is not, you worry about sticking a guy there in the I'll let you guys say who the pick is, but you worry about sticking a guy there with those kind of traits.
Well, we are off and running tonight because the first pick is in, and it definitely affects the Bears. Logan Hall, the 3 technique we've been talking a lot about from Houston, goes off the board to Tampa. Tampa was in need of big-time defensive lineman. I think that's a great fit for him. Fits everything for some of these players. It works both ways.
Let me say this. One of your biggest worries as a former player when I was coming out of college way back when was being on someone's draft highlights. You never want when you went up against a guy who could have got drafted, you were very cognizant of the plays he beat you, and you're always like, I hope they don't show that play where he beat me. But
that's great.
Immediately you think of Logan Hall, and then you think of Vita Vea. And you match those two up. And if this guy ends up being who a lot of people think he's going to be, Logan Hall and Vita Vea on the inside are going to be a problem.
Ooh, we got a trade here.
All right, here we go.
Do you know what it is, Lawrence?
Packers
The
coming
Packers
out.
have just moved up into
Here
this
we
next
go.
spot here.
What's Pickens, right? It's got to be.
It might be. So the Green Bay Packers, there was some talk today that the Packers could move up. They did not take a wide receiver last night.
Aaron called pissed off.
I
Adam and
see
Will
Nicholas
called.
Moreano in there. He's saying it's Christian Watson, and he may be on it on Twitter over there. We're on the show.
Thanks for just throwing random names in our comments, Nick.
Yeah, I know.
Nicholas, if you'd
like to jump on the show and report the pick, that'd be great.
Listen, Nicholas, if you
He's
get
trolling
on Twitter and get the information early, let's not be a genius now.
Olin already calling people out. Love it. Love it.
Is it too early?
No, it's definitely not too early.
Ruben Brown used to always tell me that I had to wait till 9 o'clock before I started jumping on everybody at Hallis Hall. So I got to wait here maybe a little bit.
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Okay,
like
in the
we're at the
morning.
build
People
in the
need
morning.
their coffee before they need Olin coming
I
after
really
them.
just like 7:15. I was going already. So Rube was always like, "Give me the 9 o'clock, Olin, please."
Yeah. By the way, it is Christian Watson. So Christian Watson's off the board, and
that was a guy I had thought maybe had the traits to eventually be a number 1 wide receiver. The traits. Now, I know he had struggles catching the ball, but I think he ran under a 4.3 maybe, 6'5", go up and get the ball, you're giving Aaron, that league MVP a weapon. Obviously, we're not happy about that. But they get the wide receiver. I'm sure Aaron gave the general manager a call last night. A lot of pleasantries were exchanged, and they went up and got their receiver. I wonder what they traded for it.
yeah, we'll have to get the details on the trade. But so 2 players we've talked a lot about here off the board with the first 2 picks with Logan Hall, Christian Watson. Now, I'll be honest, you saw it earlier on the big board that we'll continue to kind of flip up there from time to time tonight. The more I watch Watson, his tape, it's not as dynamic as like when you're watching George Pickens or even John Mechie.
They used
from
him
Alabama.
almost like Deebo Samuel, didn't they? They've had him in the backfield.
Sometimes they line him up in the
yeah.
backfield, and then the opposing defense just wouldn't cover him.
He didn't. I haven't seen obviously as much tape as probably you guys have. He didn't dominate like you would expected him to. Is that right?
and you know this, like sometimes it's hard to look at some of the tape because, especially at that FCS level, because like there was one time he came out of the backfield, swing pass, and they just didn't cover him.
Right.
It's like, what am I supposed to do with that play?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he's fast. He caught it, like ran for 30 yards, but like, what was the defense doing? But I also don't want to knock him for that at the same time. Now, he also plays in an offense that runs the ball a lot. So in terms of volume, in terms of catches, I'm not going to hold that against him, that he only had like 50-something catches, I think. You look at John Mechie, he's up towards 100. You look at Bell from Purdue, he's up at 100. You know, these guys are piling up catches throughout the season, and it's just a different offense there that North Dakota State runs. It's a great program.
Where do people see Bell going? Third round?
It seems that way.
Yeah.
And
he was a good player in college. I mean, productive.
I was watching more of him today.
He's open.
Since, Nick's watching, obviously, do we need to bring up I think it was 248 yards he put up against Iowa the week that
no, their starting cornerback was hurt that week, wasn't he? Or no? I could be wrong.
I don't remember those specifics.
Yeah.
I do remember that Nick snuck in a question to James Daniels that week at the press conference about how Iowa could be number one. And then they immediately lost by like 30 points to Purdue. That's all I remember from that week.
The normal, right? The normal. But these Green Bay Packers, they get two good defense players. They get a pretty good receiver, Christian Watson. They still have Aaron Rodgers. They lost a lot of coaches there this year. So we'll see how that affects them. We hope that affects them. We hope losing Hackett and Getsy and a couple other coaches to the Broncos, we hope that makes an effect on their offense, because they still are the team. The Chicago Bears are trying to be not only your rival, but the best team in the North.
What are you guys thinking about, like, the matchup of, like, Christian Watson versus a Jalen Johnson? Obviously, Watson has the height advantage there. He's, as you mentioned, Adam, really fast. He's a deep threat. He also is pretty smooth with the football in his hands a bit. Like, is it a matchup problem just yet, or are you feeling okay about it?
I mean, Jalen Johnson would be by far the best corner he's ever faced.
Yeah, true, because that's a huge jump.
So I don't know. I don't want to trash Watson because, there are parts of his game I liked. He certainly is coming from a program that I have a ton of respect for, so I'm sure he's coming in well coached. There doesn't seem to be any off the field baggage with him at all. So I think he'll go there. You know what he seems like, to be honest? One of these receivers that goes to Green Bay and looks pretty good because, at a minimum, because of the quarterback.
Because of the quarterback.
Yep, exactly.
And that's what they needed. They just needed another one of those guys.
Wait,
I think it's a good pick for Green Bay.
Wait, the Packers traded with the Lions for that pick?
Vikings.
I mean,
Can you believe that?
What's up with trading in a division?
Yeah,
I mean,
twice.
I was going to say, because last night it was Vikings and Lions.
Vikings, Lions, yeah.
And now it's Vikings, Packers.
Well, the Vikings is giving two teams two wide receivers, right? So the Lions took last night the kid out of Alabama, right? But when he gets healthy, he's going to be a problem to pair him with DJ Chark. So Chicago Bears, like we've talked about, cornerback. I mean, looking at cornerbacks too now to help out in the secondary.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep track of what the hell the Vikings are doing. So when they traded back last night, the whole point was that they were trading up in the second round, and now they've traded back in.
Well, that's what we assumed the point was.
Second round.
Yeah.
Obviously, it wasn't.
It wasn't.
But this draft, people are talking about second through fourth round, right?
Well, they're getting 2 second-round picks out of this.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
But
so where did
they
move
moved
to?
so far back in the first round that I'd like to see. I kind of need somebody to like put the whole trade. That when you do like all the trades together in one, so you kind of understand it. But I'm pretty sure that they just basically, when it's all said and done, traded back in the first round to gain a second-round pick.
So,
which is fine.
Roger McCreary
goes off the
Jets?
board. He goes to the Titans.
Titans?
The Jets are now on the clock. I believe the
right.
Jets just traded
So
in that spot.
that's another potential Bears target off the board. 3 in a row, which, I mean, at this stage of the draft,
at this
makes a
stage,
lot of sense.
these are the guys we want.
We're in that
Well,
kind of realm.
they probably went in, right? They had 7 guys in case the 6 go in front of them. If they have to take a 39, they had to go in ready.
Yeah.
Right? So
Otherwise, it's like Will
I'm
on
sure some of these
Wednesday.
guys, Christian Watson was probably on their list somewhere as a wide receiver. Logan Hall looking for a 3 technique, obviously. All positions of need. But we talked about earlier, guys, going into this draft. You could basically throw a dart and hit a position of need for the Chicago Bears on their roster.
Yeah, and which is a testament of the shape that the roster is currently in.
Well, let's set this up, guys, because the Jets pick is in. According to Albert Breer on Twitter, it is Iowa State running back Breece Hall.
Okay.
So that's
Iowa
not
State.
somebody the Bears needed.
Nope.
That's a good pick for the Bears. So the Texans are on the clock at 37. The Giants are behind them, and then it's the Bears pick.
We're getting close.
I'm wondering when these quarterbacks are going to start to go. And I've said this so many times. I apologize repeating myself, but it's the first time tonight, and we're here in the moment. The Seahawks, the Colts, and the Falcons are the teams directly behind the Bears. They are all teams that could potentially draft quarterbacks, or all teams that could be tempted right now to move up to leapfrog the Seahawks. Because of those teams, the Seahawks, really? Drew Lock?
Yeah.
Does anyone believe they're really rolling that
but
way this year?
Adam, I got to be honest with you, man, and I'm sure, like, I wonder what you and Will think. I'm not wasting a high pick on any of these guys. I'm not. If I can get them in the fourth round, if I can get them in the fourth round or late third, maybe I'll take them. But I'm going to wait the next year. I'm not wasting my second round picks on this quarterback draft class. If I'm the coach, I'm ready to win now. I'm going to take someone that's going to help me win now.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
The question is, do these teams agree with you?
Well, not a lot, as you know. But not in the team in my own city agrees with me. But
because like it was one. All it takes is one team to say, "Oh, I'm worried the Seahawks might take them," and
I'm not.
Malik Willis is the one guy to me that does intrigue me.
Maybe. My thought is if these quarterbacks were, something to really kind of go after, it would have happened in the first round like it does each and every year. And the fact that they're still kind of sitting there besides the one is like just kind of showing like the lack of potential interest, because they can start trading up any time now if they're kind of fearing that someone will leapfrog them. And in terms of like even, making a trade, and, as we're waiting, and Olin, you mentioned these interdivisional trades in the draft. As a player, like, how would you feel about that?
Well, I don't. As a player, you're just hoping they don't take someone who's a center. You know what I mean? When I played and they got to the later rounds, I was like, well, there's no centers going. I think I'll go golf or something. So, as a player, you're just you're always worried about your standing with the team, unless you're someone like Aaron Rodgers, who has a lot of say in what everybody's doing. I never felt like I had say in drafts, so never really worried much about draft. Always kind of wanted some help, like we talked about earlier, a lot of times on this show. Always wanted kind of like a bigger guard, or a bigger tackle that could put next to me. You're only as good as your teammates in the NFL, so I don't care how good you are. You need good football players by you.
Here we go.
What we got?
Falcons are moving up.
Quarterback?
And I don't know what the pick is yet, but this is the type of movement you think, is this a quarterback?
Yeah. And they got Mariota, right?
Yep. You got to – they just traded away their franchise guy in Matt Ryan. You have to –
Well, what year was this for Matt Ryan?
1,000, I think.
13, 14?
Yeah, no,
That's one thing you
I think he got drafted in 2008.
That's what,
I want to say.
That's one thing, like Matt Ryan, right? His best year was with Kyle Shanahan.
Let's just catch everyone up. The Texans and Lovie Smith just took Jalen Petre.
Okay.
Safety
from
That
Baylor.
feels like a Lovey pick.
It does.
And so you're saying that the Falcons just traded with the Giants? Is
The
that
Falcons just moved up. That would be with the Giants then.
So they're moving ahead of the Bears.
Now, wasn't the Michigan State running back, like the top-ranked running back, was Breece Hall the first running back to go?
That was a little back and forth. I think Breece Hall was probably the consensus top running back. I like Kenneth Walker a lot, though, the kid you're talking about from Michigan State. I mean, he had just some amazing games last year.
Okay, so Breece Hall was ranked.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, but I'm on most. I mean, that doesn't mean everybody felt the same way. But
now, Breece Hall with the Jets, with LaFleur's brother there, another outside zone scheme. These outside zone guys they wear the hood now. They're all a cult, so they just get every job in the NFL. So it should be interesting. You should see how they use them. The Jets have got themselves some players in this draft, man.
Wait, so guys, let's talk about this. So if the Falcons are moving ahead of the Giants,
they're moving ahead of the Bears.
We're moving ahead of the Bears to take the Giants pick. Are they going to take a Malik Willis here? Is that what we're thinking?
That's
if
what
so,
we're hoping.
It's possible, but it is interesting that leapfrogging the Bears. Obviously, a team that
doesn't
not taking
need
a
quarterback.
quarterback. But what could have been happening is, you got to understand, is these phones start ringing. Teams are trying to figure out who's trying to trade with who, and everybody knows the Bears are a trade back candidate right now. So if they were nervous that another team was about to have a deal with the Bears to move up, the Falcons may have said, we got to go even farther up.
Yeah.
We're on the clock.
Ryan Pace trying to help us out. So who did they take? We know who Atlanta
please
took?
do. Let's see what happens.
I don't see it yet. Adam may have it on his Twitter, but
I'm not seeing it on Twitter yet.
all I see is the Bears logo and on the clock, and I'm excited, guys.
Yeah, man. Finally here.
Yep.
Here comes
we
Sky
are.
Moore.
Get us somebody, man.
Whipping out the sticky note. Here you go.
Will's guy, Sky Moore. Let's.
It was one mock draft. One
Your,
mock draft.
Your linebacker is still on the board.
It's
Right?
so we were talking about this earlier before the show, Olin.
Was there a reason? Or
Well, there was some information that came out today
Yeah.
that Tom Pelissero reported that there's some concern with the medicals with the Kobe
boy.
Dean.
That'll drop you in a heartbeat.
And that's what I was saying before the show is as soon as I heard that, if it was serious enough that it cost him the first round,
Man.
it's one of those things that could drop
gonna
him
fall.
a few rounds.
When I arrived in Indianapolis, I spent 7 hours at the hospital doing medicals.
Wow.
It's insane.
Because don't you have to meet with every team?
Well, the medical now is just the doctors, but yes, eventually you go through and meet with every team. But at the hospital, I had what they called stingers back in the day, but basically just a nerve problem in my neck, and they were trying to get a picture of one of my vertebrae, and they couldn't. So it went over and over, and I just had to stay in the hospital. It was brutal. I flew 15 hours from Hawaii to Indianapolis, spent 7 hours in a hospital. So like you guys are saying, these medicals are extremely important, and teams just don't want to take chances on guys that could be proud. I wonder what injury he has. Did they say?
I think it may have been with the knee, but let's set everyone up here because the Bears are on the clock now, guys. The Falcons pick was Arnold Ebiketie. I hope I'm saying that right. Ebiketie. I think I actually.
That's pretty good. I'll
pretty
give you
good.
that.
The edge rusher from Penn State. So 2 of the 5 guys, at least this was, I guess, technically my big board that I put together earlier today, guys, but feel free to rip it apart if you want, are off the board. I still think there's a lot of guys here that my guess is Ryan Poles would love to trade back here, but you have to have a partner. And the fact that wasn't for a quarterback and the Falcons were a team that you could think would be taking a quarterback, then
Who did you say the Falcons took?
they took the edge rusher Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State.
Hey, nice job there, man.
Yeah, you just wanted to hear him say it again.
No, that was a good job.
Ebiketie.
I had missed he said that.
me personally, I look at it and I see e-bike tie, but I know
E-bike
that's
tie?
not correct.
Okay. He had 17 tackles for loss and 9.5 sacks last year.
very
I have a
Pretty good.
video of the year I got drafted, and Boomer is doing the read, and he butchers my last name. I gotta get that for you guys.
Well, that'd be great.
What
he said-
did he say?
He said Kreutz, or
Kreutz?
something like that. Yeah,
Kreutz.
Kreutz.
I could see that.
So
All right.
Still on the clock.
you know what's crazy
well,
was
let me ask-
at that time, the guy who did the interview at my house was Neil Everett, because he was a
I
sportscaster
love Neil Everett.
in Hawaii. Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know he was ever in Hawaii.
Yeah.
So Bears are on the clock, guys. What would you do here?
but the suspense
Trade
is
back.
killing Nicholas.
You would trade back?
trade
I'd
back.
trade back.
If not, I'm taking an offensive lineman. Obviously, everybody knows
know.
I'm taking an offensive lineman, but with who is on the board, I'm going to take the highest offensive lineman on my board.
Well, let me say this. If my doctors are telling me that whatever issue is going on with Kobe Dean is something that can be okay, that he can play through or survive or whatever, I would take him here. I think that was a top 20 linebacker who's perfect in the middle of that defense next to Roquan Smith.
The pick is in.
The pick is in, so we're not having to trade back
I'm
here.
probably not
Nope.
taking a
And,
linebacker.
it's already here. It's already out in the Twitter
Just-
world.
What do we got?
We got cornerback Kyler Gordon from Washington.
Oh,
Is a
say who? Say
Chicago
dog. Say bad
Bear.
mother. Whose house? Dog's house. Sorry, you dumb. Sorry.
That's your guy. Well,
yeah.
you went to so.
Say who? Say dog. Say bad mother. We won't say that on the podcast, but
Well, I know you're not going to trash the pick now that he's from
well,
Washington.
I'm not-
But what do you feel about
Yeah, I
him?
don't
You've seen him
know.
play more than any of us.
I have not, to
Okay.
be honest. I have not seen him play. I know just from watching a little bit with this draft, hearing his name You know, a guy that fits Eberflus and Allen Williams' system, right? He's a heady cornerback. He's a willing tackler, pretty good in space. But we just talked about matching up with these receivers now that are in their division, Watson and you know, DJ Chark and I think it was Williamson, the guy from Alabama that the Lions trade up for last night. But I don't know, man. Just, again, right, all the offensive line talk, all the talk about we got to fix that area of need. No free agents. You go cornerback again. It's just like the Bears, eventually you got to study your history, right? The same positions stay broke. There's a reason the same positions stay broke. And you have to get bodies and you have to use some of these picks, some of your free agent money to fix what has been your biggest problem.
So, I like Kyler Gordon. He's someone that Nick and I did a video in our series with, and really what the Bears are getting here is an athletic cornerback who gives you inside-out versatility. He played outside, but he also had some snaps inside and looked pretty comfortable during that. 60% of his snaps throughout his collegiate career were impressed, so now you have him opposite of Jaquan Johnson, two big press cornerbacks here. And last season, 45 tackles, 7 passes defense, 2 interceptions, and a forced fumble. Someone is not afraid to go in there and make a tackle. You know, he's a physical kind of guy as well. And obviously,
he is a dog. I don't doubt that.
And obviously, you know, they've mentioned like cornerback is young. I think that's like the only word I heard from minicamp. Like, it's a young group. It was a big need, and Gordon was second out of the cornerbacks that I would have taken here in the second round for the Bears. Now,
University of Washington, I remember their defense, the cornerback's eyes always on the quarterback, right? They played a lot of zone, which you expect to see from Coach Eberflus and Allen Williams. So a good football player, a guy who's going to come right in and compete at their left cornerback position is just, I know, I just hate to say this, but I feel like, from a guy who's been around Bears football for a long time, here we go again, right? We got to fix the offense. We got to fix the offensive line. We'll draft defense.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you got to think with the holes they have.
Like their head coach hire.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they really are. Coach Nagy and Ryan Pace aren't here anymore because the offense couldn't score points. So we fixed it by drafting a cornerback, which they got a lot of picks left in this draft. So just a little, you know, weary again. I just get a little weary with picks like that.
But you do bring up the scheme and the fact that he has played his zone, eyes towards the quarterback, and the production's there. It matches. It tells you he's a guy that reads and reacts. 9 passes defended last season, 2 interceptions. Just that alone tells you it's a fit for this defense, taking the ball away. And so he's also somebody that improved his stock throughout the draft. Now, he's only a 1-year starter, though, at Washington, if you want to, you know, maybe look at some of the concerns there. But, you know, I have to say, I hear everything you're saying, Olin, and I agree with everything you're saying about the offense. Anybody who watched the Bears.
The guy said it's early, Olin. Take it easy. You're right.
Yeah, you're right. But anybody who watched the Bears last year saw the corners that were not Jalen Johnson.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, 2 massive holes. We keep talking about the hole at right guard, and it is a hole. But I still see a giant hole at the second cornerback spot and the slot corner.
And here's where I differ with a lot of people. I think I don't imagine that, and just say already that the left tackle and right tackle spot is fixed because you put 2 guys there who I haven't seen a lot of.
Yep, with you.
Right. So I also don't. I need to see Lucas Patrick without Aaron Rodgers. Right. I got to see you. I got to see you when the quarterback holds on to the ball for more than 2 seconds, when the quarterback doesn't point out all the blitzes. I got to see you. So anyway, to your point, Adam, totally agree. And Will, I agree with you guys. This guy looks like a good football player. The defense, the cornerbacks, the secondary was a problem from when they didn't touch someone down in the first game all the way through the season when they didn't touch someone down in the last game. But I just, man, every time someone's on the podium at Hallis Hall, they're selling me on the offensive line. Every time. From what I understand, Ryan Post sold the Bears brass on fixing the offensive line.
Right. I think right now it would have been a slight reach still with some of the talent that's available.
I think Morgan's a slight reach, in my opinion, on cornerbacks. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's just, we can agree or disagree on that. But you have to get bodies in that room when you don't have a lot of picks in this draft.
I will say this.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I'm disappointed about the most is just that they didn't trade back.
Yes.
Because what we're all doing here? We're naming off a bunch of needs, right?
And we don't have a lot
We're,
of
we're
picks.
talking about like 5 different positions where they need guys. And there are other corners too. You know,
I think you said it best earlier. You have to, like, I think everybody wants to be in that position in this draft with picks.
Yeah.
You said earlier, you said you got to have a trade partner.
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah,
You're just,
yeah, you just said
if the
that.
phone doesn't ring, you can't trade back.
And our hope was the quarterbacks, that people would want them. They don't.
That seems to be
You know
the
what I
theme
mean?
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the quarterbacks are just not driving the interest that we thought maybe they would at this point in the draft. Do want to mention Nicholas Moreano at Hallis Hall. We expect the reporters there to get a chance to talk to Kyler Gordon at some point, so we'll bring him in with that reaction. I'm also and we're not going to hear from Matt Eberflus until tomorrow night, but Ryan Poles will speak before the night's over too. And I want to know, is there a chance they view Kyler Gordon as that slot guy?
That's what I was,
Because we've heard from Matt Eberflus that is a very important position along with the 3 technique, and that hasn't been addressed at all.
Kenny Moore, the number 1 slot cornerback, played for the Colts last year, right? I mean, that's what
Yes.
yes. Okay.
Yeah. So
That's a good point.
he fits the athletic profile. Like he can play inside and he can mirror receivers, better than most of the cornerbacks in this draft. And they also brought in that Tavon Young from Baltimore. So now you have a couple of guys that you can get out
Forgot
there,
about Tavon Young,
see
yeah.
exactly where they fit best, and go from there because Young can play inside too.
And you know what? I'm glad you said that, Will, because that was the conversation we had when we talked about when they signed Young, which was like, here's the risk, though. He's hurt a lot. When he's healthy, he's a great player. But you feel better about the situation if you have a young rookie that maybe could also slide in there,
Well,
or
and
it
I
works
think-
out and they're both on the field.
Right, and it's a durable rookie. He's never missed a game in 3 seasons too.
And I
So
think
that's
Thomas
another-
Graham Jr., right, he's got the same kind of traits.
Yeah.
The same. So they have these guys now who, Rondé Barber. Remember the name Rondé Barber, who great blitzing cornerback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Kenny Moore for the Colts. So they have these guys. It looks like they're building this secondary. It's just, I know everybody who's listening to the show is completely shocked that I want 55 offensive linemen in this draft. So I know that shocks everybody. I want to go mostly 8 lineman sets and just run the ball. So you don't want to listen to me too much. But just wait. It's hard. It's their first pick. You're waiting to see what the full plan is, right? So it should be really interesting.
Hey,
Really,
the guy
really
who just
interesting.
got a haircut, Kyler's got a nice head of hair.
Yes, he does.
It's a nice
Yeah,
flow.
I just, it's not really important to me.
I wonder why. Yeah, doesn't
The hair
have
is
much
not-
to do. Yeah.
I'm not big on the hair. Here we go. This is what is important to me, right here. Eyes on the quarterback. We just talked about it.
Olin's watching tape live on the
we
CHGO
go. Yeah.
Draft Day live show. He
Well,
makes
there-
plays. He makes plays.
There's
on the
in the
ball.
Inside
slot.
right here,
Yeah.
right here in the slot.
Yeah.
So he does have that positional versatility. I think it gives you options that you didn't have. It's not an offensive lineman though.
Hand him the ball.
I'm with you. It's not a wide receiver.
Yeah.
It is a position they needed though to address.
No doubt. And the kind of player who Coach Alan Williams, who is he's a secondary coach, and he's running the defense now. Of course, it's probably Coach Eberflus' defense, but the kind of player who fits perfectly into this Tampa 2. Now we've heard a lot about they play all kinds of coverages now, right? It's not just a pure Tampa 2 anymore, but like every position, they need competition out there on the field to raise the level of everybody that is out there on the field. And their secondary was a problem last year. When this guy gets here, we'll teach him to touch him down. But this is shockingly for me, 2 offensive line guys on TV take a cornerback at their number 1 pick. So that just is a little shocking for me.
So I ranked all the Bears' needs last week, and cornerback was my second biggest need here on the team. And when you're looking at who's available, I know Andrew Booth is still there, but he's falling for a reason. I don't know if we know that reason, but he's falling. McCreary was just taken. And then after that, there's a huge drop-off in talent because you're looking at Marcus Jones, Alontae Taylor, Kobe Bryant, whereas offensive line, if you wait until this pick that the Bears have coming up, you're going to get a comparable player if you got him at 39 or 48. So I think it was a best player available /
So who's comparable to you? They're all the same? These guys on the board?
For offensive line,
Yeah.
Parham and Kennard, they're similar enough to me.
Parham and Kennard are similar enough. Kennard is a totally different than Parham.
I'm
I'd pick
talking-
Parham and Jurgens.
Okay.
I'd pick Parham and Jurgens. If you're talking about
I like
similar
Jurgens.
type
I like
players.
Jurgens.
Similar graded
Yeah,
players.
well, yeah.
Where I would take in the spot.
Well, I just wouldn't throw those two out. Listen, I'm just going to say it again. You got a young quarterback. The offense was the problem at 18.3 points a game. You weren't scoring points. We're short on the offense line is the problem. And we continue to take defense and not sign offensive linemen.
Should we learn a little bit about Kyler Gordon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because we've been giving our guy Dane Brugler a ton of pub, and rightly so for the work he puts into this. And so I have no problem reading his scouting report on Kyler Gordon since he put so much work into this. Let's jump into it. So Kyler Gordon from Washington, 5'11 and a half, 194 pounds. He was a redshirt junior, so he did forego his senior year. Age-wise, he's 22 at this point, so he's kind of like, not on the young side, not on the older side either. Kyler Gordon grew up in the Seattle area where his first loves were martial arts and dance.
Wow.
Competing in national events throughout elementary school. At age 8, he was named Mr. Spotlight at a national dance competition. And at 9, he joined the hip-hop dance team for the Seattle Storm, the WNBA team. Gordon also started playing football at age 9.
The hair.
Yeah.
See, it was important.
See, it's important to dance,
Gosh, they're wrong again.
Now I lost my spot. He started playing football at age 9, continued through middle school, attended Archbishop Murphy High, a private Catholic school. Shout out to private Catholic high school football programs, where he was a do-everything athlete as a defensive back and wide receiver. After seeing varsity reps as a freshman, Gordon helped the team to 12 wins as a sophomore, earned first-team all-conference honors with 7 interceptions. As a junior, he led Archbishop Murphy to a 14-0 record to a state championship, earning first-team all-area honors on offense. A 4-star recruit out of high school, Gordon was the number 19 corner in the 2018 recruiting class and the number 3 recruit in the state of Washington, received offers from Oregon, Stanford, USC, and others before narrowing down his decision to Notre Dame or Washington, ultimately signing with the Huskies. Gordon decided to skip his senior season and enter the 2022 NFL Draft.
So I won't say the name, but a coach on the Washington staff says work ethic is really good, great skills. Won't be surprised when he succeeds. Came in at 6:30 a.m. to study film with position coaches before meetings. Trent McDuffie was a great influence on him.
I loved every word of that.
Yeah, for sure.
That's good. That's good.
That's the stuff you want to hear. Like I said, I'm big on that cornerback pick.
So those are the strengths coming straight from from Olin sources at the University of
Can
Washington.
he play left tackle? Probably not.
I like what Jeprock says here. He says, looking forward to the pick 6 end zone dances. We'll get it all together.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe take the helmet off, get the hair out there.
Quickly, let me get you the strengths. High-level athletic traits with a prototypical build for the position. Accelerates to his top speed in a flash, bursts to close. Pliable movements to suddenly redirect his movements. He mentions his childhood background in dancing and kung fu. Controlled footwork and body control to stick with any type of receiver. Wasn't responsible for any penalties the last 2 seasons. Love hearing that. Shows growing confidence and trust in his eyes, which allows him to play at full speed and find the quickest route from A to B. He fires downhill and run support, not shy about playing physical. Very experienced on special teams, #Bears special teams coverage, 434 snaps on special teams. He was named the Huskies' most outstanding special teams player. I love this guy.
See, there you go.
Instant All-Pro. Durable and didn't miss a game to injury the last 3 seasons. He led the team in passes defended and interceptions in 2021. Why even read the weaknesses at this point? Okay, I'll do that too.
Gotta be fair.
His instincts are still being developed. Will overthink concepts. Must improve his mental process. Prone to route fakes that can draw him out of phase. Can play a tad upright in reverse, hurting his sync and react skills. Needs to continue bolstering his fundamentals to limit separation out of breaks. Spotty jam technique. Needs to create more interception opportunities for himself. He recorded an interception in only one of his 33 career games played. So his 2 career interceptions were in the same game. Physical striker, but will launch his shoulder instead of consistently wrapping up. Only 1 season as a full-time starter.
Will, when you watched him, perfect scheme fit?
I would say a very strong scheme fit.
Yeah, I
Perfect's a
think so.
very, it's a big word to kind of throw out there, but I would say a very strong scheme fit. With, as Adam mentioned, that scouting report, like that burst to close is very impressive. And when you're playing that cover 2, and Owen, you can attest to this, right? Like you need to be able to close and hold down those flats.
Willing tackler, right? I think that's what Matt Bowen
Yes.
always says, the guy we love talking to about cornerback play. You have to be a willing tackler in this cover 2 system.
And he
at
is.
cornerback, right?
I wonder
So,
what Matt is. Does Matt? We should try to get Matt on tonight. I don't know if he has.
ESPN work.
I don't know. Honestly,
Yeah.
we'll check in with him though, because he would, for the Bears drafting at corner, he would be the perfect guy to jump on with us here and give some insight.
Do you want to update our viewers on the Seahawks 2 picks?
Absolutely.
Our number 6 on your big board, Boye Mafe. I don't know how you say that.
Yep, you got it. Good job.
The edge.
From Minnesota.
From Minnesota, as well as Kenneth Walker III as the first running back.
Couple Big Ten picks.
So the Michigan
back to back.
State, he went. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. I like that.
Can he throw the ball?
Wow. These teams must hate these quarterbacks.
I know he didn't measure well, but I like, and I don't want to butcher his name, but the Purdue edge rusher.
Yeah, Karlaftis.
I liked him on film. I'm surprised he hasn't gone.
Oh, he
yet
went
either.
late last night.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Who did he go to?
No, I'm forgetting. Chiefs. That's right.
Yeah.
They traded up for him, right?
Yeah.
That's what happened. No, that was their pick at number 30.
Man,
they were
you-
involved in a different
You
trade.
match him with Chris Jones on little line stunts or games. That's going to be a handful for offensive linemen. But I didn't know he went. I thought he was a really good player.
By the way, my favorite thing about the draft is we spend so many months talking about these guys, and then we immediately forget where they go. It happens to me every year. It was like 24 hours. Whatever happened last night seems like it was like a week ago already.
I blacked out on the drive to Nick's house last night. I was like, wait, who went where? Like, what
Who's on
happened?
what team
yeah,
now?
like we talked about it, but I didn't absorb it.
Like when you watch
It's
those
crazy.
guys, like when you listen to Daniel, guys like Daniel Jeremiah, who's on the Move the Sticks podcast and does a lot of NFL work. Man, the amount of names that those guys remember or remember scouting, that's impressive to me.
Hey, the Vikings are back on the clock.
Yeah, so I was
Yeah,
just
they
trying to
traded
say
up
here. With the Colts, yeah.
So the
Okay.
Colts traded back.
So the Colts have traded
traded back,
back. The Vikings are going back up, and I'm gonna keep burning myself probably by mentioning quarterbacks, but
I don't.
I
just
thought
do it.
Malik
never
Willis.
surrender, man. You gotta stick with Adam. Like I'd be disappointed if you surrendered on your opinion, man.
Well, let me be clear. Malik Willis is the only one I kind of like
Right.
in this area, and I think he'd be a good pick here for the Vikings. Is what I'm saying. So here comes another team trading up. It'll probably be for a position that's not quarterback.
I think.
But the Vikings are going to take quarterback, right? So,
Cliff says the Vikings are being wacky this draft.
That's-
They are being
yeah,
wacky.
yeah.
Like
That's
trade
the
up,
perfect
trade
word.
down, trade up, trade down. Who knows?
I want to see that diagram though.
Of like what their picks
yeah,
are.
like how
Hey,
it's
remember
changed.
Quasi is the analytics guy. He's certainly, he's probably got it all locked in
true.
his brain easily. He's
can
got
we
the whole
can we
trade
see,
chart.
Adam's top 30? I want to see this again.
Yeah, definitely Adams top 30.
Yeah, you guys rip it apart, please.
No. That's a lot of work, man.
I knew you were gonna-
I appreciate you doing it.
I knew you were going to be mad about. I don't think I had an offensive lineman in there until 12. No, 11. Oh, I actually want to get your thoughts on Jamari Salyer though,
Okay.
from Georgia. I think he can jump in and right guard immediately.
Same.
Yeah, I just again when we talk about guys who match the system, right? The system that they talk about. What is his traits? Jamari Salyer. What is? I think isn't he a bigger guy, heavier guy?
Well, he played tackle.
Yeah.
He played left and right.
what did he
tackle.
weigh in at the combine?
Give me a second. I'd have to.
I
Find
thought from when I watched, I remember, but I think he's a mauler. Isn't he a mauler type? I would think the guy that Will mentioned, Parham, Petit Farid that we talked about. Those are the kind of guys that I thought the Bears would be looking at. But
It's a cornerback.
is it?
Of course it is. The Vikings went up and got Andrew Booth Jr. So they just keep adding to that defense.
You were thinking that guy was falling, right? Booth?
Yeah.
So he goes.
He was someone that at least, mock drafts are what they are, but consistently in the first round, if not like second or third DB taken.
Did you guys hit any of your picks in the mock drafts?
So I didn't do like a whole first round.
I haven't done a whole one.
A whole one?
You
just did the Bears.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
And but I actually only did 2 this year. I did not have.
So when you do the Bears, how long does that take?
Way too long.
Yeah.
So if you did a whole first round, every team, give me a time.
You know why? If I did the whole first round,
give me how long.
It would take me a few days probably.
Would it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Think about it, right there. That's 32 names you have to.
Yeah.
And you don't want to sound like an idiot, even though you're going to be wrong about stuff anyway. But yeah,
you can't. With the amount of information in drafts, you cannot sound like an idiot.
Part of the reason why I like
something.
doing them, though, Olin, we're kind of going behind the scenes here, is it forces you to learn about guys.
Yep.
Especially the later round guys. When you do the Bears mock drafts.
And other teams' needs and what they've done too, right?
Exactly.
And then what their like general manager philosophy is and all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot of information. A lot.
Is it too early for Matt Ariza, the punt god at 48? That's what Cliff
Hey,
said.
it's never too early for the punt god.
It's way too early for the punt.
This was already a special
I won't
teams
call
pick.
anybody who punts the G word, but it's way too early for anybody who punts.
Well, there's got to be a god of punting.
No.
There
It
could
doesn't
be
have to be.
There could be a god of sitting in the chair
No.
talking in a microphone. I mean,
There are a few of those.
There could be a god.
Stephen A. Smith. There are a few. So I take it back. Maybe there should be.
Hey, man, I'll take Stephen A. Smith's check.
He's very good now.
Oh, man.
He's very good at what he does. He's very entertaining. Him and Charles Barkley are 2 of the best, I think.
Oh, I love Barkley.
Sounds like Wan'Dale Robinson's going to come off the board here for the Giants.
Ooh, that is early.
That is early.
I don't hate it, though. Now, he's definitely more of like the gimmicky, you got to use him in a very specific way, but Wan'Dale Robinson, in the same way that Rondale Moore scored a touchdown in week 1 last year, that's the type of guy everybody will be looking at in fantasy. Like, well, wait a minute, why didn't we draft it? You know what I mean? Like, or he may get hyped up and drafted in fantasy because he is going to be a gimmicky piece that gets the football. So that would have been to the Giants at 43 then? Wan'Dale Robinson.
So the Vikings have gone 2 secondary guys?
Yes, they went Scene.
and Booth.
They're giving Ed Donatel those
Gotta
dudes.
tell these guys, man.
And they're drafting from Georgia and Clemson. How much stock do you
SEC?
put into that, by the way, Olin? Just drafting from some of these programs.
I just think it's easier to project them, probably, right? And in a like we all know, this draft is a crapshoot, right? And you're trying to take as many variables out as you can, right? And to take I think if you take a Watson like the Packers did, like he has to absolutely dominate, right? He has to dominate. Like the Saints went up and got Trevor Penning, the tackle, to replace Armstead. And that kind of film has to be every time he goes on the field. I mean, it just has to be absolute. So anyway, you get to see him against NFL competition. There's a lot of stock for me in seeing guys against that I can project into an NFL game.
That reminds me of when I watched Adam Shaheen's film from Ashland College.
Yeah.
And he's running away from cornerbacks. And you're like, oh, that's kind of impressive for a guy who's that big. And then you kind of look at the corners and you're like, is that guy in high school?
Yeah, they were like me.
Yeah, like, and that's just sometimes they do find players from some of those places, but I don't know. That's hard. That's hard.
All right, so
You
we're
got someone
like
here, Josh, with you, Adam. He said, would you guys trade back next pick? Quarterbacks have to go on a run,
At
right?
some point.
I mean, at some point they got to start.
I was just going to say, we're getting close now. Like, I was wondering if you guys want to get in the war room mindset here of, like, we're 4 picks away, right? Browns, Ravens, Lions, Commanders, and here come the Bears after that.
If they don't
What
take an
are we
offensive
doing?
lineman, me and Will are going to wrestle.
Oh, yes.
Oh, so my life ends
Stay
tonight.
tuned,
Hey,
everyone.
come on.
Stay tuned.
If
No,
you thought
Will is wiry strong now.
if
I'm
you
not
thought
underestimating him.
if you thought Olin got cranky about
Oh man, I was
drafting
pissed.
a
I gotta
corner,
admit, I was pissed, man. I want a lineman. Will's probably mostly right. I
Hey.
just I just didn't like the quote. I just don't. I mean, the guy's from Washington.
Pull that quote, make a graphic. Will was probably mostly right by Olin Kreutz.
What does that even mean, right? Probably mostly right.
But I want it on a T-shirt.
They're probably doing this in spite of you right now, Olin.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, Olin wants a lineman.
You think George is watching this and saying, "Hey, no lineman."
George's like, go get a safety
get a
right now.
safety,
We need a safety. That's funny. All right. Wan'Dale Robinson does go to the New York Giants at 43. So the Browns on the clock at 44. Ravens, Lions, the USFL Commanders, and then the Bears. So we're getting closer to the Bears' second pick. I have to imagine that trading back is on the table
if
here.
they get a partner.
But again,
right?
you got to have
Somebody
who's
wants
willing
to in this draft, right? If somebody everybody was saying going into this draft that there was so much talent in the second through the fourth round. Why would you want to lose those picks, right? For the players that we guys were talking about earlier, a lot of these guys are comparable now, right? You can get the same value you were talking about earlier. Now, do you trade back? So we'll see. We'll see what happens here.
So I forgot. I ran a poll on Twitter for our fans just asking what they would have done with the 39th pick, and we had over 2,300 Bears fans vote. Which percent said they would have drafted a defensive player out of
What were the choices?
draft a wide receiver, draft an offensive lineman, draft defense, or trade down?
How many votes?
2,300. What percent?
13%.
30-something.
2%.
Oh,
of Bears
yeah.
fans. So I'm sure.
I gave him too much credit.
I was
they're not
closer.
feeling- You were.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
win.
you win.
Yes.
You win.
You win. Hey,
That's one thing for me in the last 3 weeks.
Hey, as we approach the Bears' second pick here,
Yes.
just want to thank everybody who's watching. Our numbers are ridiculous right now.
Wow.
Please hit the like button if you're enjoying the show. We appreciate you tuning in. And perhaps more importantly, we're still on for the rest of the night. Go tell a friend. Go tell a Bears fan that you know. Text your group chat. Say, hey, give them the link, the YouTube link.
Don't miss it, Adam. Don't miss it. I got a raise.
What's that? Oh,
I got a raise $2.50. It went up. The offer went up.
nice.
Yeah,
We're
there
getting
we go.
there, you know.
You guys are making me look better. So now I'm getting more money offered.
Hey, we're just my goal is to
It's
get
all
you.
I'm telling you, it's all teammates. I owe it all to you guys.
If I can get you over $20 by
you would get the piccolo for
training
this
camp?
show. You would get the piccolo. If you could get George to give me $21, you get the piccolo for this show.
I love it. I love it. And we're talking to, Mr. Piccolo Award here.
Yeah, stole a few of those.
Stole a few of them. Nah, you earned every single one of them.
Oh man,
Absolutely. All right. So on the clock right now, the Houston Texans. Actually, it looks like the Texans pick is in. The Ravens are now on the clock.
the Ravens. So
Wait a minute,
let's
so
look at
hold
your
on.
top
So the
30. Give me a
Texans-
Ravens guy.
Wait,
Someone
the
who just
Texans
is
traded
makes
up
sense.
for the
Texans have taken a guy I like, a wide receiver, John Mechie,
Oh,
Alabama, who, dude,
Oh, that means we get one off the board. That means we could go offensive line. You see that?
yeah.
Yep.
Now, John Mechie,
Pierce, though, maybe. Pierce still on the board.
he might be the best route runner in the draft.
Now, he was at Ohio State before, wasn't he?
No, that's Jameson Williams.
Okay.
John Mechie, his route running is so advanced and polished that he just gets open, piles up catches. Now he has a drop problem too. He also has an injury problem because he's ACL. He also had I think a calf. And his story is incredible though. He lived in like 7 different countries before coming to the United States. So he's well traveled and great character guy. I like John Mechie. I would have liked to see him be a Bear at this point in the draft, but maybe more hope for Olin to get his lineman.
Yes.
Man, I think they got to go offensive line here, though.
They got to. The guy said, no linemen have went, so chill. If you don't know me by now, I will never chill.
Hashtag no chill.
In case you're wondering.
No,
That'll never happen.
that's awesome.
I like how you said that though, like perfectly chill. Like I will never chill.
Never. Yeah. So you gotta give him 2 sides.
But no, you were really talking up Mechie before we went live, Adam. So
Yeah.
you're probably a little upset by now.
I am. I'm also a little confused because the Texans tweeted that they're trading. but Albert Breer put out
says the pick is in.
that John Mechie is the pick, and everything else is the Houston Tech. So I don't know if maybe Houston Texans screwed up the social media account by putting out the wrong graphic.
Hey, as someone who's doing a lot of graphics over
Yeah,
here,
it
is fast and furious on this side of the world.
I hear
okay?
you,
I mean,
man.
No, that
I
is
hear
the
you.
pick. John Mechie
I mean,
is the
if you
pick.
don't say so yourself, you're doing a great job.
thank you very
No problem,
much.
man. You
The
are.
haircut.
It's tough.
Those guys are killing it over there. There's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. Joey, Steven, we got the whole crew here tonight.
We got the dog. That's a cat. It's a mouse.
Yes.
We gotta get the dog on the show.
Yeah, the dog has
nights in a
made its
row.
mark in numerous places over the last 2 days.
Oh, I got you.
We ended the show last night with the dog, cat, mouse.
Did you really? I got you.
Yeah.
Yep, you went off, dog came on.
You got upgrade.
And the Bears drafted
the dog gets more.
The Bears drafted a dog.
Ooh.
Whose house?
So
Whose house?
that's the theme here. That's what's going on for Olin Never Chill Cruz.
That's a new name. I'm gonna put Never Chill on the back of my Bears 100 jacket.
Never Chill.
Never Chill.
That's awesome.
I can hear a buffer right now announcing
Yeah.
it.
Hey, Lawrence, can we see the big board here? Because I'd like to maybe have all of us make a pick here for like who if we could just pick the guy we think the Bears should draft.
Can I go first? N'Kobe Dean.
N'Kobe Dean. I mean,
Injury though, it's got to be right.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I'll
Man.
repeat what I said earlier. If my doctors are telling me it's fine, I run to the board. Obviously, at this point, a lot of
Yeah.
doctors for a lot of different
It's
teams
not
have
fine,
found
is it?
something that's not
Okay,
good.
fine. I'll skip him.
So-
Pickens?
It's a good pick.
Any Georgia guy?
I'm
Gosh,
having
well, I mean, what did people say about him at Georgia that he has fallen this far?
George
Right.
Pickens. Well, here's the thing, and I get it because there are some really good, well-sourced pre-draft stories that come out where everything's anonymous, and it's like this wide receiver coach number 2 said this. Bob McGinn, you know, Bob McGinn has covered the Packers forever.
Yes.
He does this draft series every year, and the thing is you just got to trust Bob McGinn, right? That's just one example. Because everyone goes, well, who are these anonymous sources? Why should we believe them? Yo, if it's in Bob McGinn's draft story, it's just true. Okay, you just got to take
so
it.
Meat does go to the Texans.
Yes,
Sorry about that.
Mechie does
Adam.
go to the Texans. My point is, it seems like what popped up in these pre-draft George Pickens stories in the last couple weeks, obviously there's some credence to it because the guy keeps falling here. His tape is really good. I'm doing what a GM should not do on draft day, which is like I'm kind of coming into the George Pickens side the more and more film I watch today. Like I'm letting that cloud my brain when, like Olin talked about earlier tonight, you don't necessarily want to bring a distraction like that into this locker room.
When you're trying to build a culture, right? We hear a lot of when a new coach, a new general manager, you're trying to, every guy you pick right now basically is you're saying this is who we want to be. Fair or not, right? When a guy is first time on the clock, fair or not, and we all talked about the cornerback they took, and we got the coach's point of view from Washington, who was there when he was there, and this is the kind of guy those kind of guys, early to meetings, always studying, always working, improving their game, high character guys, and I'm going to tell you high character. I'm talking about football character, right? So I don't know, like you could see if you're a new general manager, Pickens would be hard for me to take. Will he really would?
Yeah. Same.
If the stories are true.
And that's what, when we did the mock draft show, I didn't mention it live because it just kind of came out, and that's why I didn't go with that pick. But no, I think you make a lot of points. At this stage, if you go receiver, maybe it is Pierce, Adam. Like, maybe it is Alec Pierce at this stage. When I I mentioned Sky Moore in my mock draft, but that was just kind of, mock draft exercise.
Hey, if the pick is, if it's Alec Pierce or it's David Bell, they'll get criticized for reaching. I'll be right here telling you I love it. To me, those guys can play and help them at the wide receiver position. Now, ideally, you trade back, you land one of those guys, or you trade back and you land an offensive lineman and one of those wide receivers. That's
nice.
your perfect scenario, right? But, and by the way, earlier, I apologize for getting a little confused. The Texans did trade. They traded up to get John Mechie. That's why they were, these rules about when teams can tweet stuff, and it's already been out on Twitter for 5 minutes before they can actually announce it. It just makes it confusing.
Let's just make a deal with everybody watching. We're not going to be right the whole time for these 3 hours. You got a deal.
100% accuracy.
We got a deal. We're just it's fast moving, man. It's fast moving.
Well, speaking of being ahead of the broadcast, David Ojabo going to
Ravens
Baltimore.
makes sense, right?
Dude, the Ravens.
So they got Ojabo and they got the Oregon. No, that wasn't. Sorry. Oregon went to play for their old defense coordinator, Wink Martindale, right? So at the Giants. But the Ravens, Suggs, these kind of, Pernell McPhee, the guy who went to the Patriots last year, they've developed these pass rushers year after year after year, man. It just seems like they put a different jersey on a guy and it's the same guy out there, doesn't it? Like, it's just crazy.
Can I tell you what the Ravens draft class is right now?
Do I want to hear it?
Okay. Safety Kyle Hamilton.
Oh, man.
Center Tyler Linderbaum.
He's good.
Edge rusher David Ojabo. All 3 of these guys were at some point in the last 6 months talked about as top 10 picks.
Yeah.
And they are, some of them top 5 picks. And they are all going to Baltimore, and they didn't have to trade up for any of them.
So, quick story. I watched these 2 guys, Hutchinson and Ojabo, on the same college team, right? And it reminds me of, remember Casey Hampton and Sean Rogers? You guys remember those 2 D tackles? So Casey played for the Steelers and Sean played for the Lions, and they were monsters. And Dominic Raiola, who I grew up with in Hawaii, I've known him my whole life. Dominic Raiola played 14 years for the Lions. They played them in a bowl game. Nebraska played the Texas. And I remember calling him after, like, man, you were really struggling with those college linemen. I played against those 2 guys the next year. I called him back. I want to apologize for questioning how good you were, because the college defense lineman who I just went against, Sean was like 365, Casey was 350, and they were monsters on the same defensive line. When you look at these guys, right, I mean, no secret why Michigan has such a good year. I mean, that kind of talent, right? These 2 guys, 2 pass rushers, getting after college offensive lines, man. I mean, they must have been miserable to prepare for if you're a college offensive line coach. Who do you chip and who do you help?
And let me clarify, the Ravens, I was thinking they traded back. They did trade back. They traded back and got Linderbaum, but they originally did trade Hollywood Brown. So they did make a trade to add one of those picks in there. It's not like they got him for free, but it sure feels like they got him for free. All 3 of these guys just falling to them.
Lions up.
Yep. Lions pick is in.
The pick is in.
Joshua Pascal, the defensive end from Kentucky. I probably butchered that last name. So they went defense again. They went with 2 defensive ends now, because that was Hutchinson with their first overall. So offensive tackle is getting very important here in Chicago.
The offensive line
in general,
is
yes,
really, really important. So,
our guy Ryan Green from DNVR does a phenomenal job with our video.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently, our guy Nick kind of called a shot here with Kyler Gordon, and said, it's a tweet from a couple days ago. He said he wanted Kyler Gordon. And Ryan Green saying that Nick now has to take a shot, because the DNVR sports guys, their draft show picked their shot specs, which they were prospects that if the Broncos picked them, everybody has to do a shot. And now they're saying we all have to do a shot of Malort, because Nick called out the Gordon pick.
Listen, DNVR, whoever you are, nobody's scared. Let's just do the shot anyway. Like, what are we doing? I don't need a reason. Pour the drink.
Well, we do have a bottle in this office.
Can we
listen,
do we have a bottle of something that's not Malort in this office, though?
Anybody scared?
But if they want us to do Malort.
And if that's all it is, then I am going to kill Sean Anderson for bringing that Malort in here.
Yep.
Because it's ridiculous. So
Kill is strong, though. Yeah.
I'm not drinking Malort. If you got some bourbon around here, I'll be happy to celebrate a Bears draft.
Let's do the
pick.
Malort.
Okay, tequila's something. I'm not doing Malort.
Whatever you
got.
Whatever you give me, it'll be fine.
I'm learning we have a lot of alcohol here.
Good timing, because the Bears are on the clock.
Okay, here we go.
Hurry, bring the.
We should call our shots.
This guy wants to go shot for shot. I'm 44 years old, man. I mean, after one, I might be sleeping here.
My shot here.
Listen, if I take a shot and they don't take an offensive lineman, there could be a problem on set.
Oh, no. Man. See, and now I'm starting to get nervous. I'm going to have to start taking more just to be able to take the punches.
I get a shot. I may go see George and Ryan about the offensive. Anyway, Will is right, though. I have to admit it. There's no lineman going off. So
our friends at
these guys are
DNVR, as I just put on the screen here, RK, he says that he will do the Malort for you, Hoge, because he loves Malort. He came here,
Who
helped
loves
out.
Malort?
RK does. He even found it in Denver.
I understand some people who tolerate it, but I just don't understand how people be like, yeah, that's what I want. That's the part I struggle with.
Shout out to RK.
Okay. Well, more power to him.
All right, so real quick, can we see the big board again while the Bears are on the clock?
Yeah. All right.
Can I quickly ask who do the Commanders take? Do we know?
We don't know that yet.
Okay.
Oh, yes, we do. Alabama defensive tackle Fedarian Mathis.
okay, hold on. Give me their depth chart. Washington's
You'll have to
depth
ask
chart
Google
on-
for that.
on defense.
He's typing it in, but
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was talking to myself.
I am not going to hand you the Commanders depth
So
chart.
I was talking to myself.
If you had the Commanders depth chart right there, I would be so impressed with you.
oh
Hey,
man,
if you handed me that with the Malort, I would have been.
You get the Piccolo
yeah,
award.
Oh yes,
oh man,
2-time.
I'm
Two
gonna
Piccolo
remember
awards.
for next time. So
My shot here is trade back. That's my shot.
that's who you're just gonna throw out there for right now. Chad Muma,
I am a big. Here's guys I'd be happy with: Chad Muma,
Damari.
Jaquan Brisker.
You're taking another cornerback?
Well,
no,
Brisker's
I'm
a
sorry.
safety.
I'm sorry, safety,
I am
yeah.
listing off
Not a
defensive names
secondary,
though.
Man. What?
Salyer, I'm fine with.
All right, so the Washington Commanders: Chase Young, Darren Payne, Jonathan Allen, Montez Sweat, and they took another defensive tackle.
Woo!
You do not want to face that defensive line.
Oh boy.
No. Okay. See, you got to negotiate.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel like they're playing a trick on me right
So
here.
I know I said I wanted to try this a few days ago, but I was like half kidding.
I also
but-
have Malort.
Are we supposed? We gotta
over
wait.
here.
Don't we have to wait what the pick is?
I don't know.
I'll spit it
I
out.
mean,
Two offensive line.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
y'all.
To making their correct pick.
All right. That's the way not just to stand on the fence, not take a chance at all.
Oh well.
Ready for your Malort faces?
Okay, it is tequila.
That's delicious. I don't know what you're all worried about. I'm with RK.
So
Let's
when,
go.
you
It
doesn't
say,
go
when
away.
you say you're all worried about, who are you talking to?
Worried about what?
Yeah, you said I don't know what you're all worried
Oh.
about.
I meant.
Who are,
I meant.
yeah,
Adam
well,
Hoge.
you said you all.
I said y'all.
But
I
you're right.
guess,
We're
yeah.
team. We're a team.
Yeah.
So I'm with Adam. Malort
I actually
sucks,
feel-
then.
I was good because I was starting to feel bad that I was the one guy who
No,
didn't do it.
Malort. No, we'll ride with you. Malort sucks.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick.
You guys all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I just got to control my thoughts now.
We're playing fire here.
Yes, we are.
Well,
Yes, we are.
At this point, I just hope it's an offensive lineman,
Right
so
now,
we all survive.
Right
Yes,
now,
please.
listen
That's
to
a
me.
good call.
I just took a shot. Right now, my wife Wendy's at home, and her face, she's worried about what might actually.
Oh boy.
She
what
said,
might actually
please,
happen on
offensive
this-
lineman. Please, offensive lineman.
Cam Jurgens. Cam Jurgens. Cam Jurgens.
I would accept Cam Jurgens.
No,
yeah.
I think. I mean, you got to look at Kennard, right? Isn't that a name you'd like to see come off the board?
That's what
right
I
here?
wanted Olin's opinion on. Like, out of the offensive linemen, like, who would he take here? Like, who's the guy?
So it's a good question. Well, I would say, I would think Poles them are going to go your guy from Ohio State, Petit Free.
I feel like he could be there at 71, though.
Yeah, but I think that I would take Godke from Central Michigan. Is who I would take.
Wow.
Wow.
Now,
Okay.
when we did our mock draft and we took a guy from Central Michigan, the chat did not enjoy
Oh, that was Western Michigan.
Well,
Any of the
whatever.
directional
Any
Western.
directional it's MAC school.
Yeah.
Come on.
They weren't going to be happy with the directional Michigan school.
Also,
a
I'm
lot of
sorry.
schools in
I just did
Michigan.
a shot of Malort, so I'm all over.
You're good
Yeah,
now.
That's okay.
I understand.
I mean, I hope Nick did not do a shot of Malort at House Hall. that we'll hold him to that tomorrow at some point on the show when he's back home. But yeah, right now Bears on the clock. N'Kobe Dean still available.
If you went 3-tech, you had DeMarvin Leal is still there
Perrion
and
Winfrey.
Perrion Winfrey. So there are two of the better 3 techniques available if you're trying to go like, because obviously you're getting like the 9th receiver now. Like, would you rather have the 9th receiver or like the third or fourth best 3-tech. Decision time for Ryan Poles.
I think it's
You would say, though, the Bears were bad last year because they couldn't score points.
Yeah, they haven't scored points in years.
No,
I'm with you
in
there.
2018 they did. They scored points.
I'll tell you what.
Maybe not from week 14 on, but they scored points in 2018. 2019 they sat there. They told you offensive line was the problem. They haven't scored points since then. But
Yeah, that's 3 seasons.
yeah, but they
Pick is in.
yeah.
Yeah, the Bears will be making a pick here. So there was
No trade backs.
not a trade. The pick is in, and we'll have to see.
Who it is.
Nick says that Adam Johns gave him some Malort up there at the Hallis.
Oh, okay.
Oh, boy.
Good.
Oh, boy, the pick is in.
Ooh.
And Bears fans will not be happy.
Oh, except I will be.
The
Ladies and
Bears
gentlemen.
are going with Jaquan Brisker, the safety out of Penn State. And Olin leaves.
Wow.
I gotta take a break.
Yeah.
Olin's leaving. Olin's leaving.
Bye, Olin.
Go decompress for a minute, bud.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's let
Deep,
Olin
so
get-
2 defensive backs. Oh, man.
This is what happened. Why did the Bears do this to Olin? It's not. Do you realize what this guy has given the organization? And they treat him like this. It's unbelievable. Hey. There he is. He's gone.
Bye, Olin.
I am not going to defend the process necessarily, but Jaquan Brisker is a good player.
He's a good player.
He is. I mean, the Bears have drastically improved their secondary, in my opinion, tonight.
And safety was a need opposite of Eddie Jackson. Like, obviously, like that was a big need. It's just
I had him up there, number 4 on the big board tonight,
You
going
did.
in. So I mean, it shows you how
that's good
much
value.
and they got him at number 48. I think it's a little disappointing they weren't able to trade back with either of these picks to add more draft capital. But
Is that like? Do you think it's the Bears wanting to stay put? Because I feel like they could have found a partner if they really wanted to find a partner.
yeah, in
There's
theory,
so much movement going on. Like, why? How come no one wants to play with have a game here with the Chicago Bears?
I don't know.
Maybe
Like,
Nick's tying up the phone
Is
line
it
up
the
there at
rookie
Hallis.
GM and like you don't have those like the connections and like they're gonna like kind of like ice you a bit?
You think Olin's going to come back tonight?
I think so.
I think
Okay, I
almost
think
vibrated almost vibrated off the chair, so he'll be back. That was a phone call.
He'll at least get his phone back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of want to know who's calling him right now, though.
I would feel really rude if I picked it up and checked.
We put it on speaker right now.
Ooh.
Yeah. No.
But no, this is actually a pick that I like the player.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
but
don't
I'm
necessarily
upset at the same time.
drafting 2 members into the secondary here is.
That's what hurts. And I get it though because you couldn't like there was a vulnerability of the defense. Was the offense just that far behind because of like the coaching staff and the scheme, and they feel okay about the talent? That's what it feels like. I just don't feel like that's correct.
It is. Yeah, I know. It is remarkable that we're sitting here in the second round of the draft at this point in the offseason. All the talk about Justin Fields, all the talk about Ryan Poles being an ex-offensive lineman, how they got to fix this offense, how he needs production, how he needs weapons. And when you add up the free agency moves and now the first 2 picks of the draft, it's hard to explain it. It really is.
Well, and he stuck to what he said, right? He's a best player on his board guy. And what he did, it's what he did. I mean, it's just you just worry about, for years we've said, the development of Justin Fields, not years, he's been here 1 year, but the quarterback, Mr. Trubisky, the development of quarterbacks has been this franchise's biggest problem. Protecting the quarterback has been the franchise's a big problem for a while, right? For a long time now. So you don't want to be like you're saying, and you guys, Gordon, Brisker, these are good picks, right? These are good players, right? These are good football players, excited for these young guys to get to Hallis Hall, get their careers going. And they do, Eddie Jackson, Jalen Johnson, this looks like it could, one of their weaknesses last year now could be a strength.
Yeah, and look, we were just out there at Hallis Hall watching the mini camp, and they got DeAndre Houston Carson lining up next to Eddie Jackson.
And that's a problem.
Like I like DeAndre Houston Carson. He's been a valuable player. He's a very good special
Mm-hmm.
teamer, and he has shown the ability to come in and play meaningful defensive snaps as a backup when he needs to get thrown in there. And there is a lot of value in that. You don't want DHC starting 17 games for you at safety. So I think that this pick is, again, I understand all the concerns about offense, but I think they added 2 guys who will start week 1. I am saying that.
I agree.
Having not even heard the GM talk about these guys yet. I don't know that I've ever done that before on a draft night, other than a first-round pick maybe, where I believe these guys start week 1.
I have no reservations about that whatsoever. And safety was number 5 in terms of like my needs for the Bears, just because you're just looking for that starter. But we haven't seen Eddie Jackson play to that level that he did, in that 2018 season.
He might not be here in a year.
He may not be here in a year. And this, and when you look at Brisker, he's that strong safety type, that Adrian Amos-esque player that he's been missing. And what I wrote, and I still believe heavily, is the Bears have had that open door, opposite of Eddie Jackson, because they keep doing his 1-year cheap veteran free agent deals, and they were neglecting this position in the draft. So at least it's not neglected no more. However, like I said, I like the player. I like the fit. He's a tough physical guy, another one of those in the secondary. So I like kind of adding that back to, the identity of the back end of this defense. I just still feel like not drafting offense, whether it be a lineman for Olin, a receiver for me and Adam.
Well, but if we just talk about their secondary problems, that was a big problem
Yes,
last
it
year.
was.
Whether it be mental busts, whether it be not tackling, whether it be not discipline, touching guys down, and like you just said, Will, a tone setter, right? Like a guy who's been missing here, that kind of safety who will lay the helmet on you, right? I mean, a guy who come down, get the fans going, line everybody up. Very important in this defense. We talked a lot about Mike Brown, Bob Sanders, Lynch, guys like that who get everybody lined up, everybody moving in the right direction. The safety a lot of times is playing a chess match in this defense with the opposing quarterback and getting guys going and switching the blitzes according to motions and those kind of things. So, again, they improve a unit who, you would say probably played really well last year, which is the baffling thing, but obviously don't want to rain on the parade of these 2 young guys who just got drafted. Just hopefully eventually we get the offense.
Yeah. Well,
and
maybe
fixing that side of the ball.
Maybe at some point. I am reluctant to say this because I don't want to make any. I don't want anyone.
We know they can't trade up with what they got.
Yeah, I know.
Or unless they trade next year's picks.
Yeah.
Right.
Or players.
Players, right?
Or players. I don't want to take. I'm afraid to say this because I don't want anyone to make me take another shot.
No, go ahead.
But Jaquan Brisker was a player that we talked about.
We talked about him a lot.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was on the show or on Hoge and Johns, but I pointed out because we've talked a lot about Kevin Fishbane's story and the idea of Ryan Poles
talk about Fishbane.
looking for players with the resiliency factor is what I'm getting at.
There you go.
And this is something we brought up because Brisker's older brother was shot and killed when he was in high school. We talked about his grades not being very good. He had to go the JUCO route. We talked about this Monday. I remember that because it was,
But it's like you're saying that's the kind of guys that Poe said he was looking for.
Yeah,
it's a great point.
And that turns out to be someone that they draft here. Now again, very similar to Gordon, no penalties the last 2 years, 7 passes defense, 2 interceptions this past year. They're unquestioned leader of the team captain. So this sounds like a guy who has
football character.
Yes, who has kind of really whatever's been going on in a tough situation, losing his brother and all that, is somebody who has really bought into football.
The kind of guy you can see walk in a room and you just can't pass on him if he's still there. At this pick, I would imagine, right? For we talked about, you hear Coach Eberflus talk. I mean, he loves football, right? He loves the hits principle. He loves this idea of everybody moving in the same direction, team, football guy. You could see this guy in front of a room answering questions And this group of coaches and front office guys falling in love with him, falling in love with the things they hear and see.
I mean, you're getting, again, another great athlete in your secondary that plays with a chip on his shoulder, that physical presence, the identity for this Chicago Bears team is going back to when you played football, Olin.
Sure.
It's going back to the physical defense that's going to take care of its business and an offense that's not getting as much attention as it needs. And
well, now the offense in 2006, right? Thomas Jones draft Cedric Benson, Bernard Barron, sign Muhsin Muhammad, sign Desmond Clark, go get John Tate from the Chiefs to play left tackle, sign Reuben Brown, an 8-time Pro Bowler, to play left guard, sign Fred Miller from my really good friend, from the Tennessee Titans to play right tackle. Right, so the offense, they did get attention that year. You have to build both sides, but although they don't want to say it, we're in the middle of a rebuild, right?
Yeah.
And you have to, when you rebuild, like we talked about a lot of times. To be fair to them, we all know I want an offensive lineman, but just because I hear so much about it in this town, everybody always wants an offensive lineman. But then when they do their mock drafts, they take cornerbacks and receivers, which is fine. But you hear a lot about offensive line and problems. And that's why you want to see them at least try to fix it once. But we talked about in the beginning of the show, throw a dart. Throw a dart, and you find a position on this team that needs an infusion of young talent, right? And even you were talking about earlier, Adam, you would even put another linebacker next to maybe their best player.
Yeah.
Right? You would, because they could use it.
They could use it.
Right? And even the positions we talked about earlier, they have 2 young tackles, but are they sure things? Is the tight end a sure thing? Is Mooney a sure number one? Right? They needed a cornerback. They took one.
Yeah.
Right? So anyway, you can, a guy like me is going to argue with the pick, but you can obviously see why they did them.
Well, let me give you Dane Brugler's takes. I'm not going to read you the whole history. We went over.
I was ready for story time with Adam again.
We went through some of it though with
you see that one Millard, man. This guy is. The personality has changed. You see
He's
it?
starting to come after us.
I
like
now. You
it.
see it? Yeah,
I like it.
They call that liquid courage. He's about to see a little liquid courage here.
Aftertaste doesn't go away.
It doesn't. You're right.
You still dealing with it?
Really? Yeah. Listen, I got up like I was mad. I had to go eat something.
Oh, yeah, that was the Malort.
I said, hey, I need something. I gotta go get something to eat.
Adam. Yeah, I
mean, you guys go take a break.
I felt bad that I was on my own with the tequila, but I'm not. I'm happy about it right now. All right, Jaquan Brisker, Penn State, 6'1" and 3 ace, 206, redshirt senior from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He is 23 years old. Strengths: lean, athletic frame with adequate length, plays with enough range to cover split field, alert in coverage, does a nice job reading pass concepts to hunt crossers, rolls up his sleeves to speed downhill and get physical versus the run, aggressively fills the box as a player, showing the strong hands to work off blocks and fight to the ball carrier, also has the lateral quicks to avoid blockers, committed 0 penalties over the last 2 seasons, which speaks to his timing and discipline, plays through minor injuries. His teammates call him the unquestioned leader of the team. Former defensive coordinator Brent Pry said, he has always been one of our best workers, but his consistency off the field, the maturity, he's holding guys accountable.
Love it.
There's your culture fit.
Yep.
I'll tell you guys this right now. Everybody got to see Mike Brown play football. What everybody didn't get to see was his leadership. What he did in the locker room, the way he challenged guys, the way he held guys accountable, and that position just lends itself to leadership, right? Lends itself to being a coach on the field. So if this guy is in that mode for this Tampa 2 defense, you can see why, with everything Adam just read, the kind of player he is, you can see why they took him.
All right, the weaknesses. This is, again, from Dane Brugler's The Beast. Tight through his hips, which hinders his ability to turn, run, and recover versus the runner coverage. His lack of an explosive gear limits his ability to make plays in deep zone. His eyes will stay locked in the backfield, leaving him susceptible to eye candy. Average play strength and lighter than ideal. Physical in run support, but slides off ball carriers when he doesn't wrap and drive his feet. Strong runners can keep their feet and withstand his arm tackles. Minimal special teams reps over the past 2 seasons. Don't like him anymore. Summary is a 2-year starter at Penn State. Brisker was a strong safety. And let's see here. Though he competes with nonstop urgency versus the run, he isn't a consistent wrap-up tackler, which leads to misses. Overall, Brisker lacks ideal explosiveness and size on paper, but his innate toughness and timing fuel his playmaking skills. He projects as a starting strong safety in the NFL. I do not know what's happening behind us right now.
I either had too much Malort or that is a bear behind me.
Yeah, I'm never taking a shot of that again.
Things are changing here. All I know is I heard the dog, cat, mouse barking as I was trying to read that scouting report, and a bear showed up behind us.
This bear's got to eat and work out or something.
Yep. It's like the bear right after hibernation crawling out of the cave.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
You know, I made the Amos.
We got the picks, the last couple picks.
Ooh.
Yeah, so the Saints took Lante Taylor, cornerback out of Tennessee, and then the Patriots moved up for the Chiefs pick, and they took Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver out of Baylor. And so now it's back to the Eagles.
What do the Bears, what picks, so they have 71 in the third, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what is after that?
150, 148?
In the fifth?
Yeah, give or take.
So after this, whether it be someone just said that was Georgian in disguise. Be careful. Yeah. Whether it be, you could see them going offensive line or receiver with this third pick. But after that, they're going to have to wait to the 5th round to take that, what position of need, you would say.
Exactly.
So these are the things you worry about for this offense, right? We're going in. They're going to have to I think we're going to have to take a look, guys, at what they call – the third or second, third or wave of free agency. Right?
Yeah.
What is there? Guys who get cut. So it's just interesting for a team that we've heard so much about the offense. They get 2 very good defensive players, but we saw Green Bay do the same thing.
I see a Jim Miller in the chat saying trade Quinn for picks. Is that, do you think?
Yeah,
that's
it's something with a 32-year-old defense. With 18.5 sacks. What do you get? Right? What do you get? For Quinn, obviously, then they have a hole at defensive end.
I just was wondering if you thought it was your Jim Miller.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
I don't think it's the same.
Well, I know. I was just wanting to hear him say it.
Interesting, though, that the Baylor receiver, Tyquan Thornton, just came off the board to the Patriots. They've now drafted Cole Strange and Tyquan Thornton, like 2 guys where
they drafted
they
the
were
Bears
not
guys.
Projected to be drafted where they were drafted.
It's funny how nobody questions.
No, because
right?
Bill
you don't
Belichick
question Bill Belichick, right? So he must know something we don't know.
I'll tell you what, though, the Patriots have not drafted that well the last 6 years.
And it's hard to say it. I know what you're saying. You want to how do you point out that Bill Belichick hasn't?
There's a reason they went out and spent all that money in free agency last year. It got to the point where they kind of had to do it. So, but those are a couple of interesting picks there. It is interesting to me that we saw the Packers go defense. Mm-hmm. We've seen the Vikings go defense, and they went with 2 secondary guys. And that's what the Bears ended up doing, too, with a safety and a corner.
And the Lions, I think, have gone defense 3 times.
Well, they did end up with the wide receiver.
Right. But primarily defense.
Right. So it's it's the black and blue NFC North.
So when Will gets a drink, he doesn't admit he's wrong anymore, Adam. Hang in here now. Just hang in.
Wait, what I missed?
Hang in now. Hang in.
Let's see. Cornerback from Tennessee, Alante Taylor went to the Saints at 49. Tyquan Thornton
off the cornerbacks off the board in this second round, right?
Don't tell Olin, but the Eagles just took Cam Jurgens.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
So Cam Jurgens. So interesting with Jason Kelsey there. They go for a young center also, right? So kind of getting, obviously, Jason Kelsey, one of the better centers over the years now. Getting a little older, obviously we all do. Father Time is undefeated, so they go back to the well. Now they go to the middle. They went Jordan Davis early in the first round, a guy I can't wait to watch play football in the NFL. An absolute monster. And then they go Cam Jurgens, who a lot of people liked coming out of Nebraska as a center. So
Investing in those lines.
Yeah.
Which I thought they would do. I honestly am shocked that they did not address either offensive or defensive line.
Yeah, but as you guys have pointed out and Will has pointed out, some of these guys are falling, right? They're falling and maybe in the third round. But like we talked about, after their third round pick, they don't have a pick to the fifth round. So they need an offensive lineman or a wide receiver, so we won't see one after that to the fifth round unless there's a trade.
I am now in the territory where if George Pickens was still available at 71, despite the concerns, I would take that risk. It's all about what your risk tolerance is.
Right.
Looks like if the chat's correct, he went to Pittsburgh.
Okay, I take that back immediately.
Good timing. You brought him up. Great segue.
So Pickett to Pickens.
Oh, whoa, now in Chicago,
Wilson
you
to
don't want to cut
Wilson.
Mitch out yet.
I know.
Your Twitter feed will fill up.
Mitch was the Mike Lennon of Pittsburgh. Feel bad for him a little bit, but
You think he'll probably? You think? I don't think he'll probably be a starter this year, Mitch.
to start.
Yeah, to start. I would
To
imagine.
start.
Yeah.
But I don't know how long that. You got to remember now. Part of what really kind of stinks for Mitch, just from a public perspective, it's like they drafted Pittsburgh's son
Yeah.
in Kenny
yeah,
Pickett. Like
yeah, I didn't even think of
the
that.
fans are going to be clamoring for him the first day at training camp. Yeah, it's a tough spot for Trubisky.
That is a tough spot.
It really is.
So, and that's a football town, man. They love their Steelers. That's going to be the only thing that matters come camp.
I think Mike Tomlin can get Pickens on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, if anybody can, right? That's a great point. It's a great point. The leadership from the head coach in that building, a guy who's proven to be a great leader. That he probably, like you mentioned, he's probably the guy in the room, right? Saying we can handle this.
Yeah.
Like, should we take Pickens? I know everything we've heard. I can handle him. Right. I can keep him. Although they had Antonio Brown, and that at the end didn't work out so well for them.
And I think Antonio Brown's proven that that's bigger than.
Well, I'm just saying, like that
Correct.
they have had that problem before.
They
So
have
I'm
the
sure that
experience.
discussion was an interesting discussion they had in the room. You know what I mean? Between the owner, the general manager, Coach Tomlin, just something that like we've talked about. It's something worth talking about when you have a guy like Pickens on the board with that kind of talent. Can we handle it?
Another notable pick coming in here, guys.
I think I know
Alec
the one.
Pierce.
Yep.
According to Zach Kiefer from The Athletic, Alec Pierce is going to the Indianapolis Colts. Chris Ballard takes the wide receiver and the Glenbard West product. So congrats to him, local kid, Alec Pierce, going to Indianapolis off the board at number 53.
And they got the kid out of USC too, right? Well, what's his name? He's there already.
Michael
Pittman, right?
Yes,
So
Pittman.
they have him,
Yeah.
and so Matt Ryan has 2 targets now that he can throw the ball to.
Ooh, and Jonathan Taylor in the backfield.
Jonathan Taylor, obviously left tackle, a position that they're thinking about. We thought that we would see them kind of address. So who knows? Ballard and Pose may be competing for the free agent left tackles when we come out of this draft.
Yeah,
You know.
potentially.
So then you would say, okay, who is a free agent would you pick? What team would you go play by Quentin Nelson, block for Jonathan Taylor, block for Matt Ryan? You know, so
Yeah.
as we go through this, eventually, one thing about free agents, they get to pick 2 where they end up.
Oh, I see a Garrett Wolf shout out in the chat. Good old NIU Garrett Wolf.
Good player.
Yeah.
Really good player.
They're kind of like a Tariq Cohn kind of player, right? Yeah.
A little bit ahead of his time in that way.
Yeah, Garrett's a good player.
Who's the running back? Was he a Wolf too?
LaShawn Johnson.
No.
Oh, he wasn't Northern Illinois running back, but Garrett Wolf was the Northern Illinois running back.
Oh, that's what. Yeah.
I see where you're going with that.
Yeah. Okay. So little bit of a run here going on maybe with the wide receivers coming off the board. I'm still interested to see where my guy David Bell goes, obviously. But
I would like to bring up the super chat because there's a super chat and we have
Okay.
lots of people in the chat. So Rakim0431. Do you all think Poles' logic is we have so many holes that he would rather address the holes a group at a time and secondary had the most quality?
Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I think it was just coincidence that you had two guys that were, the DBs that were perhaps, top on the board there. If there was someone else that they had graded higher at receiver or offensive line at that time, I think they would have went that way. But how the board kind of fell, they went with a corner. They sat for a little bit back in the board, and they're probably sitting around thinking like, how in the world is this guy still available here at safety? So they went ahead and took him as well. But obviously the secondary was a big need. There are other big needs, but I just think it was not coincidence, but just kind of the matter of how things kind of played out.
And look, we had him third left on our board here that we've been showing all night. But the top two were Nakobe Dean, who clearly has some health issues, so that probably knocked him below Brisker on the Bears board. And then George Pickens, we've talked about him a lot tonight too, obviously, in those red flags. So I could certainly see that Brisker was probably just the top guy that was available at that point. Maybe they tried to trade back. The one thing I did notice is some of these picks have been flying tonight. The Bears were down in like a minute 20 before we got the notification that they were actually making their pick. So my guess is they were trying to trade down there and maybe just couldn't make it happen. Your guy, Sky Moore.
Going to the Chiefs?
Going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Which, sort of like we were talking with Belichick earlier, just okay.
All right.
He's probably going to be a good player now.
I mean, he has a hell of a quarterback to play with.
It's all about fit, man.
Yep, exactly.
If you're Sky Moore, you want to go to Chicago or you want to go to Kansas City?
Well, he doesn't have a choice. Like he goes wherever he gets drafted.
Well,
he's going to Kansas City.
You know what he meant, Will. Lay off the Malort.
You guys
Your liquid courage is
I
killing
think
you.
Sky Moore was watching this mock draft the other day, just going, no.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
The Michael Scott gift for our producer that loves The Office.
Yes.
I like The Office. I don't know what you're talking about. Just your weird beats in Battlestar Galactica thing I didn't understand.
Cardinals on the clock.
We got a while to go, guys.
Yeah, we
do. We are about, I can do math, 17 picks away from the Bears' next pick, unless they trade up. So at some point, I believe Nicholas Moreano will be talking to these guys at House Hall, and then hopefully we'll get Nick on it, get the reaction, and then Ryan Pace will.
Ryan Poles.
Right.
It happened, I know.
That's the first time it happened. Mark it down. I cannot believe I made it that far, quite frankly.
It's the tequila.
Well, maybe. Maybe. That's actually probably true. But I cannot believe I made it to mark it down April 29th before I did that.
I mean, it's just that muscle memory, and it's Ryan P, and
it's very confusing.
It is.
It's it's that thumbnail we did on Wednesday's mock draft. That picture we took.
Yeah, so you're bringing them back into the forefront of our minds.
Yeah. Hey, Brandon, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much. If Nakobe Dean is there at 71, do you just take him?
Here's the thing, man. It just totally depends on what these medicals actually are. I mean, if it's something that it was too risky to take him early in the second round, okay. Then, 71, I'm okay with it. But I've seen guys fall out of the whole entire draft because they have something, and it's just like these teams just don't think they're really going to be able to have a career.
Like you said, like when is it worth it, right? When is it worth that pick? But
Eddie Jackson went through that.
Yeah.
Eddie Jackson's probably a second-round pick. But with that leg, and he had the rod in his leg, and there was all these medical questions about whether or not, and he's had, we pick him apart a little bit here for his last couple seasons. He's still playing.
Yeah.
He's having a decently long, respectable NFL career that obviously some doctors thought coming out he wasn't going to be able to have.
Very good point. Something I just thought of was during the mini camp, a quote that Eberflus, when he told you guys there at House Hall about the whole, the joke about the lobbying between the two coordinators. I mean, apparently Alan Williams really made a strong case for his side of the ball to get some of this attention.
Yeah, I think it's to the last question that we had. I think it's nothing more to than like you said, just staying true to his board. Just you come in as a young general manager, and you're gonna, you come in with this, I'm gonna take the best player available philosophy, and I think that's what he's doing. I think he's taking the best players that are on his board that fit the scheme that they want to run. But it sure, like you're saying, it sure looks like Coach Flus is winning this battle. in these arguments for, do we build the offense or do we build back our defense? And the problem last year, a lot of people would say, was the secondary.
And again, there's so many variables, and it's all intertwined. And it's not going to just be one of these, points over the other. It's going to be a combination of all of them here. But
well, I'll say this. Remember what I said yesterday on the show, and I've said it a few times. One of the things that stood out to me in a negative way at minicamp that I wasn't necessarily prepared for, expecting, was just looking at that defense and going, there's some more holes out here than I thought. And it was probably emphasized because Jalen Johnson wasn't out there. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, what is
Well, I think that too, and you've watched like years of, you guys would go up there and watch practice. It was Khalil Mack. It was Akeem Hicks. It was Eddie Goldman. It was Roquan Smith, Danny Trevathan. I mean, when they lined up, that wasn't a unit you want to see on a Sunday morning. They were tough. They brought it to you every week. Jalen Johnson, Kyle Fuller, Eddie Jackson. They just had a lot of guys, and now you go out there and you don't see all those names anymore. All these guys who are really good, Pro Bowl type players at their position.
But exactly, and to actually kind of see it, I think, in person with them on the field, I think is what was sort of jarring to me. But especially in the secondary. Well, so that gets back to the next time they line up. Right, at OTAs in a few weeks. They'll have rookie minicamp next week, but that'll just be the rookies. But when they get out there the following week for OTAs with the whole team, it's going to look a little bit different now that they've added a couple, high second-round picks to that defense to fill some of those glaring holes. Now, I don't know they'll necessarily run them out there with the ones in the first practice. They'll probably have to earn that. But I think by the time we get into camp and actual games, we're going to see that with these two secondary guys.
Were you covering the team in Coach Trestman's first year?
Yes.
Did the defense kind of give you that feeling too when you went there the first year when Mel Tucker took over? They didn't re-sign Urlacher, and the defense really struggled.
Well, to go out there and all of a sudden Urlacher's not out there.
Right.
Holy.
Yeah,
I mean, that
looks different. Right?
It looks now. Lance was still out there.
Yeah, Peanut.
He had to skip that one practice to open up the barbecue joint, though.
Right.
Right before the season. So that was our first glimpse of Urlacher and Briggs are not. That was actually 2014, though. That was the second year of the Trestman era. That was the year it was really going downhill quickly. But yeah, then you started getting guys in there like Jarrell Freeman at linebacker. Who was the guy? Williams that they had from Denver?
They drafted Bostic, right? Didn't they draft
John Bostic. Yeah. So
he's had a pretty good NFL career. Isn't he
still going?
Yeah, still at Washington, right?
Yeah. He had, I will say.
But anyway, I just
one hit.
We haven't seen against the Chargers.
Yes.
Like you're saying, we haven't seen that defense look like you're saying when you go up there right now to Hallis Hall. Usually you're so used to walking out and seeing a dominating unit. We haven't seen the defense with as many holes as we see them with right now.
It's true. This offense, though, man.
Yeah.
It just. I'm sitting here tonight and telling you that they drafted two good defensive players. I do believe that. At what point is Justin Fields not going to be in position to have success?
That's the question. That's what we're going to find out.
They're just fully going to rely on the scheme and the coaching, and it has to be better. It absolutely has to be better than what it was before. But you just hope he's not running for his life. You hope he has guys to throw the ball to, and in that regard, I'm not going to blame any fan right now sitting there going, what the hell? Because they got a lottery pick last year with Justin Fields. And to this point, we're now a year later, and it's hard to feel like the Bears are doing what they should be doing with that lottery pick.
The only draft decision that they've made to actually help him was the one they made immediately after, and that would have been Tevin Jenkins, a high draft pick. And I know Bourne was a little later and really good pick, but in terms of addressing it in the early rounds, and they didn't have a lot
where we are, right?
Right, exactly. In this juncture of the draft, that's the only thing they've done.
Well, it's just, man, the offense has been a problem for years, and that's what we heard General Manager Ryan Post talk about when he hit that podium. And a lot of times when you're watching these press conferences, maybe it's what he was asked about. That's why he was talking about it. But like we talked about, they got a third-round pick, and then we don't see them again for a while, right? So they have needs at wide receiver. The wide receiver market has now dried up also in free agency, right? Because everyone has gone out there and got themselves one. So you would say the Bears are going to go into this year. Darnell Mooney is their number one wide receiver, right? So does that scare the defense? Does that back the safety off? It depends on how much Darnell Mooney develops.
Correct.
Right? It depends on what he becomes with Justin Fields. But a team that needs to put guys around their young quarterback, you wouldn't say Justin Fields is at the point in his career yet where you say, well, he's going to raise the level of everybody around him, kind of like Aaron Rodgers. So you just worry about that we get there. We got Borum at left tackle. We got Jenkins at right tackle. We've seen a little bit of it, but not a lot. Cole Kmet. It's just, man, on our offense, there's a lot to worry about.
Seth chiming in here with a super chat. He says, I'm sorry if this was answered. Just joining in live. Welcome in, Seth. Appreciate you joining in. You guys can jump in at any point tonight. What about Brisker and Gordon made it a no-brainer to draft them over all the wide receivers and all linemen? Yeah, we've been talking about that. I think it's just a matter of the only thing to justify, quite frankly, given the needs they have, is that they were the top players on the board.
Yep.
And they're going to say that, and in this case, I believe them because otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Well, and they do, when you watch them and study them, like you guys have, they do make sense when you hear Coach Eberflus talk. When you think about Mike Brown, who was a second-round pick as a safety, that kind of guy, right? They need a cornerback, a willing tackler. Will went through everything. Adam read it from the Beast. These guys match what we hear from Coach Eberflus.
Right. I mean, they not only do they fill like the two needs in the secondary, but they are like polar opposites of like the talent that was there last year on the field. And like in a Kendall Vildor, whether it be like a Duke Shelley, Tashawn Gibson too. Like Gibson's a good player. He's a solid safety, but Brisker is a little bit more physical and a little bit, I'd say, stronger in the box. But yeah, overall, I think and also like Adam, what you're able to uncover in the Beast, it's not just like the on-field fit, but they've all seemed like really good, strong fits from the culture perspective as well. And I think that had some weight to it too.
Real quick, got to mention that this awesome draft day live special is presented by PointsBet, and they want to make sure you know that if you're looking to bet on who the Bears will take, I guess that still applies to the rest of the draft, you can head on over to PointsBet, the home of live betting for the NFL draft. It's not just the Bears picks, it's all the picks. PointsBet will price any draft market you want. Download the PointsBet app today. Use code CHGO to get 2 risk-free bets up to $2,000.
So the Bears have 3 picks left. Is that right?
4.
4 picks left.
Yeah, They have 4 picks. 1 tonight at number 71. Super chat here, Bernard Raymond, an OK pick at 71.
Yep.
Pretty raw. That's the guy you and I talked about earlier today, Olin.
He's a raw player. Now I think he has 20 catches as a tight end. They just moved him over from tight end. His technique is not really good, but the kind of guy that Coach Morgan, the offensive line coach, Coach Getsy, Ryan Poles has talked about, athletic. They can move side to side quickly. But I think this draft it's strong in those kind of guys, right? You got Parham from Memphis. He got his teammate Godke. Still got Petit Ferry on the board. So we'll see when we get there. It's just, now you're just looking at 2 defensive. When this day is over, there's going to be 2 defensive guys and maybe 1 offensive guy. So we'll see where they go next, because if they are sticking to their board, you could get I'm going to get myself ready. Get yourself ready. You could see another defensive player come off the board.
I don't think you can completely rule it out. I do want to say the Bears are doing something tonight that I absolutely love, and we do have Nick out at Hallis Hall, so hopefully he'll be able to give us more. But they're giving reporters access to the scouts that scouted these guys. In the past, they would do like a video on the website, and you get to hear a little bit, but they're actually, it sounds like letting Nick and the others talk to the scouts. So a very good scout the Bears have. Francis St. Paul is the, I guess, the key scout on Kyler Gordon. And he said, this is according to Adam Johns on Twitter, the quote, "When we watched him on tape and he ran that 40 time, the 4.52, we kind of got a little excited because we were like, uh-oh, we might actually have a chance now. He plays way faster than that time that he posted. Sometimes that works to your advantage, man. Those 40 times are not everything.
Right.
And that is a position where they put a lot of stock in the 40 time at corner. But if a guy plays faster on tape and he falls to you because of that 40 time, it's certainly not a bad thing. Christian with a super chat here. Good defense can help a young QB by making it easier to commit to the run, especially if the defense is taking the ball away.
No doubt. There's no doubt.
Hey, this is Chicago, man. We know all about that.
Yeah, no doubt.
We know all about that.
The good news for the Bears is since they've even taken, Kyler Gordon at 39.
Rodkey just went to Tampa Bay.
Oh, there's that.
Oh,
one.
Luke Odecki
Yep.
Odecki, sorry.
from Central Michigan.
No, good thing that you mentioned that because I was going to say only one offensive lineman has been drafted. Now I will say there's been two offensive linemen drafted since the Bears made their first pick here in the second round. So we saw that big.
This is kind of like what you talked about, though, Will, right? This is kind of where you thought they would start coming off the board.
Yes.
Right? We're kind of in that area now where these old linemen are going to start coming off the board, especially after, Juergens went and Godecki went. So we'll see as we go along here. Kappa leaves Tampa Bay, their right guard. I think Ali Marpet retired, so they go and get a young replacement for a guy that to put by the center Ryan Jensen.
Yeah, last few picks here just to update you, and I think we're going to have Nick on here momentarily. Trey McBride, the tight end, going to Arizona as they continue to load up on the offense.
Yep.
He was the top tight end in the draft, the first one that goes at number 55. Cowboys addressing that line, this time on the defensive side. Sam Williams, the defensive lineman from Ole Miss. Then Luke Godecki, the offensive lineman from Central Michigan, 6'5", 312, goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to help
And
Tom
when I
Brady.
watched his film, I thought he'd go before his teammate. I just thought he was a little more clean in there. And I think his teammate, although people like his athleticism at left tackle, I don't think he's a left tackle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he'll be a pretty good player inside, but I think he would struggle pass protecting at left tackle.
Maybe a fit for the Bears then. We'll have
Yeah.
to see. So, but let's bring in our – oh, what's up?
I've got a technical issue here.
Okay.
I know Nick is not supposed to be seen from Hallis.
Only heard.
And
Do you need my
I know
help
we
again?
Yeah, actually, Will, if you wouldn't mind stepping around this
Ooh.
side.
Stepping behind the curtain.
Yeah,
to help
please
Here
out.
we go.
Just for a minute.
Here we go.
Thank
We'll
you.
make it happen. We're working through some rules here that have to be followed. Let's just put it that way to get our guy Nick on from House Hall. But yeah, they did just get a chance to talk to Kyler Gordon and the scout that targeted him, Francis St. Paul. So I'm intrigued to hear what Nick has to say from House right now.
Oh, yeah. Obviously excited about, the two secondary picks that they get. I mean, they take the highest guys on their board. I mean, we'll probably just keep repeating that because that's what explains them going defense, right? Which a lot of talk about wide receiver and offensive line going into the draft.
Yeah.
But we'll see what he says.
Well, and they can afford to do that right now. They haven't played
Yeah,
any
they got
games.
time.
They haven't lost any games.
All right, let's see if this works.
Okay.
If we can talk to Nick.
Moment of
Let's do
truth. Can we get a drum roll or something? I don't know. Nicholas Moreano, are you there?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Ooh.
We can hear you, Nicholas.
I'm
How you
actually
doing,
more
man?
impressed that there was actually a drum roll, though, that just popped up. That was insane.
I heard
Yeah, I got
that.
you.
It
I
sounded
didn't know I had
pretty
that
good.
much power. Nick, what's up, man? What's going on at House Hall?
Oh, just kind of evaluating. Like you guys, I was listening a little bit while you guys were doing the show and trying to, assess like two defensive backs, right? With the first two picks in the second round, you guys. So, liked Kyler Gordon, and we just got to speak to him for a little bit. And then the area scout, Francis. So, basically, you guys, the Bears made this pick, or what they really liked about Gordon, and they actually mentioned that 40 time that he had, which a lot of people were like, oh, he didn't run as fast as he should have. And they said that was a good thing. That allowed the Bears to like think like maybe he could drop a little bit and we can go up, or we can go and select him. And that's kind of what happened here. But Gordon talked about his 40 time and basically was saying, yeah, I played a lot faster than that. I stumbled a little bit in the beginning, but, it ended up working out in the Bears' favor.
What stood out? This is the first time I always like these calls actually that we get with them, because we're getting to know them right away. We don't know them at all, basically, other than what we've read and watched on film. But what was your first impression talking to Kyler Gordon for the first time?
Yeah, so this was actually my second time speaking with him. I got to actually talk to him at the NFL Scouting Combine, but it's a guy that he actually watched a lot of Jalen Johnson's tape, being in the same conference, so knowing exactly who he was. And so he just seemed like a guy that was humble, happy to be with the Bears. And he was actually asked, like, do you know about this fan base? And we all know how crazy this fan base is. And he's like, I really don't know much about it. And we all kind of were like, well, you're going to know a lot about it really soon. But he seemed just really humble with, his responses. He did have a 30 visit with the Bears, so they were obviously looking into him, and a corner that he actually looked up to or models his game after.
We need another drum roll for he left us hanging there.
He does seem to be frozen on his little screen.
It's like an episode of Ozark, just a cliffhanger there.
Total cliffhanger, like the end of Severance. Severance?
Well, I think he was going to say Darrelle Revis. Okay.
That's exactly who I was going to say. I don't know if I'm still
frozen
or not.
Really?
What's up, you guys?
Were you really going to say Darrelle Revis?
No. Yeah.
Well, now I'm just confused.
Maybe.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Is it still frozen?
No, you're good. You're good to go. We got you now.
It was Darrelle Revis, so you got it. You finished my sentence, even though I was frozen in time here at Hallis Hall. But yes, he did say Darrelle Revis, and he's just really looking forward to. I actually asked him at the NFL Scouting Combine, hey, who's someone that you're really looking forward to, like really going up against as you're now transitioning, becoming an NFL player? This is at the Scouting Combine. He didn't give me an answer there, so I followed up again here in today's short, questionnaire here, and he still didn't give me an answer. He's just looking forward to going down the line and kind of challenging all the wide receivers that he'll end up facing. So I think he's just a guy that's really eager and ready to get to work.
Nick, I have to ask you. You and I, we always have a really good track record of these mock drafts to the Bears. I had Jalen Johnson. You got his counterpart now, and Kyler Gordon. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, it's a guy that I really like, you guys. He's ultra athletic, has like that kung fu background, the competitive dance, and that was something that the area scout was actually talking about, Francis St. Paul, about. You could see that in.
Oh,
That is all bad reception.
He must have said something wrong.
He must be on sprint.
But a lot of things that you guys are talking about, a lot of things that they liked about him is what you guys liked about, right? Like just being that kind of cornerback and that kind of defense. I think Nicholas might be back here, but if we can hear you, Nicholas, continue.
I think we got you, Nick.
Yeah, yes. Again, it's the Bears Wi-Fi. I can't do much about it, but
costs more than $15.
Blame the
guy that
Wi-Fi.
I think-
It's that green bubble phone you got. Let's just be honest.
Okay, maybe that's what it is. Who knows? But he is a day one starter, you guys. I think when you look opposite of Jalen Johnson, there's not really much competition that the Bears currently have on this roster. So I think it made sense at 39. Now the Brisker pick, and I know I heard you guys kind of debating there about it. He's a good player, and I know I think you guys had him ranked 5 on the big board, if I'm not mistaken, that you guys had up there on the podcast.
Yeah, I actually like him more than Gordon.
Okay, interesting. I just think it's a bit rich to go 2 picks in the secondary when you do have all these holes on offense, you guys. And I thought there were quality players still left on the board that the Bears are going to make a pick like to address any of the offensive needs. But obviously they go with Brisker.
Nick, I just talked myself off the ledge, man. You putting me right back on that. I just got back to my seat. I just recovered. I'm trying to be in on these picks, but we're with you. We're with you on just kind of two good football players. You understand secondary was a weakness, but a lot of talk about wide receiver and offensive line, and we haven't seen one yet. To Will and Adam's point, there are some offensive linemen left on the board, though, that have come and are hopefully one gets to the Bears.
Hopefully, because at this point, it's like, when are the Bears going to – obviously they have a third-round pick for now as we're kind of doing this live, but we'll see when they actually address those offensive needs. And I know Bears Twitter just kind of probably blew up when they saw George Pickens go to 52 to the Steelers, but when is it that the Bears are going to just add to, the weapons that are surrounding Justin Fields? Because at this point, it still falls a little flat for me, and that's why the Brisker pick, yes, he may be a good player for the Bears, but, man, there's just a lot of holes on this team.
No question. And
I agree with that.
That's the only –
but a lot of holes everywhere, like we talked about.
Right, which is why you just would have liked to see him trade down in one of those points, with one of those picks, I should say. Anything else? I'm intrigued that you guys got to talk to the scout. I like that. Is there anything else from Francis St. Paul that we should know about?
Yeah, so a couple things that I just jotted down here, like why, again, Gordon was appealing to them, always competing, and they actually saw that more so because he didn't start the first 2 years there at Washington, but what they were able to see still is how he competed on special teams. And so that really stuck out to Francis St. Paul and this Bears, scouting staff. Was look how he's competing on special teams. If he's doing that there, once he gets onto the field, which he eventually did at Washington as that starting outside cornerback there, imagine what he's going to do. So he did talk about how he's able to really compete in special teams. He was a guy that didn't get a lot of targets, so they liked that. And really, that was something that stuck out to the Bears coaching staff. But another thing, he didn't commit a lot of penalties or give up touchdowns at Washington. So that was something that, again, Francis St. Paul really liked about.
No penalties, didn't give up touchdowns. You like that on the cornerback.
Those were two things that I would take all day.
Right, yeah. After what we watched last year, right?
Yeah.
One of our commenters is joking that George pulled the hamster off the wheel.
Take that with a grain of salt.
Nick, we'll let you go because Jaquan Brisker is going to talk here in a few minutes. I want to make sure you're there for that. So the Bears' second pick tonight will be meeting with the media at House Hall. I think that's over Zoom. And when you guys are done with that, jump back on. Of course, we might have another pick because I think we're 10 away from the Bears' next pick at 71. So, But we'll hear again from Nick. Good stuff there, Nick. Nicholas Moreano, follow him on Twitter for all the latest at House Hall while we are here, and he will join us in a little bit. The super chats are piling up. Someone said he has Alex Brown's
that was
internet.
the first thing I wanted to show there.
That is notorious for crapping out.
Jerry Angelo's phone call the other day.
Yeah, that was.
It would be an interesting question for GM Ryan Poles is when he went to minicamp, did he like what he saw from the offensive line, or did Coach Morgan what he saw from the offense? You know what I'm saying? Like,
can you give us an idea what they would be looking for in that setting when you?
Well, maybe
don't
they
have
think
pads
we've heard him talk about that. Don't underestimate this scheme making these players better. Mm-hmm. And maybe they think some of these offensive linemen will be better in this scheme. So that'll be an interesting question for him if he thought he had a little more room or time to develop the offensive line because of what he saw at minicamp, right? Because right now you would say even if a lineman does fall to them here, like we talked about earlier, he's probably not a starter, right? He's probably not a starter type. You do got to get competition in that room. You got to get another body. I talked about on the last podcast that we were on, Adam and Will. I talked about how in '98 when I got drafted, I definitely was not ready to be a starter. It took me a year to get used to the NFL. It took me a year to learn from Casey Wigman how to be a pro, from a veteran, how to carry myself, how to study my book, how to prepare. Anyway, those are the kind of guys I think that we are looking at now. So I'm interested to hear from Ryan Post to see if did him and the coaching staff discuss, hey, this guy may be a little better than we thought in this system.
Maybe.
You
Yeah.
know?
Possible. Ramsey's in here with a super chat. Says, first of all, CHGO is legit the best media source in Chicago. All of you are killing it. Thank you very much for saying that.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Ramsey's. And second, you think they'll address offense in free agency and the rest of the draft on O as well? What if they just went rest of the draft offense?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say the rest of the draft, when a 37-year-old general manager goes 2 defensive picks for a team like this, I'm going to say that I believe now he's sticking to his board. Mm-hmm. Whoever is the highest on his board is the pick he is taking.
Agreed. I don't think he's going to just go for one side of the ball or the other just because he hasn't addressed it at this point. As Olin said, like sticking to those guns a little bit, which I can respect for him coming in and doing that for sure.
Yeah.
I can't help but notice Perrion Winfrey's still on the board,
He is still on the board.
Right.
by the way, since they're going to go defense the rest
Right.
of the draft. Tony says, Poles and company don't want Fields. No protection, no one to throw to. Prove me wrong, guys, and remember, actions speak louder than words.
I mean, how we saw Lamar Jackson last night active on Twitter. We see quarterbacks active a lot. You wonder how your young franchise quarterback feels about the direction this draft is going. It's a topic obviously worth talking about for Justin Fields. Obviously, you want – talked about a lot on this podcast. Listen, man, I mean, you're not good alone out there on the football field, and the scheme does not change everything. So, I mean, look, I'm not going to say they don't want him. Obviously, you hope Fields doesn't feel the way that this guy poses this question.
Right. And, well, at least I'll appreciate one thing about Dustin is he's not out there on Twitter, like putting cryptic tweets out there for everyone to kind of clamor around.
Hey, Justin, man, if you're looking for a show to jump on,
Right.
Yeah.
Anytime.
like Aaron Rodgers last night, even if it's just to say, hey, in polls I trust. Hey,
I love it.
Aaron Rodgers went on Pat McAfee last night and said, hey, they know what they're doing. He wasn't upset about it. And then what they do today? They traded up.
He's got, what,
Christian
50,
Watson.
50 million
point.
reasons a year not to be worried about?
Yeah.
To totally support them?
Someone else wanted us. Okay.
There's only one?
Yeah.
There's only one?
Plenty of
I
beer
think he was
here.
trying to take
Plenty of
orders.
beer.
Yeah.
No, I'm –
Whatever.
What are you guys' opinions on Romeo Dubes?
Nevada wide receiver.
Okay.
Yep. He's like a mid-round guy. I think you said Nevada, right?
I said Nevada, but
Nevada,
I'm
but
from
yeah.
Chicago.
Nevada.
He's from Chicago.
Yeah, he had that hard A. No, I understand. But, I don't know a ton about him other than he's a little bit, I think, I don't want to say anything because I don't know anything about him.
He's
I just know he
he's
plays
Sky
school.
Moore light.
I thought he was smaller, but there's also, I think, Bo Melton I get him confused with.
Yeah.
But there you go. That's my thoughts.
No, that's good. That's more than I had. Genghis Phillips says, I'm sure someone already mentioned it, but popping in and seeing Will's jacket
Ooh.
looking so money calmed
you.
my rage at the picks.
I'm hiding a Peyton jersey, which is honestly terrible.
Should never
as
really
well.
hide a Peyton jersey, but
It's
it's
not
a
hiding
beautiful
it.
jacket.
It's not like I'm doing it purposely. It's just I think it's a good look.
Are those 100-year jerseys?
100 years with the extras.
With the Walter Payton on it?
Yeah, that's because I decided like my jersey look was so bad, I needed to do something.
Oh, see,
different.
I respect that, and that's pretty much the advice I give people these days. That you shouldn't buy jerseys of current players. Like, go out and buy an Olin Kreutz jersey before you buy.
that Daniel Fa'alele in this other super chat here.
Yeah.
That's the guy you asked about, right?
Yes.
From Minnesota. Interesting.
Definitely got to get to the super chat. $25 from Andrew Fitzpatrick.
big,
Thank
Andrew.
you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, man.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Is this the first best player available? Someone else wants us to do a shot. I will not do a shot, but I will. I will gladly drink Guinness. But
we talked about this earlier, and in my opinion, Falele doesn't match what they are trying to do on offense, system-wise. And I think he's a good player. I think he's a big, strong right tackle, the kind of guy you want to run behind a power scheme, in a gap scheme, in a power running offense, kind of like the New England Patriots have. The Baltimore, you could see this guy being a Baltimore Raven, right? He would match that kind of offensive line, downhill, gap scheme, big guys. But for what the Bears are trying to do, I don't think he'll be the best player available on their board.
Now,
and I was just going to say, and I trust you fully on that more than
right.
Like, I just watched the Gophers. I'm like, oh, I like the you know the scheme, and I totally believe you on that. I think, but that's where fit matters. He could be a very good lineman somewhere else.
Exactly. And, hey, if the Ravens picked him up, it'd be a hell of a pick, as each of them have been for Baltimore. I know he didn't make your big board. Actually, he did. He's on the bottom. That's why I've been staring at the name. I wanted Olin's thoughts on Sean Ryan because he's someone that played tackle but projects at guard, so he has that size that you were talking about, that tackle size that can move in. He's an athlete. And when I talked to him at the NFL Combine, as Adam said, like sometimes you just get like a good feeling about a guy. He was like all positivity, good vibes, and I really thought like I walked away like impressed by what he had to say, but also like he was confident but humble and just overall just positive energy.
Right, and in that, as we're seeing with their first 2 picks, is important for this coaching staff, right? What you just brought up, culture builders, is always important for a new coach, a new general manager, guys that they want in their building, because really you want the locker room to belong to the players. You want leaders in there. You don't want to have to worry about that. So you can see, I think when I watched him, more of a fifth round guy, but a good football player, always blocking people, like not dominant, but just always blocking people. And I thought he had, honestly, when I watched him, I said, man, this guy has really good hands for a college offensive lineman. And then reading up about him, there's always a reason, right? I don't know if you guys notice that too when you study players. Like you'll find something and say, okay, like Morgan has great feet. And then, oh, he's a dancer and he does kung fu. But his grandfather was a boxer. Sean Ryan's was. And it just kind of, you can always find little tidbits like that of why guys are good at certain things they do.
Yeah.
You know?
We did just say, not that the Bears would have taken another safety, but Brian Cook from Cincinnati went to the Kansas City Chiefs. And we are down to the last 2 picks.
Gosh, that's Cincinnati defense, right?
Oh.
I mean, that Cincinnati team, they had some players on there, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're right up there with Georgia, it feels like, with the amount of guys, which is saying a lot for Cincinnati. Bob jumping in here with the super chat. You can have all the cap space in the world next year. Who is going to want to come here if we keep bumbling around like drunk toddlers at the draft?
That's the question I wish we could have asked at the Combine to both Poles or Eberflus. Like, what makes Chicago an attractive free agent destination? So far, obviously, we haven't gotten any big household names this year, and that could have been strategic. There could have been things that fell through, but I think that makes a good point. Like, if you're not making any forward progress with this new coaching staff, this new regime and general manager, like what would make you want to go to Chicago over some of these other teams in the league?
And we all know what it is, right? It's that, but that's going to be there for good players.
Yes,
good players get more than one offer, and it is money. But listen, the development of Justin Fields.
Yes.
People want to go play with a good quarterback. There's a saying in the NFL. Good quarterbacks get guys paid, bad quarterbacks get guys fired, right? So everyone wants to get around a good quarterback. So we talked a lot about really this year, this team, with not having a first-round pick. It would be about the current guys on the roster developing, and now it's starting to really look that way on offense, right? Mooney's going to have to take a step. Cole Kmet, Montgomery or Khalil Herbert. But most important is going to be Getsy and Justin Fields' relationship, and can he grow in this offense, this scheme?
I think he can. We'll have to watch it unfold, but has a lot of strong potential to do so.
Yeah, and you look at the San Francisco game, right? The Pittsburgh game is one we always point to.
Yeah, so many glimpses.
Yeah, that Pittsburgh, that drive where he hit Mooney on the left corner, that end zone. At Heinz Field, the terrible towels waving. That's a big-time drive, right? That's a big-time kind of play you wanted to look for him. Now he went to see the Ravens next week. Wink Martindale confused him a little bit, then he got hurt. So it's just we're all waiting. Just of course, here, I mean, I'll speak for myself. I came into the year worried about the offense. I'll probably leave this draft still worried about the offense.
It sure seems that way. Back-to-back Cook picks, because after Brian Cook, the safety, went to Kansas City, the Buffalo Bills draft Georgia running back James Cook, who is the brother of Dalvin Cook, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
another Bulldog off the board.
Yeah. So it seems like every other pick is a
what
Bulldog.
college did he go to?
Georgia.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Georgia, just everybody from Georgia, the entire
Right,
team
the whole team's
has been
getting-
drafted in the first 2 rounds of the NFL draft. So congrats to Kirby Smart.
Yeah, Kirby
It reminds
Smart
you
wins
of when
the
Ogeron won the title with LSU.
Oh, yeah.
They did their whole team. Next thing you looked up and you're like, man, no wonder they won the title.
Yeah.
They had all these guys. So
No kidding.
that defense, the defensive line, that was, man. You know why they came back and beat Alabama.
Yeah.
Thoughts on this super chat here from Jagtog? The over-under on number of points the Bears score next year, offense as is.
Like per game?
I'm going to start at 20.
Oh, that's.
yeah.
I still don't think it can be worse.
I agree. It can't be.
Oh, take it from a guy who knows. It can be worse. Well, maybe not worse than 18.3. And then the year,
Yeah.
no, in 2019, was it 17?
20 is like that number that just seems to be a
Well, they
ceiling.
they averaged 20. Remember they went on that run in 2020, like the last 5. They scored 30 points a game when Mitch came back, like 33 for like the last 5 or 6 games.
And didn't they like really go like run the football heavy too towards the end?
Yeah, they basically ran the offense that they just the outside zone.
Yeah.
But remember now, that's what Dow Loggins drafted Mitch. He wanted to run the outside zone offense. That's what they wanted to run. So, but I'm gonna go 20. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean that's like that. I can't say any higher than that number until they can prove they can score more than that, because it's been that weird. I don't know if it's mental or if it's just talent wise or coaching, but 20 seems to be the number the Bears can't reach.
I just said it couldn't be worse. I didn't say it would be much better.
Correct. I know that.
I do feel like the coaching and the change of scheme has to count for something in all this, but they got to add somebody.
But we also don't know, as with their tackles, with everybody else, we don't know what Luke Getsy is either. No one really
Correct.
knows, as offense coordinator in the NFL, what he is. We don't know what coach. So this team has a lot of questions, man. They have a lot of – you're expecting to see LaFleur-type offense that we see in Green Bay, but we really don't know.
We don't.
Yeah.
Who is Luke Getsy without Aaron Rodgers?
Right. And without Coach LaFleur and without Nathaniel Hackett and without all those guys
And
around him.
Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams. And so it's going to be an interesting year. Like, as excited as you can't say when you look at the 2 guys they drafted that you're not excited as them as football players, right? The safety, everybody likes him. The cornerback out of the University of Washington. I mean, gosh, people love him. So, but gosh, you come into this year, well, as Will pointed out, you came into every year like, how are we going to fix this offense?
Yeah.
Right? It feels like we've heard the same speech for years at that podium from no matter who's up there.
Yep.
Right? The general manager in 2019, they fired their offensive line coach, told you the offensive line was a problem. Scoring points was a problem. It continues to be a problem, and you don't see guys coming in to fix the problem. But Post told us that this scheme should help people improve.
By the way, we are now into round 3.
Yeah.
Nick Bonito goes to our friends at DNVR. The linebacker from Oklahoma is the Broncos pick at number 64, which puts the Jacksonville Jaguars on the board at 65 in round 3, getting closer to the Bears pick. But
Cheers,
where I'm
guys.
going with this is
Hit me with it.
no quarterbacks drafted in the 2nd round. Kenny Pickett.
When's the last time only one quarterback was taken between the first 2 rounds?
Oh, man.
By the way, guys, did it get hot in here? I feel like very hot all of a sudden. Why is that?
Because that bear suit.
Well, your hair, all your hair ended up on your body, apparently. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Which music festival did you wear that to?
No, that's an old a grab from Fox Sports Net. I don't know if you know Tom Waddle's show, Cubs Sox Underground, or I don't know what the heck the show is called, but the bear suit was used in that show, and I just got it at the end of my time there.
You've had it ever since.
I've had it for like 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheers.
See, I watched him and Corey McFerrin growing up. Big kind of like people I really got me interested in like sports and journalism.
Okay.
Of course, you watching you on TV, Comcast Sportsnet in high school. not trying to age you.
Now I feel old. But thank you. I appreciate that.
And I got Mr. Kreutz here, one of the other, one of those Bears that I always looked up to as a kid too. So you want to know why it takes some liquid courage to start speaking. I'm between two people that I have tremendous respect for.
We all have liquid courage tonight.
I got one more super chat if you want before we get to the third round here. Well, first of all, TO3 says he's drinking with us. Cheers, bear down. Thank you, TO3.
He's the one that wanted us to take more shots.
Yeah,
which we're meeting you halfway with the Guinness.
You're at home though already.
Yeah,
we
we have to get home later.
I have a 5-hour drive after this.
But here you go from RB.
I forgot that.
You said Saturday. Let's do remote. All right, Adam. I'll be there.
I was trying to back you up. I thought you wanted to go home. Apparently, he doesn't want to go home.
I want to go home.
I already told him that
cooked.
couch is a pullout over
my
there.
baby.
So.
You want Justin to look good or win games? Defense can be a quarterback's best friend. Very true.
Yep.
Very true. A high-level defense can be a quarterback's best friend.
So can the left tackle.
Left tackle can be. So can number one wide receiver.
Yep. Well, so many options.
Yeah. The thing is, if you look at this defense and their front, even with this addition, Khalil Mack's not here, Akeem Hicks is not here, Eddie Goldman's not here anymore. It's going to be an interesting year. Like I don't really know what to expect. Even if they would honestly, even if they went offense, guys, and put a smile on my face and went offensive line and wide receiver, I still didn't know what to. And then I would go home and I'd be worried about the secondary and the defensive line stopping the run because
there's so many holes.
Yeah, there is just a lot of holes on this team. It's just Justin Fields to me is the most important player in your building. And I'd love to see him with some weapons. I just don't see very many guys left on this board who can make a big difference this year. That doesn't mean they can't develop into Pro Bowl, All-Pro type players. It's just going to be an interesting. It's going to be an interesting preseason. It's going to be an interesting year, man. Watching this team develop.
Again, I like Sean Ryan, Nicholas Petit-Frere, Abraham Lucas. Did you get to watch any on him?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what I was able to at least gather, I wish you did because I know you do such a better job than I would. But he's another left tackle type who has like that.
Are you talking about the Washington State?
Abraham Lucas? No, I don't think so.
No.
Let me look up where he actually went to school. I just know the name.
See, guys, I think the problem is just we had to switch the attire to the collaboration T-shirt.
Oh, there you go.
There's just not,
Vanilla Ice is here.
The old collaborators would have drafted 3 wide receivers by now for Justin.
Ugh.
Oh, no, you're right. Washington State.
Yeah,
they would have been the wrong wide
receiver.
receivers.
I heard good things, like a good football player, but like most guys who are going here, well, geez, this is about the part of the draft that I went in. So there's question marks, right? Questions on developing and will you develop into a player? And there's always guys that get to the third round, a lot of good football players, but usually it's guys that need a little help to get going a little bit.
And center Luke Fortner going off the board to the Jaguars with the first pick in the 3rd round. He's destined to have an Olin Kreutz-like career now.
Wait, so he's Kennard's teammate, right, on the line at Kentucky, I believe?
Yes.
And Kennard's still on the board?
Still on the board.
Still on the board.
Okay.
So,
thanks, TO3. Shout out CHGO.
Oh, thank
you, sir.
Yeah,
Hoge's
appreciate
man.
you. We're having fun here. We hope you guys are too.
Read J-Max.
J-Mac, I just assumed the tequila took the top off. Well,
I don't know if he meant like your shirt, like the top.
There will not be any more layers coming off. There were 2 layers today.
It's podcast time. Right? We got a guy in a bear suit. Might as well get someone shirt.
There's been a lot going on here tonight.
Yes,
but I hope everybody's enjoying it. I know I am. I love the draft. We're having fun
awesome,
here.
Man.
At the end of the day, you just got to have look. Are your expectations really that high? You know this franchise and what happens here, okay? The best thing that you could do is just have fun with it. It's football, and that's what we're here to do. And at least it's, give us something to talk about. Back-to-back secondary players.
Michael says, trade Quinn for Olave. We do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We will do that.
What? I like that trade.
Yeah, we'll do. We'll take it.
I cannot believe the Bears.
Can we do the trade?
Why won't Ryan Poles take that trade? What is wrong with him?
That is fun.
Brian Asamoah to the Vikings.
Brian Asamoah went to the Vikings.
Linebacker out of Oklahoma.
Oh, man, the 3rd round, though, it rolls.
I was just going to say, I like the speed of these picks.
Yeah.
Going to start to pick up
talking
here. And we are getting closer. Giants on the clock, followed by the Browns, the Titans, the Jaguars again, and
Texans.
then the Bears.
Texans
draft
took
the
that
3-10.
Browns. So it's Giants, Texans, Titans, Jaguars, then Bears. Remember the Browns Texans trade.
Linebacker, punter, and we're out. Adam will be happy.
What were you saying? I'm sorry, Lawrence.
I was saying the Texans and Browns traded last round, so
Yes.
it's the Texans after the Giants.
I think that. Oh, okay. Maybe this just didn't update.
I'm on NFL.com.
Yeah, I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you. I'm on a different one. So
My
it must
computer
not.
is starting to smoke a little bit, though. It's
Oh, no.
It's getting a little hot over here.
Same.
It's just from the fire here. The Bears draft. It's basically what it is. I'll tell you some guys. Why don't we pull up that
30,
board here since it's been a while? And people are starting to get after me because I had Nakobe Dean number one. Nakobe Dean was supposed to go in the first round.
Well, you
guys.
didn't know about the injury.
Okay.
Yeah.
The information about him being hurt came out today. And quite frankly, depending on how bad that injury is and really what your doctors are saying, I think you're going to reach a point in this draft where you're going to take that risk and go get a guy who really is a first-round player. I also like Chad Muma a lot. That is well documented. I'm a little surprised he's still on the board, so you start to wonder about what's going on there too.
Giants just took a guard, Joshua Izudu.
Which, again, I mean,
It's not a guy that I thought would have fit.
so in terms of offensive linemen, Jamari Salyer, Darian Kennard, still available. You guys,
Parham, Petit Frere.
okay. If they take David Bell, I will take another shot. I mean, at that point, I
Oh,
just have
my.
to. I just have to at that
Okay.
point. Come on.
Okay.
Right? Or save it for tomorrow. I don't know. Christian Harris, the linebacker from Alabama, still out there. Perrion Winfrey, still out there. Travis Jones, if you're going to go a little bit farther interior, he can be that shade interior tackle that you need on the defense too. Jalen Torbort, if you go wide receiver. There's still some guys here. Nicholas Petit-Frere. So, considering that was our top 30 going into the second round.
I'm so impressed that you got 2 of the top 10. Like, that's great.
Oh, that the Bears did off that list.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, Jaquan Brisker is a good player, man. It just, no one expected him to go back-to-back secondary, and I get it. And all the concerns about Justin, I agree with it all. But people still wanting the punt god to go. It's never too early for the punt god.
I think Tolbert is really intriguing here, along with Bell as well, from Southern Alabama. A lot of production.
Yes.
He's very versatile. I know you guys did some more breakdown on him, right? You and Nick did?
Yes. Yeah, Tolbert, for him to end up, he could have gone to other schools, Tolbert, and decided to stay. I think he's from Mobile or something, but he's like from that area and decided to stay down there. I'm trying to pull up my notes on him right now. Yeah. 6'1" and an eighth, 194, ran a 4.49. Most of all, good. I mean, he good releases, runs routes well. Like he's an advanced route runner. Good hands. He'll go up and win the 50-50 balls. He's actually a true X receiver. Some of the problems there are he's already 23. You got that. He's one of the older prospects. He drops, and he doesn't have that top end speed. Didn't play much on special teams either. You're starting to get into a portion of the draft though that you're going to start wanting guys that can contribute on special teams.
What was why did Darnell Mooney fall to the 5th round? Do we know?
I'm trying to remember what the knocks were on.
Not top end speed?
Gosh, it sure looks like he has top end speed,
yeah. Well,
right? When
you know
he
what
plays.
he has? He has that quickness.
Yeah.
Right. And then it's
that crafty route running, that like to set people up to make them bite.
and
Yeah, like you remember immediately Ramsey, right, when he was by him.
Yeah.
He Jalen Ramsey with that move. So it's just always interesting to compare and contrast why a guy like Darnell Mooney, who we agree is a pretty good, damn good wide receiver, falls to the 5th round.
it happens every year, right?
Yeah.
In multiple different positions. Like George Kittle.
Yep.
Didn't he fall to the 5th round?
Right.
Like, there are going to be some guys here, and some of the receivers that went earlier aren't going to pan out. That's just how it happens.
A guy with 7 Super Bowl rings, I think he fell to the 6th round, didn't he? So just kind of, you never know. You never know, and that's why they do all that work. The problem the Bears have is they don't have a lot of picks.
Exactly. And
So
they didn't
they've gotta
trade back
hit.
to get more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joshua oh man. Izudu. Did I get that right?
Sure.
North Carolina offensive lineman off the board. My thing still says the Browns are picking. Apparently, I'm wrong.
No, I think I was wrong.
Okay.
My NFL.com
So the
is
Browns
wrong.
pick is
So the
in on
I guess
TV?
this was
Yeah.
the trade the other way.
That's what I thought. So the
Okay.
Browns move back here.
Yours was updated,
We're
mine
already a
was not.
pick ahead because the Titans have taken Petit Ferrer,
Oh,
according
no.
to Mike Silver.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So it's time for an Olin Kreutz angry gif.
Oh boy.
Not anymore. I'm relaxed.
Our 4BAs.
I've come
That's
to my
good.
conclusion.
It's good now.
Your guy Darnell Mooney, he says
Business as
$2,000
usual up there at
season.
Hallis Hall. We got business as
Oh,
usual.
boy.
We're building a defense.
Trying to figure out who the Browns. Browns took Martin Emerson.
Okay.
So wait, so we're saying the Jags are up. The Titans are already they took Petit Frere.
Yeah,
and-
see, this is the point of the
Okay.
draft where it just starts.
Rolling.
You know, ESPN will catch up by tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
my computer won't even get me
So
to
you
the
you
third
wonder if
round.
we're at the point now where like Petit Frere was the highest lineman on their board, so they go another direction, right? Like
If that's
things
the
like that
case.
happen, right? Like if that okay, they'll you don't want to. We talked about Ryan Poles. It seems like he's not going to force a position into the pick,
He is not.
right? So if his lineman is not there and the guy's not the highest on the board, he won't take him.
If his board's close to like what like the big boards were that are out and around, like Perion Winfrey has to be near the top of his list.
You wonder why he fell.
Like,
Yeah.
You do.
Yeah.
You really, really do.
I know. Nick was big on him.
That's probably why.
Yeah.
People saw that. They were like, no, we're backing off now.
Like, oh,
We're backing off. Yeah, I mean, there were some people that thought he was more of like an early third round guy.
Right.
When I watch Winfrey, he looked a little bit smaller
right?
to be inside there. I think a lot of people don't realize about, say, Warren Sapp. He played at 335, 340. Big guy, right? Tommy Harris is 310 pounds. That three technique, Aaron Donald, well, he just is a freak. He's so strong.
That's why I like Logan Hall, who's built differently.
Like Buckner. Like a
Yeah.
DeForest Buckner type,
He's
right?
got more like the tall, lengthy look to him at first, which is actually more unique probably for a three technique. But, yeah, that's where I was where I like Winfrey, though, too.
Right.
I wouldn't hate that pick.
You do, like we talked about with this team, right? Like they could use a three technique, right? They could use a defensive end. They could use someone almost everywhere. So if even though we want offensive line, we want wide receiver, if Pose is not their highest guy on the board, this could be defense again. You just got to be. I'm mentally preparing myself, as you guys can see.
You are getting
Am I doing a
yourself
good
ready
job?
here for a
I'm mentally
defensive
preparing
pick.
myself for a defensive pick. I'm ready for it.
Okay, here's where I will be, unless it's...
Oh, no, or a tight end. We'll
Okay.
get a tight
Oh,
end right
boy.
here.
I will say this, unless it's Nakobe Dean or Chad Muma, I will be upset if it's defense. I'll say that. Because you saw that we just had the big board up there.
I've been in anger management twice, so I can help you with that.
There are two offensive linemen there that I like in Jamari Salyer and Darian Kennard. Obviously, if David Bell's there and they don't take him, like now we're getting to the point where I'm going to be mad about that.
Parham in what the Bears are trying to do here. If they do take someone, I could see Parham.
Okay.
top
The
my
kind of
offensive
athlete,
line
yeah.
list.
The kind of athlete he is, right? So it'll be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what they do here and how they have these guys ranked.
I still can't believe no quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It has less. I understand the quarterbacks. Like, I've watched them. I'm not impressed with them either. It's the NFL. The
No, I
quarterbacks
don't
get
know.
drafted.
I know you're saying that just because of but I think, Adam, you watch them. You know why they're not picked.
Yeah.
I know it's a quarterback league and it's a passing league and you got it, but you wouldn't say when you watch the film that these guys were guys you would take here early.
No, but we're in the third round
Yeah.
now. You know?
Hey, if Kellen Mond can go in the third round, I know you were high on Kellen Mond. right? Like you liked him a bit.
Yeah,
Kellen Mond had some game though.
I like
I thought
Kellen
he had some
Mond.
game. Yeah, I thought Kellen Mond.
I
he reminded me a little bit of Dak coming out. Mond did.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I had like an early second-round pick on him, if I remember right.
Yep.
Yes, the Bears are up. Chad Muma is going to the Jags.
Oh!
Is what I'm
man.
hearing.
Gotta go offense here
From
unless
the
it's
chat
Nakobe
here.
Dean. But at this point, I'm assuming Nakobe Dean
Is broken.
is broke. I don't want to tear the guy down.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not.
I feel Ryan Poles and Ian
It looks
Cunningham
like he declined
coming
surgery
to
on
the
his shoulder,
offensive
Dean
line.
did.
Come to the dark side.
Okay. You should read that on the air.
Yeah, come on, Will.
All right.
Don't just tell secrets there.
So from Austin Gale from PFF, he said, per source, Georgia linebacker Nakobe Dean declined surgery on his shoulder, and that is now a major concern / medical red flag.
What shoulder injury would be a major concern? Labrum?
Labor, I had that.
Okay, I believe Tom Pelissero mentioned some type of concern that he injured his pec in some of the pre-draft. And like if that's a torn pec, I don't know if it is, but that's that's a problem for a linebacker.
Well, he'll be
Yeah,
out for
Terrell
the year,
Freeman
but if
comes
he's
to
as
mind.
good as they think he is, he'll recover from it.
Yeah.
Right?
So at what point late in the draft do you take
Is it
him?
worth it? Yeah.
But
Would trading back here make sense? Like, would you even get enough return?
I mean, you'd probably get another pick somewhere. It might not be till the 5th round, or I'd have to check the charts at this point. But you get something, and you still need more guys. I do like the Chad Muma pick to the Jaguars, though. Hey, if you were to draft David Bell here, I think you're getting a guy. I put it in my goals for this draft is to draft guys who can contribute early, and I think they addressed that with the 2 guys they drafted, even if fans are mad it's on defense.
Yep.
I think they play early. I think David Bell would be a guy who plays early. I think Jamari Salyer would be a guy who plays early. So, whereas like Jalen Tolbert, who I like, might take a little bit more time, and he's already 23.
Yep.
You know,
So that-
David Bell, you just watch him. I'm pretty sure you can line up, run a good route, catch footballs. Doesn't have the highest ceiling, probably has the highest floor, though, at this point of any of the wide receivers left. And that's one of the reasons why I like him.
Having a high floor, drafting someone with one of those in round 3 makes a lot of sense to kind of, make sure it's a safe pick.
Yeah.
Any news?
Someone says, Bell sucks. What's wrong with you? Show me the film where he sucks. Show me which for a guy who basically averaged 10 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown every single game. Tell me which film of his sucks.
Get him, Adam.
How do you do against
He didn't run a high 40.
Don't come at the CHGO crew, bro.
Yeah.
You better come.
We're in the 3rd round.
We're in
He's
the
a
3rd round. We're ready to
phenomenal
go.
pick in the 3rd round. So Bears pick is in. It will be coming here.
Any moment.
Marky
I'm
Mark
ready
R
for
says, "Come on,
defense. I'm
Bears,
ready."
get insert player name
You
here."
gonna block me?
Thank you, Marky Mark.
What would happen if it was Malik Willis?
Oh my
Then
god.
that comment earlier about not liking
man.
Justin Fields
It would be true.
Would be true. That would actually be true. And that no.
Oh no, it would be true.
Yeah. That's not. Gonna
All right, here we go. With the 71st overall pick, the Chicago Bears have selected someone that I mocked to them, Velus Jones Jr., the wide receiver from Tennessee.
Ooh.
So with Velus,
So give us a little scouting report.
yeah.
there, Will.
So Velus Jones Jr. is going to be a player who can make plays after the catch. He's a physical runner with the football in his hands. He can be a guy who lines up inside or out. And what I also like about him is the fact that he can return the football, both kickoffs and punt returns. I think he had the 2nd highest punt return yards per average last year in the entire NCAA. And then in terms of kickoff, he's like top 10, give or take, with like 25-ish yards per return. I'm going to pull up what I wrote about him in a moment.
Sure.
But, Owen, do you feel better about it being offense, even though it was an offensive line?
Now where we are this part of the draft, and look, you want more offensive line bodies. I want more offensive line bodies. We heard a lot about offensive line. So they obviously had this guy ranked higher than their offensive line. And I go back to the point we talked about earlier. Did they like what they saw in minicamp? Were they impressed with a few of the offensive linemen they already have on their roster? And did Coach Morgan Luke Getsy and Ryan Poles and the rest of their group get together and say, look, it's not as big as a need as we thought it was. Right. So as we talked about, I've heard you guys say many times, the Bears have gone back to the formula that they know worked for them. Right. And what you just talked about Jones and what worked for the 2006 Chicago Bears is a guy named Devin Hester.
Yes.
Right. And Soldier Boy used to hit his Soldier Field, and we all knew something was going to happen.
So I actually brought him up on one of our profile prospect breakdowns, and I want to mention his return yards after the catch per reception was the highest in the entire draft class. He averaged over 8 yards after the catch on all of his 62 catches last season. He's a very tough runner, very physical, and with him being such a dynamic returner, he uses that vision after the catch on offense to kind of navigate through some defenses as well.
That's an impressive stat, though.
Yes, it is.
And the Bears need dynamic football players on offense with the ball in their hands, right? They need guys who scare the defense, who when they catch the ball can break 1 or 2 tackles. And my partner on the NBC Sports postgame show, Alex Brown, always says 88 out the gate. That's what they need. They need guys like that, right? You saw Deebo Samuel do stuff like that against the Bears last year. So should be interesting.
Now, I see Fareed in the chat has mentioned a couple times, and I did this in my mock draft too. He is a 25-year-old rookie.
Yes.
So that is something that is a little bit different. However, and I know a lot of people may see that as a negative, and I know like the window's shorter for a guy like that. But to me, for a guy, he started at, I believe, USC. And then ended up transferring, and then he stayed a little bit longer. And
He was in college for 6 years.
correct. But we're all human, and not
So
everyone's
was I.
path is exactly the same.
Was it?
Me too, actually.
Was it because of the COVID? Did he stay 1 more year?
Well,
to play?
that probably gave him a chance. Yeah, because before this year, he had never had more than 24 catches in a season.
Yep.
Yeah, you do worry about that.
He put up 62 this year as a 24-year-old. But, hey, I do have to say, it still fits the idea that I was talking about. Can he contribute in some way week 1? Sounds like Velus Jones Jr. Will be somebody who could be a week 1 returner. And
That's the
maybe
contributor,
work into the offense as like kind of that gimmicky player you throw the ball to a couple times a game.
And again, I understand that 25 is old for a rookie, and his path wasn't, the typical 3 or 4 years and out. However, even though that path didn't go exactly
Well, there's a
how
lot
he
of those
wanted,
guys this year, right? There's
Right.
a lot of the COVID players who stayed 1 more year and played their 6th year. So it is a little bit older. It's something you worry about. Why did you get good after your time was supposed to be done there, right? So
Yep.
It's interesting, but they must have looked into it. I haven't seen a ton of film on this guy. I know the offense needs playmakers. The offense needs guys dynamic on the field with the ball in their hands, and hopefully this guy is that guy.
He was 3rd in the SEC with 1,722 all-purpose yards last season, and at the combine he ran a 4.31 40. So the Bears are bringing in more speed, and like you said, Adam, right away week 1 he's a returner. I don't see a scenario where Luke Getsy can't draw up some plays for this guy to get him the ball in some space and let him work his magic. I really, because that vision, he has patience, he can run through defenders. I like this pick a lot.
Someone says they basically got Jakeem Grant.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of the role.
Did they?
Sounds like it.
Tennessee, did anything else change? I'd like to look into this. Anything else change at the University of Tennessee? Did they change the offensive coordinator? Right? Did they change what changed there? Not so much that he was there for 6 years, but what else? Did something else change where they got him going a little bit? That'll be interesting to look at.
Well, so I think the big key so T. Martin is was the assistant head coach of Jeremy Pruitt. He was at USC. So let me back up a little bit. Velus Jones Jr. is from Mobile. T. Martin, Mobile connection, was at USC. That's why he ended up at USC. Then
Gotcha.
T. Martin ended up back at Tennessee. Shout out to the NCAA. I'm reading all this now in the in Dane Brugler's draft guide. But shout out to the NCAA because his father suffered a stroke. He wanted to go back home, and the NCAA denied his transfer waiver. So classic NCAA bullshit there. Yeah. And then so he had to play another year at USC. Then he transfers the following year after he had already been at USC for 4 years. And then COVID kicks in, which gives him the extra year. That's why, all this is why he ended up being there for 6 years. So I don't know specifically about the offense, and if it's changed, we'll have to look into that a little bit. But I think it did because, the coaching changed. Well, yeah, because Josh Heupel's there now. Up-tempo spread offense.
One of our listeners mentioned Daz Newsome, so that was what the type of player Daz Newsome was kind of going to be for the Bears also, right? So they're looking for playmakers. I was looking for offensive linemen. I don't come away super excited about the young players they got and seeing them develop. Seeing that they got two good guys for the secondary. This guy could be a dynamic returner. It's just we're on this problem of the offensive line again, right?
Yep.
We're like,
Abraham
where does
Lucas.
that help come from?
Abraham Lucas went to the Seattle Seahawks with the next pick.
Got you.
So the Seahawks go with the Washington State offensive lineman.
And I think you just mentioned
I
him.
did mention him
you
as someone that I
mentioned him.
liked.
Yeah.
So
the Bears have the receiver ranked higher than offensive lineman. And we went to this draft, Adam, and you guys asked me many a times where I thought they would go in this draft. And with what we heard from Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham and two former offensive linemen, you're a little shocked that these offensive linemen come off the board, and yet there's a kind of a returner, Will said, gimmick-type receiver, not a number one guy, is ranked above maybe a guy you could see as a starting offensive lineman on your team. I find that interesting for two guys who are former offensive linemen and said, a lot of things start in the trenches. And I go back to, I think, the number one question for me, I speak for myself, the number one question out of this day is, did they come out of minicamp more impressed with the offensive linemen that they already had on their roster?
That's kind of where I was going to take this next is, they've mentioned how important it is. So if their evaluation is like, we don't have to press forward early, shouldn't that be almost good news for Bears fans? Because we do have they have the outside perspective. But if they're more confident in the offensive line than we would expect, there may be a positive spin on it instead of just, oh, no, they're not addressing it. Maybe there's a reason why.
Yeah, well said. Well said. And that's immediately what I think, that maybe they moved offensive line down their board.
Yeah.
That they thought that their offensive line would look pretty good in camp for what we hear of the new scheme.
And my thought is, if you're going to trust him, pre-draft and go ahead and we got a quarterback real quick.
Yes, the Atlanta Falcons have taken a quarterback in this draft. Desmond Ridder from Cincinnati goes to Atlanta. Ryan Pace gets his guy.
And it's not Malik Willis.
It's not Malik Willis. Still on the board. And Phil Emery gets his guy. And Dave Ragone gets his guy.
And all the Bears that followed him this offseason
Cordell
got another
Patterson.
guy.
Yeah. You guys want strengths and weaknesses from Dane Brugler on Velus Jones Jr.?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Strong, compact frame, plays physical through contact, releases around press, and accelerates to top speed quickly, has the fluidity in his lower body to shake corners mid-route. Was often used on catch-and-go routes, screens, sweeps, etc., designed for that yak. Really competitive after the catch, flashes burst off his plant foot to find yards for himself, steady hands, and drops were uncommon on his 2021 tape. Accomplished kick returner with a pair of touchdown returns. He led the SEC in kick return yardage in 2020 and 2021. He ranked second in kick return yards in USC history. Added punt return duties as a senior, averaging 15.1 yards per return. That's good. So he can there's a chance he can fix the Bears' return issues for a while now. Better weaknesses now. Better speed as a ball carrier than a route runner. Slowing his stride slightly as he turns to locate. Inconsistent route tempo. Prematurely tips his path. Needs to better set up defenders based on his coverage reads. Has slight stiffness in his hips, which hinders his ability to sink at the top of routes, can be baited into extra contact downfield. He fumbled twice in 2021, including a costly muffed punt that contributed to a loss. Spent 6 seasons in college, will turn 25 shortly after he is drafted, struggled through a hamstring injury during fall practice and the first month of the 2021 schedule. Here's a little bit more, I think, on the offense. You were asking about Olin. 2-year starter at Tennessee, Jones was a slot receiver in head coach Josh Heupel's up-tempo spread offense. After 4 seasons at USC, where he caught passes from Sam Darnold in 2017, he transferred to Knoxville, where he was the SEC Special Teams Player of the Year and saw his role grow on offense as a senior. He was the only FBS player with at least 700 receiving yards, 500 kick return yards, and 200 punt return yards. Jones has terrific top-end speed with the vision, balance, and compete skills to create with the ball in his hands as a returner or catch-and-go threat. 80.7% of his receptions in 2021 came within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. Ooh, Matt Nagy would love this guy. While he flashes burst in his lower body, he doesn't have the tempo or setup skills in his patterns to consistently create separation versus sticky corners. Overall, Jones has a limited route tree, still developing the rhythm as a receiver, but he has a smooth accelerator with solid ball skills. He offers value as a return man, special teamer, and back end of the roster receiver, similar to Pharaoh Cooper.
He's not your ex.
Piteous X thinks he could be our Debo. I don't know if that. He's 4'3", and he's physical.
Fingers crossed, man.
I can see that.
I mean, Debo's got to be a lot bigger.
You know, the funny thing, I always wonder, like,
6 foot.
He's 5'11".
Debo's a really good player, but Kyle Shanahan is also the best play caller in the NFL.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just when you're on a team with that many good offensive players, I don't know how bad Debo actually wants out of San. Well, I mean, if someone's going to give you $120 million, you'll leave. But Kyle Shanahan has shown that he knows how to use guys, move around, get them the ball. Trent Williams at left tackle. They're just a good football team. So it's always interesting. It's always interesting when a guy comes in, how they're going to use them, and it's really similar, man, to the way they built the team that went to the Super Bowl in 2005 and 2006. It just really is kind of coming down. They're like those kind of pieces are being added, right?
As long as they don't try to,
safety, cornerback.
No, it's a great point. As long as they don't try to make Velus Jones Jr. their number one wide receiver.
No, yes. Well, when you got to pay them as such, that was an interesting thing to go through with Devin, because it was either that or he moves on.
I actually can't knock this pick too much, because in my mock draft I did this week with the number 91 pick, I had them take Wan'Dale Robinson from Kentucky, who went
after trading back.
Who went earlier.
Right.
But
that kind of player you're talking about.
Yeah, and actually you're right. That was a later pick. This is at 71. I traded back. So that was way back at 91. But the thinking was similar, because Wan'Dale Robinson's speed gives the Bears a mismatch weapon that they haven't had since Tariq Cohen suffered that knee injury that he hasn't recovered from, and the Bears need that return ability. Now, Robinson's only 5'8", so this guy is officially, since he's rounded up at 6 foot in some draft guides, he is officially 5'11" and 3/4. So that's where the round up to 6 feet comes from.
We know about height discrepancies around here.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
I know about that.
I measured down to the millimeter.
I don't know, man. The measurement was,
there's
was a little
tape.
tricky, man.
There was
the
tape.
was a little tricky. I was standing there. It was a little weird.
The floor slanted a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't come all the way down the head. And I've seen true measurements. That wasn't one.
And now, guys,
Kevin was good to you.
This super chat came through just before our pick, but I wanted to shout him out. Heart Matters, 1999 super chat.
Yes, thank you.
He said, pick the best football player, but it won't hurt if we can just give Justin weapons. So
he has one now.
He got
this is a
Velus
weapon.
Jones. Yeah,
it's
a weapon.
not your big outside
Not the
receiver
weapon.
but it's someone that you can get the ball out quick, which is a big focus of this offense. Give him the ball in space and let him do his thing of making guys miss and making.
It's interesting because
catch.
who on Green Bay is comparable to?
That's what I've been trying to think through it myself,
Yeah.
because like Getsy would want someone. Well, you would think he would want someone similar to what he's worked with, or maybe that he's always coveted.
But he's going to have to do different things because he doesn't have the
exactly right.
quarterback.
Yeah.
You know,
Well
he has,
said.
and I don't mean that in a negative way about Justin Fields, but
not Aaron Rodgers.
even if Justin Fields reaches his potential, he's a different quarterback than Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
Right.
So
like you guys get the ball out and have someone make a play.
yeah, it's just he has to do it differently. So I think this is a recognition of that. And I'll say this: Week 1, if Velus Jones Jr. can give you 2 catches that go over 10 yards each, and he averages over 25 yards on a couple kick returns and 15 yards on a couple punt returns, like he's helping the Bears in numerous ways.
Yeah.
Right there in one game.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, we you know how important coach special teams with Jason McKee at Carmel Catholic. Like, you know how important special teams are to the game of football. But interestingly enough, I think when you start to think about, we get to know Ryan Poles a little better, right? No one really knew what Ryan Poles was coming as a general manager. There's the question of, did you like what you saw in minicamp from the offensive line? It's the first kind of a question that comes to my mind. And the second question is, when he did talk to George, and you heard George in that end of the year press conference, he talked about it was really disappointing that the secondary didn't touch 2 times. They didn't touch someone down, right? He mentioned that.
Yes.
And you wonder if Ryan Poles actually saw the secondary as a bigger need than the offensive line and what the rest of us thought we were seeing. So it's just an interesting question to see as we get to know this new regime up there at Hallis Hall.
Really good point. So our good old boss, Jake Flanagan, shared a quote from AL.com from the pre-draft about his confidence, Jones's, and this is what Jones had to say about himself. And I quote, "I feel like people haven't seen what I can do yet, and I feel like there's no ceiling above me. I feel like the best is yet to come. People haven't seen nothing yet."
Yeah. I just would like to, and I'm just off the top of my head asking a legitimate question. I'd love to see a comp on a 25-year-old gadget player,
Right.
That's taken that
And
spent 6 years in college and finally reaches that potential once he gets to the NFL.
Well,
That's my
and
concern.
The hard thing is, Adam, because of the COVID year, there won't be many. Right? This is just
unique.
a whole new, like, even when I go watch, my son Josh just played in the spring game, it's unique for everybody there. These guys are all older now, right? Because the COVID year it's going for 3 years. So there's another class actually to come, right? That has to come out. And I think Ryan Poles mentioned about the amount of players in this draft because they all got bumped back from COVID. So it's a good point by you, but I don't know if you'll find them because it's never happened before. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's just interesting to see if these guys develop. And now, I mean, gosh, most of these guys are 21, 22. Now they're 26 going into the year.
Right.
That's crazy. Hey, as you can tell, the draft is rolling here. And the place you want to be if you're looking to play some wagers on what's going on is PointsBet, the home of live betting for the NFL draft. PointsBet will price any draft market you want. Download the PointsBet app today. Use code CHGO to get 2 risk-free bets up to $2,000. And, of course, you can sign up and get the free CHGO membership as well when you download the PointsBet app and use that code CHGO to sign up. So you're getting those $2,000 in free bets, free CHGO membership, free T-shirt from the CHGO locker. By the way, 2 new straight-up fire shirts went up today. One of them actually a fire shirt, kind of, because we announced podcasts for the Chicago Fire and the Chicago Red Stars, representing the soccer fans in CHGO, as we have vowed to do, giving the Red Stars the attention that they absolutely deserve. And the T-shirts that went up for the Fire and the Red Star are just awesome. So make sure you're checking those out at allchgo.com, and you can get a free shirt if you use that code CHGO when you sign up on PointsBet. Download the PointsBet app right now. Register your account from start to finish, all from your phone. Once the game starts, don't just bet. Live your bet life with PointsBet. Gambling problem, call 1-800-522-4700.
And there you see the shirts right there.
Oh, buddy.
You
Those
did
are
that
so
fast,
nice.
Lawrence. I like that sky shirt. Look at that. The up close there. That's the Red Star shirt.
There's the logo.
Ooh.
And
Shout
we
out to
get
Eric,
you
who does
to
some amazing work for
a
us.
fire shirt.
Making these logos, all the really all the
bright.
logos we have on the T-shirts are just
They really, really are.
awesome. So great work.
One other thing about Velus, I found out, I forgot that he was part of the Senior Bowl. And he did lead the American team receiving in that game, catching 4 passes for 53 yards. One of them went for 32. So just want to mention, going to the Senior Bowl, I know he's a little bit older, but be able to go out there against some of the best competition, of that class and be the leading receiver of the team, that says something.
Yep. And a commenter says, gadget guy and returner, Bears knew Cohen. I will say about Tariq Cohen. Tariq Cohen was actually an important player for the team.
Was.
Like, he was a good returner, and when Matt Nagy called him the adjuster, he really meant that. Like, when he was on the field, defenses had to account, and it would help. Well, it should have helped more than it did, but it should have helped the quarterback read the defenses a little bit better, read the coverages. And so if you could put a guy like that back on the field and Justin Fields can see it, it's going to help. Let me be clear.
Remember his first year, he would run routes as a wide receiver?
Yes.
He was dynamic. Man.
He was a
Before his
good route
injuries-
runner.
Yeah, before his injuries, he was really dynamic.
And he was well on his way to earning a second contract. Now, he got that second contract. My only objection to it at all was I thought it was a little early. I didn't think they needed to do it early in the season. And honestly, that was just bad luck that he ended up getting hurt right after that. And
When not recovering from it.
yeah, and
right?
unfortunately, he didn't recover. So that was bad luck all around. Sometimes that just happens. But take the injury aside, he was going to get a second contract. He would have deserved that second contract. And Cohen was a 4th-round pick. This is in the 3rd round. And if you got a guy that in 4 years you're extending because he's giving you what Tariq Cohen did, it's not a bad pick.
He was dangerous. He was a dangerous football player. And talked about a lot this year when we talked about the kind of players they needed. Tariq Cohen was the guy that got mentioned a lot, right? And you think about, I think it might have been the Jets game where he went 70 yards on a screen. Was that against the Jets?
That was
Yes, I remember that.
Remember that?
The
yes.
little swing.
And it was plays
Yeah.
like that you just missed in this offense.
Yes.
So you can see why when Ryan Poles looked at the film of this offense, he took a guy like Velus.
Yes.
You can see why he would do that. You know what I
So it
mean?
wants the Olin face with the Disney hat as a T-shirt.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That'd be awesome.
I designed that. I would.
I would wear that.
yeah.
I'd rock that.
That'd be awesome. Just remember, that is not me. You're not putting Disney ears on my head. Remember that.
Hey, Travis Jones, the defensive lineman, went to the Ravens, which means he'll go on to have an all-pro career. Bernard Raymond, the offensive lineman from Central Michigan that we've talked about, goes to the Colts. And they'll probably develop there.
Well, they got Quentin Nelson there, right? You put him next to Quentin Nelson. I mean, maybe they're looking at left tackle. I don't see him as a left tackle, but interesting to see where Ballard sees him as. But a lot, you could put some guys next to Quentin Nelson and believe in them.
Yeah. Comment, super chat here. Olin and Velus Jones Jr. will be teammates in the retirement home league.
He's not that old, I promise you. And, I mean, the statistics he has, I mean, I know we can tease his age and stuff, but I don't care how old you are, that is not easy to do. Right?
Yeah.
I think Will said, you said he had 8 yards after the catch.
Over 8 yards.
Man.
Most of any receiver in the entire class.
And let's be honest, it's the Bears' offense needs offensive linemen and dynamic players. That's what they need. So, just interesting.
Yeah. Well, we'll hear what. Let's see. We got Nick at House Hall. He should have talked to Jaquan Brisker by now, I think. So we'll have to check in with him soon. But you see the picks that the Bears have made. Kyler Gordon, Roger. Oh wait, what is that? I'm looking at Kyler Gordon.
That's just
big board.
that's just
big
back.
board.
there.
Oh, it's just overlapping. I'm
Sorry.
sorry, but I was trying to recap the Bears pick. Kyler Gordon, obviously, Jaquan Brisker, and then Velus Jones Jr. finally addressing offense tonight. So, no trading back. That honestly is the biggest surprise
That's
for
the
me.
takeaway.
Right? And you wonder, when you hear from Poles, like you guys mentioned, did he have a trade partner? Because he mentioned he wanted to. The only thing you can think is he didn't have, no one wanted to trade back. So that'll be a couple interesting questions come out of this draft for Ryan Poles is we get to know the new Chicago Bears general manager.
Now, I remember when we were doing our live mock draft a couple of days ago, like there were a few offers that we felt like teams were trying to take advantage of us. And like maybe since he's a rookie GM and the offers that he had on the table, like he knew like the value was just not there. And they're trying to like, they know I'm a rookie GM and they're trying to fleece me here. And you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to pick here and I'm not going to make, a decision that I know is not worth it, at the end of the day. And, we don't know if that's the case, but potentially.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff you never really hear about.
Right.
Is what the deals were. I wonder what Ryan Poles and his staff expected with the quarterbacks. Like, were they caught off guard at all by the fact that?
Oh, you mean would someone trade up?
Yeah,
gotcha.
Well, were they? Because that's what you pay all these scouts for. You do all the homework. You try to get the intel. Were they hoping there'd be a run on quarterbacks, and then it just never happened because we didn't see it. Ritter finally went here in the third, and to have one quarterback draft in the first 2 rounds is crazy,
right? But is it when you watch the film? Is it right?
No, it's just the NFL. They just don't
well,
even Geno Smith goes in the second round.
Yeah.
Although he's still in the league.
Hold on, I have a question. Are you? So we're talking in Slack with Nick to get him on. Are you booing the Brisker pick because of the Zoom issue?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Nick was telling us that Brisker, it was hard to get anything out of the interview because he had a terrible Zoom connection. So
Right.
I'm booing Brisker because it's
of the Zoom.
2022. We've been in a pandemic for 2.5 years. You should know how Zoom works. Like, come on.
Could be the internet.
But I don't know.
Well-
Where's his hometown? Like
I don't know.
he's a safety. He's not
like
a
from
Zoom
Pittsburgh.
There
I
you
think.
go.
He's a safety. He's not a big Zoom guy.
I
Anyway,
was just making sure because
I'm
he said
gonna-
he hated the pick, and I was
I'm
like,
going to say that really enjoyed tonight, guys.
yes.
You guys did a great job. This is not easy to do, to sit here through these drafts. I enjoyed you guys. You guys do. These two guys, man, they do a lot of work, guys. For you guys, studying players, breaking them down, doing mock drafts. It's impressive. I'm going to bow out gracefully. I appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Olin.
Guys, have a great night.
Yeah.
Thank you,
there,
man.
there he is, Olin Kreutz.
Thank you, Olin.
Getting it done tonight. We appreciate him being here throughout the night. It is a long grind. I will say, it is impossible to actually, do the homework on every single player unless you really spend your entire year doing it.
Yep.
And there are people like Dane Brugler who get paid to do that. But we try as hard as we can to at least get you. So shout out to you, Will, for having the Velus Jones Jr. ready to go because I was not looking for that pick. That was not on the list of picks I was predicting that we would have to take a shot for.
Well, hey, that's what the mock drafts are all about. Like you said, just to do these exercises, and sometimes you hit, and it works out, like in these moments.
Yeah. So now is Nick saying he's not joining us because of Jaquan Brisker's?
I don't know, but
Yeah.
let's say this. I've got a super chat on screen that I think we've got a couple super chats that we could address before we figure out what Nick's situation is. So, go ahead and read Michael's here first.
If we are losing games this year, I want to lose them 42-35, not 10-7. At least that means Fields is developing. Mike, I'm with you, man. To me, this season is still all about Justin Fields. Mm-hmm. It is a crucial year for him, and I do not have a problem with any of the picks the Bears have made tonight, but I still am allowed to have the problem that I don't think they've done enough to help him.
Right. Both can be true.
Now, and I will again throw out the caveat that at least for another couple days, it is still April, and there is still a lot of time, and there are still going to be veterans you can go out and add to the offensive line. And I do think it was smart to wait until after the draft to see how it all falls. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to sit here and panic tonight over the fact that they took 2 defensive players to start the night. Because as I said earlier, if you're just joining us, we appreciate that you're here. I think they drafted 2 starters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 starters and a special team contributor right away.
So, and if you read my Bears Things column earlier this week, they've checked a couple of the boxes. They've now sort of checked the box of helping Justin Fields a little bit with Velus Jones Jr., but one of my big pieces was draft guys that are going to contribute, that don't have to sit out, or they're the wide receiver, the Riley Ridleys, who he fell, we can't believe he's available in the 4th round, and then it's like year 3, and you're like, well, where is this guy?
Still on the practice
because
squad.
he didn't give you any special teams ability.
Yep. And I know like a lot of people are upset, and you've mentioned, the age of Jones like a couple times 25, but like what, his rookie deal's like 4 years, 3 years? And so that's still like a good window to utilize him. And from there, like, does he get another contract? We'll see. But I don't think Poles and Eberflus are worried about what happens in 5 years. We're worried about what happens in 2 or in 3 seasons from now, and having a good group of guys around then.
Yeah. So,
There's another super chat for you.
Yes.
Bears looking to make some noise in the undrafted free agent pool. But I love the pick so far, Bear.
well, they're going to have to, because they're going to be signing way more UDFAs than normal.
I hear Nick.
So, and I wonder how far some of these, like, depending on how serious that Nakobe Dean thing is.
Right.
Does he go completely undrafted? Now, that would surprise me, because wouldn't you at least take a flyer on him in the 7th round? You'd think so. The Bears don't have a 7th round pick, by the way.
Well, in the 7th round, you're calling some of these guys, right? Like for potential free, like undrafted free agent type of deals anyway. So if you want him and you're feeling like he may not sign with us with some of these other offers or other teams that are interested, then I would take a flyer. But if you feel like you can get him undrafted, if the medicals are as red flaggy as they feel, then I'd wait.
Well, they're going to have to take some undrafted guys, that's for sure. So looks like we'll have Nick here momentarily. We got him now?
I think so. Let's see what we got.
All right.
Nick, you there?
What's going on, you guys? What's going on?
There's the voice
Hi.
of Nicholas Moreano.
How you guys holding up over there?
We're getting through. Olin just bailed on us. We're good.
Okay. Yeah. You bailed out for the second time already?
This time's for good, though, for the night.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we hear that Jaquan Brisker's call did not go that well.
Yeah. You think Zoom technology would be up to date by now, but it was pretty spotty connection. But I could share a couple of things that we kind of learned in the interview with Jaquan Brisker there. First off, for anybody who doesn't know, was a guy that actually went to community college to start off to get his grades right. And he said a big part of that was he wanted to get that right, and that really played into the mentality that he kind of carries himself with, not only on the football field, but off of it as well. So, just seeing the character. And I think another thing that you were talking about, Adam, when you were talking about Brisker, is like that resiliency. That was a part of it, right? And obviously he's gone through other things as well, but just kind of getting his grades right, then going to Penn State and doing what he did, ultimately appealed to the Bears there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Nick.
Yep.
Okay,
No, it's
cool,
just
cool,
the
cool.
in-studio volume, that's all. Keep going.
Now we lost him.
Now we lost him.
Samsungs.
Man, yeah, Nick and
Probably
his,
what Brisker actually was using for Zoom was like a green bubble phone.
Yeah, he was using the green bubble phone. That's the problem. I think he's unfrozen
he's back
now.
again.
Probably. I mean, he was on a phone, just to clear. I don't know if it was a Samsung though, but clearly there's something going on there. Even though I love my Samsung, again, community college really played into his character, and he kind of talks about one day at a time mentality. So that was something that he spoke about. But he also went on a 30 visit here at Hallis Hall, and what was a takeaway there is that he actually said that he met with Eberflus, met with Ryan Poles, obviously, but also safeties coach Andre Curtis, and they were watching a lot of film. And Brisker was kind of saying, he corrected me a lot of the times, and that really helped them connect as, just to see that, this coach really knows what he's talking about. He's here to help me, looking in for what is the best interest of me as a football player. So he really liked that connection with Andre Curtis, and then he kind of envisioned himself being in how he pronounced it, Illinois, with the S there. So he has, obviously
no.
he's got some things to learn, and he'll obviously do that. But he really said that
Froze again.
Green bubble.
is it.
You're back.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
I don't know where it cut off, but he really liked Andre Curtis, you guys, and just the interaction that he had there. And then, honestly, like this connection is right here. It was spotty the rest of the way.
Oh, man, no, I appreciate that story. What are your thoughts about Velus Jones Jr.? That's someone I had mocked, so you and I, we're rolling here, Mr. Moreano.
Yeah, no. Well, it's about time, you guys, right? The Bears finally addressed the offensive side of the ball. A guy that has 4.31 speed and has that kick return experience. So I get why the Bears made the pick. He is a little bit on the older side as a prospect, but it's about time that the Bears address the offensive side of the ball and were able to get Justin Fields another playmaker at that side, and tag him along with Darnell Mooney. There's a bunch of speed out there. There's not a lot of size at the moment. So I guess we'll see what the Bears can do from here. But I think it was when we spoke last time, George Pickens went off. I didn't even see that Alec Pierce also, I think, went off immediately afterwards. So you saw that run at wide receivers that came just right after Pickens went. But yeah, it was a need, right? They filled a need, and obviously it correlated to their big board and when they wanted to go get Velus Jones Jr.
Fans think it's a reach, and I understand it because the big boards and the mocks had him more in round 4 and round 5, but I still think about last night with Cole Strange, right? Like he was a round 4, round 3 guy who went round 1. So like every team's big boards, to Adam's point, like all week, like they're drastically different than what we see in the public.
Takes one team, and I do think there'll be some players will watch their careers. Pickens being one of them. Pittsburgh's had a tolerance for wide receivers that have some baggage, obviously. Yes. Antonio Brown being one of them. And some, even Claypool hasn't been perfect. He had that moment where he's signaling and the clock's running down, and you're like, what are you doing? But they have good coaches there, and we'll see how that goes. That'll be certainly one guy I'll be watching for a while. And the fact that Christian Watson ended up as a Packer, there's another one there. So I get some of the angst over not grabbing a higher wide receiver, but I do think that Velus Jones Jr. will be somebody who can contribute early, even if it's only like to 15% of the game.
Right. And again, like I trust Luke Getsy enough, and I haven't even seen him call a single play as the Bears offensive coordinator yet, but to dial up looks that are just designed for Velus Jones Jr. because he's so dynamic with the football in his hand, you have to give him at least a few touches a game and see what you get out of it. And if his collegiate production is any indication, good things will follow.
Hey, guys, I'm going to actually run real quick. We have another person that we're talking to right now at House Hall, but I'll get to you guys eventually, all right?
All right.
Oh, wow, eventually.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
See ya.
Later, Nick.
First Olin, now Nick.
Right?
Starting to wonder. I mean, I did shower today, but I guess Nick can't smell me.
Oh, good. I got that. I got the khaki memo and the shower memo. So we're in a good
you look
spot.
good. You look good. I will say I like the Colts draft.
Okay.
Of course, I'll probably get some comments about that because I always have a knack for complimenting Chris Ballard, it seems like. But to land Alec Pierce, Jelani Woods, the tight end for Virginia, and then get Bernard Raymond, the offensive lineman from Central Michigan, where they got him. They're going all offense.
Well, I mean, which is interesting with losing their entire defensive staff, pretty much.
Yeah. There were some whispers coming out of the Indy, though, that they weren't that heartbroken over it.
Oh, no, I live down there. So I hear it, and they're like, yeah, no, we're okay. But
yeah, we'll see. They hired Gus Bradley
right
to be their new defensive coordinator and had that staff tag. Yeah, and Gus Bradley is a good coach. So, I think they could be okay, but they're not adding to that side of the ball yet is interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting to say the least. But like you said, they're getting some good value there with their offensive picks, and obviously they feel pretty confident about that. With them going with tackle, though, Eric Fisher, hasn't signed with anyone yet. Maybe the Colts were kind of waiting to see if they can get someone before they decide to reach out or not. And I still think he's someone that makes a lot of sense for the Bears, especially now with how this board's fallen and the Bears have not addressed offensive line.
Yep.
That's a free agent that, to me, just makes too much sense to bring in now after the draft.
We did have a big pick just happen. Nakobe Dean.
Oh, he went.
Off the board. The Philadelphia Eagles grab him at number 83. So the Eagles have now added a couple guys from that Georgia defense. And if Dean gets over, whatever these injury concerns are, that's a heck of a pick at number 83.
Yeah.
And look who we just added.
I thought I was a big pick.
Oh, I thought you were like Olin in disguise.
Where did you come from? Kevin Kaduk is sitting down with us here as we get through the rest of this third round. Or we're trying to.
I feel for Dean.
There we go. There's the energy we need.
That feels like when I take Noah Syndergaard coming off an injury year, in like the 7th or 8th round, and then he just does not perform at all.
Yeah. Didn't he get scratched today?
I don't know.
I think I heard that.
Oh,
or
wait.
something.
White Sox winner tonight? Why don't I have no idea what's going on?
Not
What?
only Chicago baseball, it might right now is in worse shape than the Chicago Bears.
They didn't win?
No, it was 5-1 in the 9th.
Yikes.
Wow.
They cannot score runs.
Thanks for ruining that.
I think
Sorry.
they should have drafted a wide receiver.
I mean, I would draft Luis Robert right now to play wide receiver. But I guess if he can't stay healthy playing baseball, he's probably going to stay healthy playing wide receiver.
Several injury concerns there.
Yeah. Eloy might make a great tight end, but
For 3 games.
for a couple. Yeah. 3?
You take it.
That would mean he'd get to June in baseball season, at least through May.
How you guys doing? What, 3.5 hours in?
I will. You know what? I'm doing pretty good. We are 3.5 hours in. I will say when we were about 2.5 hours in, I was like, "Whoa,
You went quick?
it's been 2.5 hours." Last hour slowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
I didn't realize we have all these like comp picks.
Yeah, there's a lot of comp picks.
Yeah.
We gotta get to 105.
Do we
Well,
have to?
83.
I mean,
No.
We don't really have to.
No, you don't have to. It would suck if the Bears traded up after we ended the show.
I don't know how
That's
they
pretty much.
could.
You guys are just kind of just waiting it out.
Yeah.
Laying out the string. That's fine. You guys have done a great job.
Let's just
Well,
stare
thank
into
you,
the
sir.
camera.
Thank you.
Just
Yeah.
stare into
Thank
the camera for like 20
There's still
minutes.
people come. Oh, the dog's
go.
here.
It's the Malort. Is that how you pronounce
See,
it?
Star of the show.
She wouldn't run up into my lap.
This
but
is the
you-
last time this dog is coming here for the draft.
Why?
Why?
I don't know, man. It's a pain in the ass.
Oh, I thought it was something about how the draft panned out here.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's been a pain in the ass too.
Did PointsBet give us an over-under on how many times Maisie would pee on the floor here at the office?
I would have definitely taken the over, whatever it was. So I took her for a walk. She saw some people with umbrellas. That was that. She didn't want to come right back
Oh,
inside.
yeah,
so.
the dog in the rain. It's not good. It's not good.
I see some grades going on. I know, grading a draft class as soon as it happens is the most accurate way to do it.
Oh, yeah, definitely an A+.
Especially mid-draft.
It's got to be an A+ for the Bears in this draft, right?
The thing
an F.
The thing I just hate about this whole thing is that you drafted to the strengths of your new head coach, who presumably has a much longer leash than your potential franchise quarterback, right?
Yeah.
And you need to see something from Justin Fields this year, or else now you're in a position where you're going to have to draft another quarterback and restart that clock.
I hope it doesn't come to having to draft another quarterback. And that's why I totally understand the angst when it comes to not helping Justin Fields. I mean, I feel that too. I'm willing to take a deep breath though, and look, at least give him to the start of training camp. If it looks like this the first week of training camp, I'll be the first to sit here on the show.
So right now you are in Luke Getsy, you trust.
Well, it's it's part of that, but it's also, there's a couple moves that could be made, like signing an Eric Fisher, and maybe another veteran guard that might be out there, and all of a sudden it doesn't look so bad. And we don't know who's going to get cut. There's always some cuts that happen after the draft too. That's where I'm not ready to.
You never know who you're going to pull off of a fishing boat. And
It could be Jason Peters again. I don't know if he's a fit for this offense, but it could be. Someone wants to know if your dog can play offensive line.
no.
Probably not.
Very flighty. Doesn't run through the block.
I mean, I do feel relatively strong about the fact that I think they added 2.5 starters. I say 2.5 because I don't think Velus Jones Jr. is a guy who's going to be playing 100% of the offensive snaps. But I think there's a very good chance Kyler Gordon could be starting at corner week one.
Whether outside or in, he's starting. I agree.
You look at the depth chart right now, and I would put Jaquan Brisker out there if the game was tomorrow.
Same.
Next to Eddie Jackson.
Same.
So there are years where you look at who they drafted, and you're like even with Tevin Jenkins last year before he got hurt, the only thing that screamed to me right away that he was going to be a plug-and-play starter was the fact that they cut Charles Leno.
Yes.
But before they actually, in those 48 hours after they drafted him, and then before they cut Charles Leno, I was like, okay, this is a guy who's got to work himself in there. We're going to see if he can play left, right side. How's he going to work in here? He's going to have to earn a spot. And then they just cut Charles Leno Jr. It's like, oh, shit, the guy's going to have to play.
Yeah.
But other than that, he didn't scream instant starter to me. Same thing with Justin Fields. I thought, there's a good chance he was going to earn that opportunity, which they didn't really allow him to earn in camp. But you're like, okay, quarterback, it's going to take some time here. That is the one bright side, or silver lining of them drafting the way they did tonight, is I feel relatively confident they just fill two big holes on defense. And that does matter.
And the dog just peed on our carpet.
Oh, no.
Dog peed on our rug.
Unbelievable.
Well, you guys told her to do it. You brought it up. It's too bad
in
that
our
wasn't
brain.
on camera. It was close to being on
It
camera.
was close.
The lower third may have been blocking it.
Yep.
Go get the steam vac, Lawrence.
Steam vac.
Now you're going to put it on there?
Oh, boy. We're zooming into it now. This is like
Well-
day 3 draft content, not
I
night 2.
don't know if PointsBet had a bet on the. There it is. It's not on yet, but I don't know.
There it is.
PointsBet has a lot of bets. I don't know if they had one for first
The pee
time
on
a
the
dog
rug.
pees at CHGO, but it has happened.
He pissed on your fucking rug.
We got a Blake Lebowski situation going on here.
Really tied the studio together.
That
really
pee is a
did.
sign of this Bears draft.
Hey man, peed on my rug. I go home and watch that tonight for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably should watch film on Velus Jones Jr., but
Is it safe to put it on the phone and drive home? Probably not.
no.
No, but it's a great movie.
Although
don't
that's a
have to,
movie
look
I
at
could
it.
actually listen to.
Exactly, that's what I'm
and be
saying. Like, I don't have
entertained.
to stare at it.
Like if the Big Lebowski was just a podcast, I could do
Favorite Lebowski line?
it. Well, that's just like your opinion, man.
The fucking Eagles? Come on.
I always love when they're doing the handoff, and he just goes, "Dirty undies, dudes. Dirty undies, dude. The whites." And he throws it out.
Yep.
What a great
Blake Willis. He's
Oh,
going to the
hey.
Titans.
Nice.
The Titans.
Over the line. Okay, that's the other one that gets me too.
That's an underrated controversial pick in that it, as good as Ryan Tannehill's been there, might create some controversy because he's not like a elite quarterback that fans are just going to support no matter what.
Yeah, if he struggles, I think that's when it will happen. But if he plays like he's been, I think they can be patient.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Someone asked, is there anyone left on the board you guys would want?
Well, I saw Marcus Jones just went to the Patriots a few picks ago, and that was someone that I like going in, but with the Kyler Gordon pick and also the Velus Jones Jr. pick, like both of them actually have a skill set that Marcus Jones embodies. So with both those picks, it didn't matter anymore, but I did like them a lot. Sean Ryan's still sitting there. That's the one I can see underneath us on the monitor over here.
I think also Jamari Salyer's still available.
Parham.
Let me give you a hypothetical here, and our commenters too. Please chime in on this.
I think I'm up to date on this, but I could be wrong.
No, I
don't
think
know.
you.
Is Jalen Torbert still out there, or did I miss?
Yeah, he's there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think you're up to date. If I were to tell you right now that Poles traded the rest of the draft to come up to this next pick right here and draft really any of these guys that's still on the board. Oh, the only one that's not updated there, Lawrence, is the
Kobe Dean.
Is the Kobe Dean. Oh man.
Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no. Are we zooming in on that?
No, please don't zoom on what just happened. We'll just tell you it was worse than the first thing that the dog
Almost
did.
like 2 times as bad.
Yeah, 2 times.
2 times as
That's
bad,
a
right?
good,
Once was enough,
Wow.
but twice? 2 times?
two. Number 2.
You know, if we didn't still have 1,000 people watch, it'd be like, that's a sign to go home. But I think,
I
the
get
people
it.
are still here. I know that for sure they do not want to see what just happened.
I don't know. If someone gives us a $25 super chat, I guess I
No.
No, it's
No?
not worth
No.
it. Don't spend your money on this.
Not
Okay.
doing that. let me get back to my question for the love of God.
Yeah, so trading the rest of the farm of the draft.
To draft any of those guys, Nakobe Dean was the only one that had not been grayed out yet, but so he's off the board. Otherwise, any of these guys still on the board, would you be happy with that? Because you're losing out on the rest of the guys, but maybe you're adding a starter on the O-line?
Yeah, one more starter.
Or, to me, David Bell's a guy that could go in there and do more than Velus Jones Jr. can, at least. By the way, I just noticed, if we can go back to our main shot.
Oh, no.
At how close Kevin Kaduk's beer is to spilling right now. No, don't move it. We're going to get a shot of it, Joey, because
that's impressive.
It is that close to having a bigger disaster than we actually just had with the dog. Well, hang on. We got the shot. We had it for a moment.
Had it for 2 seconds.
It was leaning.
The leaning mountain of course.
Yeah. No, that's all right. We're good.
Sit back down. Let's see what the dog does next.
Wayne says 25-year-old rookie doing a rebuild. Yeah. The 25-year-old thing isn't
I think
great.
E. King says it best.
I know it's not great. To me, it's just not end of the world.
I accept a 25-year-old if he's coming in and playing right away, which is probably what Velus Jones Jr. can do.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
And if he gives you, at least 4 years of that rookie contract.
If he can max out that rookie contract, which again,
for a third-round pick, you can live with that.
Which again, for the Bears, they have to find a way to win now during Justin's rookie contract. Yeah. It's all a window that's shared. And still, I know he's old, but I think it's a testament of his character and his football desire to play this game at a high level that he kept at it. And most guys, you're 23, 24, I'm not going to the NFL by this point.
Yeah.
But he's still able to kind of stick with it.
I didn't get a lot of responses, I don't think, on if people would want to trade up here.
Maybe they thought you were asking me.
Well, I was. I was asking everybody. I just didn't know how people would feel about it.
Let's do this super chat because it's been sitting in my favorites for a while. I figured I'd give RB a shout-out. He says, Indy's D under Eberflus was amazing at taking the ball away in excellent field position. Take pressure off Fields, his best path. Let Poles cook.
Hey, that's an underrated point. Look, as a special teams guy, I'm obviously going to advocate for field position. But you have helped yourself in that regard tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You've added 2 guys in the secondary that'll probably help, not give up big plays, which always help your field position. And then if you can bring in a dynamic returner who's averaging 25 and 15 in the return game, regardless if you're getting touchdowns or not, that's great. But you're helping the field position, and if the defense starts taking the ball away too, we saw the impact that had on Mitch Trubisky in 2018.
Precisely.
The problem is we also saw how that was kind of fool's gold. And I just want to make sure Justin Fields is actually developing and not just having better results because of field position and takeaways. That's the thing. And here's another thing I'll say, though. If he's the real deal, he'll probably overcome the lack of a perfect offensive line or the lack of, having Pro Bowlers out there to throw the ball to. If he's a real deal, it's just you're not necessarily helping him get there right away.
Correct. And I know that everyone's frustrated, but at the end of the day, when we're wrapping up and you asked the question, did the Chicago Bears get better tonight? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
It's just maybe not where everyone was expecting it to go. And I'm starting to think about this secondary, right? You have Dalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, and then you have Eddie Jackson, Brisker. They brought in that Tavon Johnson, and then you have Cruikshank.
Yeah.
So that's and then you have DHC as well. That's a pretty good secondary, both for your base, your nickel, your dime personnel. That's a pretty good, solid group.
Daniel says, sucks that we don't have 4th-round pick.
Yes,
Lots of
is.
good players still there. That was one of my goals going into my mock draft that I did on allchgo.com was to get a 4th-round pick. I agree with you there.
Yep.
I think that's kind of one. I'm starting to repeat myself now that we've been going almost 4 hours here, but that's the more so than them not drafting offense earlier. That's my bigger complaint about the night, was just that you didn't add more draft
You
capital.
couldn't trade down. And again, we don't know the story behind it. Like, we're not in the draft room. We don't know if they did attempt and it didn't work out, or they didn't get an offer they liked, whatever that may be. But it's still easy for everyone to feel disappointed, because we do. Like, we wanted more picks. Polls even verbalized it to the public. Like, they would love to move down.
Yeah, and Rob says 3 picks left, none in the 4th round. Hard to consider trading all 3 to move up.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I was bringing up a hypothetical just for discussion, quite frankly. I wasn't advocating.
Because we have half a 3rd round to go.
Would you trade Quinn for a 4th rounder? Now, that's maybe more, I don't know if it's realistic, because I don't know that anyone's trading a 4th round pick for Robert Quinn at this point. But
Despite all the sacks last season.
if somebody did call and offer that, I think for where this team is, I would do that.
Well,
Because even if Robert Quinn has another great season for you at age 32,
that's really it, right?
what does that help you do next year?
Right.
Unless I guess the argument would maybe he's creating takeaways with this pass rush, and that's helping Justin Fields. Maybe,
We have a secondary that can handle it now.
Yeah, I think I'd probably take that trade.
I would, because Quinn, like you said, even if he has a good season next season, that's probably all he's going to give this team. But if you can turn into a 4th rounder and potentially hit on that pick, you take a chance, then you have a guy that can contribute for, a handful plus years, and you just kind of turn that one player. And the cap situation gets even that more friendlier.
Yeah. Some people, I think someone's saying wait to trade Quinn. I actually brought that up earlier before we came on the show tonight, that maybe you can get more for Quinn mid-season if he's playing well, still looks productive, staying healthy, maybe eat some of that money in the same way that the Broncos did in the Von Miller trade. I think a big difference, though, is like Von Miller still got paid after all that. Like, he is younger enough.
Yeah.
And Robert Quinn, I don't think, is getting a massive contract.
No, I think this is his last one.
The next time he's there. So, but I don't necessarily disagree, though. I do think you can maybe get more if you wait till the season, but then you're also hoping for some things to go right, and you're not getting a pick in this draft right now.
You're waiting one more year.
So that's what you got to, and you risk getting nothing. Again, we don't know anybody's calling right now wanting Robert Quinn for a draft pick right now, but my guy Brian says trade up for the punt god. Absolutely. How do you not do that? I mean, come on. Trade the whole draft for Ricky Williams style with the punt god.
Hey.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ditka would do it.
Man, I think Bears fans the city would start burning.
Let's see the last couple picks here. We had Jalen Tolbert came off.
Where'd he go?
He went to Dallas. Good spot for him.
With CD?
Will be with CD Lamb after they traded away Amari Cooper.
Oh, so they have an Alabama and a Southern Alabama kid.
Yeah, there you go. I love CD Lamb, by the way. I also love that Chris Berman, when he does his NFL highlights, he calls him ABCD Lamb.
Oh,
this is one of those Bermanisms that I actually enjoy. I know people don't like Chris Berman. I still like him when he's doing NFL primetime.
I still like the fastest 3 minutes.
Yeah, he does that too.
I still enjoy that.
Let's see. What else we got? Steven, Luke Getsy has his work cut out. Hopefully scheme change will lead to better results. Polls better. I was reading it. Polls better have explained the process to Fields ahead of time. That is something I wonder about tonight. Like, what is Justin Fields thinking?
That's a great point.
He doesn't seem like the type of guy that's going to start getting angry over things. He's pretty even-keeled. Mm-hmm. I'm sure he'll show up to work and be just fine with whoever's there. But, it sets you up for potential problems down the line if things don't go well.
Correct. If they don't
or
go
if
well,
he gets hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Then
you can point back at it and, like, you had an opportunity and you didn't take it, and look where we're at now. If things end up working out, like you said, though, if he is like the real deal, he should be able to overcome, some of the deficiencies that the Bears have on offense. He should be able to elevate his teammates around him. Although he can't help block for himself, that is something that he can't do. But receiver-wise or target-wise, like he can definitely help in that regard.
He can only block for himself by running. I'll say that.
Yep.
Offensive lineman off the board. Memphis, Dylan Parham.
Okay.
Off to the Las Vegas Raiders.
2 more guys off of your big board that are
At number 90. We're running out of guys on the big board. And the Bears don't have a pick the rest of the night. So
What number was that?
that was number 90.
Oh, I thought I heard 99. And I kind of got excited. I was like, did you say
Seriously.
99?
No, you just wish I said
I
99.
did.
We do have a Packers pick coming up here in 2 picks.
Okay.
The Bucks are on the clock at 91. Packers at 92. The 49ers coming up at 93. Have the 49ers made a pick yet?
Yes? I don't know.
I don't even. Oh, they took Drake Jackson, a linebacker, at 61.
That's it?
That's it.
Wow.
Well, with all the teams that had multiple first-round picks, they left a lot of teams that traded away stuff.
Correct.
So there are lots of teams that do not have a lot of picks. The Bucks were one of the teams that did not have a lot of picks, but they've improved that a little bit with some of the trades that they've made. Because they ended up with Logan Hall, Luke Godecki. They have pick 91 coming up here, and they have 2 fourth-rounders.
I like the super chat from Bob about Velus. You know, the dude's rookie contract will be up the same year he retires. I hope he's not retiring at 29.
Yeah. Well, Michael Fields, he's erasing Bears from his social media profile if they're watching this debacle. I don't think he's doing that yet.
No.
I also love that that's a thing.
Yeah.
Like what? That just became such a thing. Is just delete all your Bear stuff.
I wonder
Who
what
was it that did that? Was it A-Rob?
Kyler Murray or
A lot of people have done it.
No, a Bears player
A-Rob,
did.
A-Rob did it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now it's like everybody does it.
What do you think would happen if you just deleted like any CHGO stuff? Do you have any CHGO stuff on your Twitter? Header maybe?
Yeah, a little
Cover?
bit. I wouldn't do that yet.
Just to experiment, like would people just take it so out of context?
It seems like a lot of work. Like, I'm sure A-Rob's not the one sitting there. Like, I'm sure he's paying somebody to do that, or his agency's taking care of it. But whoever's doing that, it just seems like a lot of work. Is it really making a point? Did it change anything?
It creates buzz about you, and that's a big thing.
Yeah. Vic says the Packers are going to take Bell here just to get me mad.
Yeah, oh boy, they'd have Watson and Bell. What a combo!
That's definitely about to happen.
And Neek, who has a Kobe avatar, which is sort of a cross-pollination of NBA guys, he says, do we have to pray for Justin Fields?
I don't know, man. Again, I'm not quite to that point. Check in at training camp.
Kinda. It's no reason to overreact here tonight.
We're still in the I want to give people the benefit of the doubt phase, but it does start to make you question. I mean, Olin already left tonight.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, no O-line, come on. Maybe he went to Hallis.
Yeah, maybe he just got so fed up he went to Hallis.
He did like briefly threaten that earlier. I think he was kidding, but now I'm actually worried. Let's see. The Packers are now on the clock. Pick in for the Bucks. What if the Packers took a quarterback here?
I don't think their quarterback room gets better.
Yeah. Who would it be? Who's even out
Matt
there?
Corral. I mean,
God.
I was about 5% serious. But, you know, you got to plan for the future. Nah, they're probably going to take David Bell.
David Bell. My internet's been wonky.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out who's even there.
We're on third-round internet right now.
Third round internet is a thing.
We're all using Nick's hotspot for this.
Some of the let's go through some of the players that are still available. Matt Corral, Daniel Fa'alele, who we've talked about, Sam Howell, the quarterback from North Carolina, Darian Kennard from Kentucky, Kirby Joseph, the safety from Illinois, is still out there. My guy Leo Chanel, linebacker from Wisconsin. Chris Paul is Chris Paul is an offensive lineman from Tulsa. That
did you see him last night in the closeout game?
Oh
My God.
yeah.
Perfect. 14 for 14. Oh, you're talking about a different Chris
I'm talking
Paul.
about a slightly bigger Chris Paul. Yeah. Slightly bigger Chris Paul. Khalil Shakur is a wide receiver who's still available.
Okay.
So that goes back to the point we had from some of our commenters. Be nice to have a 4th-round pick, wouldn't it?
Yeah, waiting. I think there's like roughly 60 picks until the Bears are back on the clock.
Yeah.
Like, there's going to be a lot of guys gone.
A lot of those guys, I think, are going to be gone. Should we go through? So we got, let's see, the Bucs took a running back from Arizona State, Rashad White. Let's go through some of the NFC North. How about we do that? Packers on the clock. They have taken Quay Walker, first-round pick. Then they took Devontae Wyatt, also in the first round. Teammates from Georgia there, linebacker, D-line, a couple of really good football players to add to that defense. Then with 2 second-round picks, they traded up tonight to take Christian Watson. I thought that was a little bit high for Watson, but they needed to take a wide receiver. So they did what the Bears didn't, right?
Yep.
They made that move for one of those so-called top day 2 guys. Obviously, the Bears waited. They end up with Velus Jones Jr. Now Packers back on the clock here at number 92. And I think that pick is actually...
Yeah.
I see Sean Ryan's name.
Sean Ryan, there he goes, the guard out of UCLA.
Oh.
Yep. So there goes the last one on your big board.
One
the last one like that you listed, not that's remaining.
No, there's a few guys still. Actually, there's some offensive linemen I had higher. But this is where you do get in the conversation where if day 2 ends and guys like this are still on the board, what's wrong with them, right?
Yep.
Like we do a lot of homework here. We're trying to learn as much as we can about some of these guys, but we're not going to know the medicals.
Correct.
Because there are laws about that type of thing, right? And it's not uncommon for guys to just fall, and you're sitting there and you're going, why? And then you find out, he's got this issue, or he's got this shoulder problem. It's starting to come out with Nakobe Dean. Now, the Eagles ended up getting Nakobe Dean in the 3rd round. But I'm just starting to wonder, like, Jamari Salyer.
Like, what is it?
Yeah.
About, I know he's not like the most athletic guy, but I don't think his athleticism would be what would pull him all the way down. I think we've seen other guys that are the Mauler types already kind of go. Kennard, too. Like, Kennard's been someone that people have been raving about all through the pre-draft process, and it's a big surprise that he's still sitting there, too.
Cliff says, Adam, the problem is all these guys will be gone well before the Bears' next pick. Maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I wish they had a 4th rounder, and they don't. So that's kind of the downside of them not, trading back at some point. Let's go to the I was going through the NFC North picks. The Lions, of course, had the big night last night, getting Aiden Hutchinson with the number 2 overall pick. Then trading up for Jamison Williams with the Vikings there. And then tonight they added the edge rusher from Kentucky, Josh Paschal. Solid draft for the Lions.
It
When you
is.
got 3 picks, though, in the top 46, you should have that. So I think they did well, though, to trade up, land Jamison Williams, and still have that 2nd-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
The way they did those deals, they traded back. They would have had the 34th pick, and instead they go back to 46. They still get a pretty good edge rusher.
Yeah, and I think the last time they took a defensive lineman with the 2nd overall pick was a pretty good one too, right? Ndamukong Suh.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, I've heard of him. He's he terrorized the Bears for a good bit as well. But yeah, I like the Lions draft. For them, I guess the question is always what it's been. Like, can they develop the talent and maximize it? Because they have a knack of getting guys that, at this stage of the offseason have a lot of positive reports on them. They go to Detroit and kind of fizzle out or just kind of get lost.
So the Vikings were in that trade with the Lions. So they moved back to 32. They took Lewis Seen to end the night last night. They then were supposed to have the 34th pick tonight, which they got in that Lions trade, and then they traded back again there. 42 is what they ended up with. They took Andrew Booth Jr., who fell, a lot of people thinking he was going to go a lot earlier. And so they end up addressing safety corner. Sound familiar? That's what the Bears did, too, with their first 2 picks. The Vikings then had another 2nd-round pick. They took Ed Ingram, offensive lineman from LSU. And then picking at 66, they took Brian Asamoah, linebacker from Oklahoma.
Okay. I mean, overall, okay class. I don't like the Ingram pick in terms of I like it because he's going to Minnesota. It's a player that I wasn't really super sold on in this process. I did see a decent amount of good film on him and good tape, but like even just talking to him at the combine, like he just didn't have like that it factor that I was looking for. Just kind of soft spoken. A couple of the questions that I asked, he's just kind of like, I don't know. Like matter of fact, like, oh. And I was like, okay. So I had to move on, talk to some other people because I wasn't getting anything, and that kind of soured me out just a little bit. And just because he's not good at the media doesn't mean he's not a good player. Right. But to me, it just didn't feel right.
Okay. Good question here. Where did it go? Cliff says, why are team draft boards always so different from ours? Well, I mean, a number of reasons. One, the thing you got to understand is that there's 32 teams, and all the draft boards, all of those team draft boards are different from each other. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you got to factor that in. With the media, it ends up just being a consensus. But if you actually were to separate the draft analysts, those boards are also considerably different, especially at this point in the draft.
Yep.
You might have a Mel Kiper who says 5th round, and Dane Brugler says 2nd round. The one thing I didn't mention earlier, Dane Brugler on Velus Jones Jr.,
it was probably
5th or 6th round.
Right, it was late.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So that gives you some of the disparity. And then the other big factor in there, why are they different? Medicals. I mean, they have access to, they have not just one doctor, but every team has a medical staff going over this information. Mm-hmm. And they huddle, and that's part of all these pre-draft meetings. And those are going to be different opinions. Two, even within those staffs, one staff might say, yeah, I'm willing to take this chance. I think with some training or some strength training or something here, we can fix this problem. This guy's got soft tissue. Oh, we can handle that. We can fix that problem with our nutrition and the way we do things in this building. Another team might say, no, we can't. So there's more of a consensus early on in the draft, but you even saw it last night. First rounders that fell back. Patriots drafting the guy that some people thought would go in the 3rd round in the 1st round. So all it takes is one team. I always say that, and we see that every single year.
Totally agreed. Looks like the Panthers are taking,
Matt Corral.
Matt Corral.
So they finally get their quarterback in Carolina.
Took to the 3rd round. But, hey, no reason to force it earlier if they weren't going to go off the board.
Hey, thoughts on this question from Tiff? Ryan Poles and Matt Flus trying to tank Justin Fields?
No.
They purposely refused to draft any from the offensive side. All of the rookie second-year quarterbacks are getting help except Fields.
No. It's
so angry she typed her name twice. Tiff.
I just don't see a scenario once you inherit a team and you sell, the search committee and, Ryan Poles, when he was hiring a head coach, like, well, my number one plan here is to come in and, like, we're going to sabotage, like, this first-round quarterback and to find a way to move on from him as quickly as possible. Yeah, I don't see it.
That's not happening. Come on. They're not taking Fields. This was a trade-up, by the way, I think.
Okay.
New England Patriots traded the 94 overall pick to the Panthers for a 4th-round selection and a 2023 3rd-rounder.
Not a bad trade.
So, remember, the Panthers did not have a pick. Like, this is their first pick since they took Ikem Ekwonu last night at number 6 overall. So it was really the first opportunity. When you pass on the quarterback then, which I think we could say was probably a good decision considering Pickett was the only one that went in the 1st round. Mm-hmm. Nobody else went until the 3rd. They still get one of the quarterbacks in round 3. And, Matt Corral was a fun quarterback to watch in college. I don't necessarily know how it's all going to translate to the NFL, but I think in terms of value, they did okay here.
I'm watching some of the highlights. Didn't watch a lot of film on the guy. Just didn't anticipate the Bears, going after some of these quarterbacks in this draft. But I'll trust you on it. And what I'm seeing here,
Matt Corral was, come on. You didn't watch SEC games? What's wrong with you, man? You were too busy watching the MAC.
Lane Kiffin's offense, against Alabama, there were some good games there. Look, he had some ball placement issues though. Like he wasn't.
I don't think he translates to be a quarterback. Really, he should have been one of those guys that they want to be a wide receiver.
Okay, I don't know if I'm going that far. He has raw quarterback talent. He just kind of overcooks it a little bit, I think.
I don't see him being a star.
No, I don't either. But I think 3rd round value, Carolina had to take a chance on one of the quarterbacks.
You have to do something.
And we see it, guys turn out to be, Davis Mills. Wasn't Davis Mills a 3rd-round pick last year? Stanford.
Roughly.
And I liked him. I liked him coming out. I think I had him behind Kellen Mond, which was probably a mistake there in the rankings. But I think I had a late 2nd-round grade on Davis Mills.
Okay.
And he
played well.
Might end up being a sleeper in that class. Looks like the Texans are still rolling with him at this point. So
Looks like we're down to roughly our final 10 picks of the night as we just cross over the 4-hour mark.
Ooh, what a marathon.
It is a marathon. It's been quite the experience.
Yeah. The other signal I will wait is if Ryan Pohl starts talking at House Hall.
Oh, that'd be a great one, right?
Yeah, then we know they're not trading him.
Unless it's like the world's biggest smokescreen. Like he's out there and everyone's like, ah.
That has happened, though, where like Ryan Pace would come down early and be like, yeah, we're done for the night. And that's that. So, I don't know that fans are thrilled with this draft class tonight.
They're definitely not. I've seen a few people.
According to our comments, they're not.
A few
Some
people
are,
say they like it.
Most not.
But most, definitely like the vast majority have not. Actually, here, while we have like another half hour in front of us, I'll pull Bears Twitter real quick and we can.
There's one good point from Gary real quick while you're pulling that up. Davis Mills would have been the first quarterback taken if he was in this year's draft. Justin would have been number 1 overall. Well, they couldn't both be that would make Justin the first. But I get what your point is. That I agree. Justin Fields is easily the number 1 overall pick in this draft, I think. Well, yeah, probably because the Jaguars would have traded it is what would have happened. Someone would have traded up for Justin Fields, I think, number 1, most likely. And then if not, the Lions would have had a second crack at him. Davis Mills, though, I agree, probably would have been number 1. I see what you're saying. He would have been the number 1 quarterback of this class. I got you, man. Yes, I agree with you. He would have been. He definitely would have been, and Justin Fields would have been the number 1 overall. So,
all right.
This is what Gary says. He says he's whelmed. He's not underwhelmed.
Oh.
He's not overwhelmed.
He's just whelmed.
He's whelmed.
I like that. You're just whelmed. Sometimes it's okay to be whelmed. It doesn't have to be polarizing. You can just be like, okay. I kind of feel the same way, Gary. I'm with you. I'm like, you know what? They're not blowing me away here.
But they're getting better.
But they got players that are going to help. That's what I think. The only reason I'm not, or why I'm just whelmed is because I would like to see them have more players.
Yep.
If they could have traded back, but
that's the one where like if he's talking, like that's the question I wanted the answer to. Like, so why didn't you move back? And you probably won't get the straight answer.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the Broncos apparently moved that pick to the Colts, or maybe that had already happened. But Nick Cross, safety from Maryland's off the board. So now we're into the compensatory picks? Is that what they're called?
Yes, we are in the.
So the Lions are on the clock.
And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 comp picks that end the 3rd round.
9 times.
And the Detroit Lions are on the clock.
I can't wait for the Bears to have some of these one day, maybe.
Comp picks?
Yes, sir.
They had one last year, didn't they? Who did they take with that comp pick? It was like the first comp pick they had in a decade.
Now, let's explain to the people like me who are less aware of what the hell the compensatory picks are for and how they get them and why the Bears don't ever get them.
Good point, Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
Good question. The formula is very confusing, and I cannot explain to you the formula. I have talked to general managers who can't explain the formula. They pay people to explain the formula. That's how crazy it is. But if the overall sum, Lawrence, of your free agents that you lose is greater than what you gain, you can earn yourself a comp pick. It's complicated. It has to do with salaries and all this type of stuff. But if you lose some big free agents but it depends on not only what they sign for, but when they sign. Like there's a comp pick deadline that can, which is why there's another wave of free agency, because when that comp pick deadline happens, then teams are willing to sign guys because they didn't want to screw up their comp pick formula. Yes, it gets confusing, but the more you lose in free agency, the higher picks you get, which is why there's third-round comp picks. I believe the Bears' comp pick last year was in the 4th round.
There's actually 2 6s.
Oh, okay.
So I think it was.
I lied to you. I apologize.
So I think it was Khalil Herbert, by the way. Like that's a great turnout for.
It shows you why they're valuable.
Exactly, and then Thomas and Daz Newsome, I believe.
Okay.
And then Thomas Graham was the 6th pick sixth rounder that they already had.
Yeah.
Nope, didn't have a 4th last year. It was Borum in the 5th and Jenkins in the 2nd. So there was that long gap.
Shout out to Tomas. 1999 super chat. Thank you, Tomas.
Yeah.
Just joined from the Bears draft party. Sorry I'm late. I'll just say I'm okay with these picks we had, but I will say that I witnessed a fan hit a double doink at the fan event, so there's that. Wow.
Oh, like I told. Okay,
He kicked a double doink?
a fan must have. Yeah. I guess there are a lot.
Tomas,
of
we want to see the video.
Was it Cody Parkey? Was he there?
Yeah. Well, does he have a job at this point?
I feel like I
Don't
looked
care.
this up
Honestly, I don't even care.
No, he's a free agent, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I looked this up like 2 weeks ago.
I've just wiped him from my memory banks. So
Probably a smart thing they did. Yeah, he's a free agent. Cody Parkey. Probably smart. Ravi's not happy again. Ravi was not happy with our mock draft, and then he sent me a nice apology.
Oh, that's kind.
So he seems like a nice guy, but he's a little angry again tonight at the real draft. Which you know what I have to say? It's probably better to channel your anger to a real draft than a mock draft. Mm-hmm. Whether you're right or wrong, it's probably just healthier that way, I think.
We'll see if he reaches out to like Ryan Poles and everyone tomorrow. Like, I'm sorry.
Maybe after they win a Super Bowl in 3 years, as you predicted yesterday.
We didn't say 3 years. You think the Bulls are going to the finals in 3 years? Before 3 years?
Yeah, you locked it in.
No one did.
You locked
Roll
it in.
the tape. It didn't happen. It's like Olin saying, I can't admit when I'm wrong when I have one shot. I don't know when I was wrong.
I actually don't even know what that was in reference to.
Well, we were talking about different like linemen available or something like that. And I said, like, this is a guy. And he's like, okay, we'll can't admit when he's wrong. Like, what?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was so confused by that.
It's okay. All right.
hey, ILL. The Lions
They
just
take
got
the safety from Illinois?
Joseph. Yeah.
Kirby Joseph.
I just got the I off camera.
Yeah, do that again?
From Cody. Not Cody Parkey, but Cody Del Mendo, our Cubs
Yeah.
guy.
See,
ILL?
OSE.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
I mean, that's usually what happens. Just saying.
I see a comment from Jose saying that we're just being way too positive because this is no different than like Angelo or Pace.
You know why we're being positive?
But
if
what
we're
about
being
Phil
positive
Emery?
Well, none of us know what any of these players are going to do,
No, we can't.
including the general managers.
He's been here 3 months. I give him time.
And I try to look for guys in the draft that I feel like, quite honestly, I look for guys that have high floors. And I think the Bears got a couple of those guys today.
I think they got 3 guys that have
Yeah.
high floors.
Yeah, I don't know how high their ceilings are.
Right,
But-
that's the question.
Gordon maybe has the highest, but I do like that they added. At minimum, I feel like they added guys, speaking of comp picks, that are going to get you a comp pick in 4 years if you don't end up re-signing them yourself. You know, they're not going to bust out of the league. I feel kind of confident with that.
I think Velus's pro comp is Devin Duvernay, who's a Baltimore Raven, and he's kind of like that wide receiver /return specialist. And he was someone that I did like coming out of the draft process, I think 2-3 seasons ago. And we'll see. I get a little older, though, so I know that's going to be the talk of the draft when it comes to that pick. But I'm just looking at the player that the Bears have on a rookie deal for 4 years, and I'll accept it.
We got a hashtag fire polls already. They haven't even played a game.
Was that you, Jake?
He's had his chance. Hashtag fire polls.
They haven't played a game. At least let them lose to the Packers in week 1. Then you can be angry.
Uh-oh, it's going viral. Jose's jumping on board.
Nope.
What? Oh,
I still think that's
Hashtag
Phil
fire
Emery
polls,
because that's the one GM he didn't mention.
oh no! Did David Bell just get drafted?
David Bell gone. Did he go to the Lions?
Must be.
No, that's not true.
Browns.
No.
I think he went to the Browns.
Oh, if he went to the Browns. Well, the Commanders went with Brian Robinson from Alabama. He's good.
By the way, Jarvis Landry still available out there in the world. This is my point. You can still sign help.
You can get guys.
You can still. There's guys out there that can help. And I don't know if you're winning Will's predicted Super Bowl with them,
but not predict the Super Bowl. Don't put that out there.
Tomas jumping back in.
Yep.
Another $5.
Purdue
Thank you,
wide
Tomas.
receiver David Bell to the Cleveland Browns.
Tomas says he's happy to spend $25 on you all. Thank you, CHGO. I have no video, just saying I nailed that field goal. Sign me.
Yeah. Robbie says David
Thank
Bell
you.
is slow, but his game film is so good. Yeah, I mean, play speed to me is more important. There's actually there's 2 YouTube videos you can check out on David Bell. One is just his highlights against Iowa, that game alone. Number 2 team in the country. And the Big Ten Network put out a video of David Bell's highlights from Purdue. I've mentioned how he's had a lot of catches, a lot of yards, and a lot of touchdowns. How long do you think that video was? It was 25 minutes.
I was going to say
That's
8.
a lot of good stuff.
I think if you've compiled 25 minutes of highlights from college, you're probably pretty good.
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, we'll see.
I mean, as a former BTN employee, I would say that maybe you could have edited that down a little bit and gotten it down to 8. That would have. I don't know. Do we need to watch 25 minutes?
But,
That's a good call from Jake.
Can you repeat that?
Nobody can
says-
hear that, but
He says maybe it's because he's so slow. That's why it took so long. And that
I think it was because he was
deserves-
running for so many yards after the catch.
Yeah.
Plays were just longer.
He was.
Looked like Ozzie Guillen here.
You want me to pull up the yards after the catch average? I think it was pretty.
It's like
6, 5.
yeah. There's a lot of plays though. You watch that highlight tape where he's picking up yards after the catch. He had a lot of catches. That's the problem.
So that kills the average.
Yeah, but he has some catches where he literally runs away from people. So, why would they not take him over a 25-year-old return man? That's where I am too. Like I feel like a guy who's going to be on the field for most of the game still has, and this is a special teams guy coming. The guy. I'm saying that, and I'm respecting Velus Jones' return ability, and I do think that that's going to help the team a lot. I would have taken David Bell.
I mean, still have a guy in offense though with the 4-3-1 to complement
That helps.
Darnell Mooney. So I think that helps. And who knows? Ryan Poles is around a guy named Tyreek Hill for a very long time. And I'm not trying to use that as a comparison, but I'm trying to say that he knows him. He's seen him play up close and personal.
That's true.
So if it's even someone that he's like, I can envision a slightly similar role, I'm okay with taking that chance.
6 picks left here tonight. Actually, I think we're down to 5. The Cardinals have taken defensive lineman Majai Sanders. Apologies if I butchered that. Another Cincinnati player.
Cincinnati and Georgia.
How many Cincinnati and Georgia players have been drafted so far in the first 100? He was the 100th selection right there. That was pick 100.
Do you think the Bengals wish they had a couple of those defenders from, the college last year in the Super Bowl?
Yes. Yeah. Somebody mentioning Sherrick McManus. I'm not sure why, but shout out to Sherrick.
Someone said I need to stop talking. It's been 4 hours. I'm getting to that point too.
No, please don't stop talking. We have 5 more picks. Then you can stop talking. What? Oh, no. He's doing it to me. Don't do that. We're going to make Kevin come back here and have his dog poop on the ground again.
Yeah, shit happens when Kevin comes over here.
Oh, I see what you did there.
pretty good.
If you missed that part of the show, congratulations to you.
Yeah, seriously. Nick is done speaking with Velus Jones up at Hallison and is hopefully going to jump back on here.
Okay.
Oh, that's
pretty
great.
soon.
We can have Nick bring us home here on the marathon. Day 2. Just so people know, tomorrow night we will not be live the entire day. That is definitely a marathon. We will have a show tomorrow night, though, once everything wraps up. And we will be providing analysis on social media of the Bears picks when they come up.
I'm excited for that.
So that will be happening. And make sure you're checking out our friends at PointsBet. They have all the draft bets you could possibly think of. Code CHGO. They're on PointsBet. So 13.
Wow.
Jake Flanagan coming through with what I asked. The answer to the question, how many Georgia and Cincinnati players went in the top 100? The combo is 13.
That's really impressive.
I believe the math on that is 13% of the draft.
Hey, let's give it a shot. Is Nick there?
Oh, I see what you did.
Hey, what's
Hello,
going on, you
Nick.
guys? Can you hear me?
Yes.
How's it going?
We're hanging in there. We're hanging in there. How about you, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. So been in and out all day, obviously, but got to speak with Velus Jones Jr. That it struck me. He mentioned Devin Hester within the first maybe 20 seconds of his press conference. So I'm like, all right, I think the Bears have something here, mentioning Devin Hester initially in his press conference. But that I thought he had a lot of just a lot of charisma. He's very hyped up, ready to go, wants to kind of prove himself. Everyone's talking about his age and how that's kind of been like the down thing with Velus Jones Jr. being 25. But he's like, age is just a number. And, I think that can apply to a lot of people, right? Age is just a number. But, he had some good stuff to kind of share. He kind of talked about his family playing a big part into how he kind of runs with the ball in his hands. He said he kind of learned that from his dad. Don't let the first guy tackle you is kind of what he learned when he was young. And so every time he kind of gets a ball, and whether it's a handoff or a kickoff or obviously as a receiver, he likes to take that mentality of not letting that first guy really tackle him there. And obviously being an older player, he did say, like, with the extra year at Tennessee, there were so many things that he worked on, like getting bigger, stronger, improved just as an overall person and that maturity. And actually Sam Somerville, the scout that we spoke to before, Velus Jones Jr. also highlighted the maturity that you see in a player of his age, right? 25, which not old in the real world, but it's old, I guess, in the NFL world as a rookie. But
No, but it's usually on those on the butts, the cliffhangers.
Yeah, he always leaves us with a cliffhanger when his green bubble phone goes down. I will say this: sometimes the older prospects, they do bring that experience, even though they're not experienced at the NFL level. They are more polished when they come into the league. They've been through some shit, right? And Kyle Long was an older prospect when he got drafted. And that was a first-round pick. I want to say he was 24 when they drafted him, so he was an older rookie. The nose tackle last year, Kairos Tonga, he was 25-year-old rookie. And for a seventh-round pick was coming in and can play. Now, I don't know how he's going to fit this defense, but he's going to keep playing in the NFL from what we saw last year as a rookie. And that was a seventh-round pick who had been through a lot and went through his mission and all that, which is why he was 25 coming out. But I go through this every year with draft picks. Like, I think people forget these are young dudes that are just becoming adults, right?
That's what I'm saying.
And there's a big difference between 20-year-old James Daniels and 25-year-old Kairos Tonga. That's 5 years. That's an insane range when you talk about young adults coming out and entering the NFL world. There's got a little bit more life perspective sometimes.
That's what I've been trying to say. But Nick, since your phone's working, let's get your thoughts on it real quick.
No, I mean, that's a really good point. Again, these guys are still young people. Again, older prospects, but they do, like, Velus Jones Jr. learned a lot just having that extra year at Tennessee. And again, I think it also goes back to kind of his family and how they kind of molded him into the person that he is today. He does have that more mature perspective. And so he knows that when he's coming into now this Bears organization, he's just like, let's just kind of get this thing rolling and let me get my opportunity to kind of show you what I can do. And that's exactly what Sam Somerville, the scout, also said as well. Like, yes, we keep going to his age, but he just wants to prove and show what he's capable of doing.
Cliff says, so what you're saying is the Bears just got a Hester Tyreek monster. Yep.
Essentially.
I think that makes sense.
You know how I feel about the pick. I've been talking it up despite the chat tearing it down. See, I should stop talking.
No, please don't. Again. What else have you learned at Hallis Hall tonight, Nick, with these picks?
The Wi-Fi sucks.
Yeah, we know that. We've learned that.
He's not here.
Here's the thing. Like, I have a permanent cubicle at Hallis Hall that I've had for a very, very long time. The Wi-Fi does not suck there. It is not the Wi-Fi.
Well, maybe you should let Nick share your space. Are you worried about
No,
Nick?
this is why I'm saying it is the green bubble phone. It's got to be.
Well, what's like the cell service inside? Like, why is he using the Wi-Fi, not just using his 5G?
That's another thing. I don't know.
That's
know.
what I'm
unless-
using right now.
Oh,
I'm using the 5G.
And look how clear he looks. Oh, because they can't
Well,
see
I've been
him, but we
using-
can.
Oh, I've been using the 5G. Well, these last 2 times. I'm still losing.
Liar.
Like,
Who's your
don't know.
provider?
Okay.
AT&T,
By the way, it is
Sprint,
too bad
T-Mobile?
that the people
We'll figure
can't
it out.
the people can't see Nick because he does look good. He's got that
Yeah.
that nice leather jacket on. He's got his terrible phone. So it's a good look.
Is the leather jacket the Nick's signature look? I think so at
Hey.
this point.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking it. I
No,
think I'm just asking. I think it's the signature look. Yeah,
Hey,
you know him better than me.
Nick is, I think, a jacket guy in general, though. Like, he was wearing a nice red bomber earlier today that, I'm kind of coveting right now. And but no, I think the leather jacket's one that it's a good one for him. And he got a haircut this morning.
So is he like the M&M's guy at the Sox game where he's wearing a jacket when it's 90 degrees out in the
that
summer?
guy.
Potentially.
I'm sorry, that guy. I know it's like a thing, but I just cannot stand that jacket.
I love that it
can't stand
triggers
it.
people.
Totally does.
It's funny.
when
Nick,
the weather gets appropriate though, like screw the jackets. Like I'm not when it's right now when you don't know what the weather's going to be like on a daily basis. Like, hey, I'd rather dress warm because I dressed wrong the entire time at voluntary minicamp, Adam.
Yeah,
Every single day
yeah.
I dressed wrong.
that's why it's voluntary. You work the kinks out. I just picture you rolling up to CHGO in July in a Harley or something.
Never been on a motorcycle, so that would
neither.
probably be a very bad drive there.
Never been on a motorcycle. I was a classic Wisconsin Badger with a moped in college, though.
I had him open in high school.
Those were sweet. That's the way to get to class, people.
150cc moped at the age of 15. That thing went 70 miles per hour. I was just zooming down the highway. I passed a semi, and it was looking at me like, what the heck? And that was I don't know why I had that thing.
Nick, I am relatively confident the Bears are done for the night. There are 2 picks left.
This is when they trade up.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's when you're confident. That's when they'll do it.
Very sure that's not happening. I think Ryan Poles will be coming down to the podium very shortly, so we will let you go. But real quick, Nick, any players that are left right now, the Bears do not have a 4th-round pick, but like who's still out there in your mind that you'd still like to see them maybe go after?
Has Bernard Raymond been selected yet?
Yes, he was.
He has. So maybe not in particular any specific players at the moment, but just an offensive lineman, you guys. Just kind of looking at those day 3 offensive linemen, that I think it would be a good direction for the Bears to just add bodies at this point. Add some competition. That's going to be a big key for really this offense moving forward.
Daniel Fa'alele still available. Darian Kennard still available from Kentucky. Chris Paul, a guy I like from Tulsa, still available. There's still a couple wide receivers available too. So Logan Bruss from Wisconsin, another guy to keep in mind. I hate to break it to you, Nick, but your guy Perion Winfrey is still available.
Oh man, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know why he's fallen. Look, we had Fa'alele fall, we had Perion Winfrey fall. So there's I don't know, there's quality guys still available, and you can just improve the trenches either way you go there.
Yeah. Leo Chanel from Wisconsin coming off the board right now, going to the Kansas City Chiefs, guy who just lives in the backfield. It's a little surprised he fell all the way to the end of the 3rd round, but solid pick for the Chiefs there.
Yes. Nick, real quick question, okay? I polled Bears Twitter about their thoughts on the draft, and you have 4 options. Do you love it? Do you like it? Do you hate it? Or meh?
I think it's meh.
Meh. Okay. Nick's at
Well,
meh.
is that winning? Is that what's winning right now in the poll?
It is not winning actually right now.
You should have done
What is it?
overwhelmed, underwhelmed, or whelmed.
I know.
But that came in later, so
Yep, it did.
that was one of our commenters. He just said he's whelmed.
Whelmed. Okay, yeah, that's where I'm at right now with this draft class. So obviously they got 2 good players initially, but want more on offense, you guys.
Yep. And they couldn't trade back. That's the big one.
Yeah.
Nick, Good work tonight at Hallis Hall. Ryan Poles' press conference coming up here, so we'll let you go. Get ready for that. I think you should just grill him the whole time on not drafting an offensive lineman.
I got it. I got you guys. Got to go do work.
Yeah, find out why he couldn't move back. I want to know.
There you go. I'm sure he'll tell you. All right, there he is, Nicholas Moreano at Hallis Hall tonight, doing a nice job for us at CHGO, and he will be there throughout the weekend. We are 2 picks away from being done here. We'll tell you that tomorrow, again, we will have a show for you when the draft is over. We will hear from Ryan Poles at the end of the draft. We will hear from Matt Eberflus at the end of the draft, and then we'll come together and wrap everything up for you. But also, please stay tuned on CHGO's social media. So whether that's on our Twitter accounts, at CHGO_sports, at CHGO_Bears, on our accounts, at Adam Hoge, at Will DeWitt. How do you always say your, like, when people say what's your Twitter handle, what do you say?
I just say it's at Will DeWitt and look for my face. Like if I'm talking to someone, like it pops up when you just type in.
Oh yeah,
the
you
name
guess if
Will
you just
DeWitt.
type the name, yeah.
But for like the people listening to podcasts, that doesn't help.
Yeah.
But so yeah, the ones are a thing. Eventually though, maybe I'll get at Will DeWitt.
Ooh, you should
Maybe.
work on that.
I should find out who has it and ask.
Controversy. We should work on that. Also on Instagram and Facebook, the CHGO accounts. Check us out there. But we will have reaction and videos on every single pick that is made tomorrow. So there will be coverage throughout the day. And, of course, Nick will have you covered at allchgo.com. I will have my post-draft Bears Things column, my favorite one of the year, coming out on Monday. So look for that, too. So we got you covered all weekend long.
Yeah, and I don't know if I should get something out tomorrow. I just have a 4-hour drive after this to kind of take advantage of or endure, I suppose.
I mean, a 4-hour drive plus however many tires get popped on the way.
You know what, man?
Ooh, I hope that doesn't.
That would just be the icing on the cake. This poll, though, would really
shouldn't put
surprise
that
you,
out there.
Adam.
That's my
Okay.
bad.
Like, we have about 700 Bears fans partake in it. What percent love it?
7.
What are the choices against?
Yep.
Love it,
Like it,
like it,
hate it,
hate it.
meh.
I'm going to say 15% love it.
We're at 9% love it.
Okay.
What do you think's the winner?
I think like it's the winner.
It is. By how
Yeah.
much, though? Like, what's the percentage of all these voters?
Over 50%.
It is exactly 50%.
Okay.
So I guess it doesn't surprise you at all. I'm going to put my phone away.
Sorry, didn't mean to
But
ruin.
no, only 9%
Yeah.
said they hate it, and there's a comment underneath or a reply to the tweet that says that 9% is loud
Well,
tonight.
we'll see now because a wide receiver just came off the board and an offensive lineman. Logan Bruss, the offensive lineman from Wisconsin, goes 104 to the Los Angeles Rams. They seem to always have a Badger on their offensive line that's good, and they go with Logan Bruss. Danny Gray, the wide receiver from SMU, is our last pick of the night.
Done with the night.
To the San Francisco 49ers. Want to thank everybody involved in the
Yes.
show. So many people behind the scenes that you should have seen more than the dog that pooped on the ground. Really,
What about the bear?
the bear was great.
That almost
the bear
feels like
have
a
a
day
name?
ago.
I think just the bear is
The bear.
really his name.
Not so instead of the bear, it's just the bear. Yeah, we like the bear that showed up. We like Olin Kreutz was here.
I liked his
He's
walking
a
out
bear.
for a minute and coming back and then
Yep.
walking out again.
The second time he did not come back though.
He did not.
The first time, by the way, I think really had more to do with the Malort than the pick. He turned it into a funny bit with the pick, but that seems like a long time ago. You guys took shots at Malort.
Yeah. Like 4
Yeah,
hours
that
ago.
was not good.
That was
I still have the aftertaste, by the way.
No,
It
I've
just
got
does-
my delicious son
it
of
just
juice.
does
Thank
not
you,
go away.
Maplewood, for that.
you immediately regretted that decision.
Tomas, am I saying your name wrong? I feel bad now. He says thoughts on Jarvis maybe now, but he also wanted to hear some people say my name correctly. I appreciate people understanding Latin names. I thought it was Tomas Hernandez, but am I wrong?
He'll let you know. Maybe
I
he'll have
don't
another
know.
super chat, but don't spend your money.
I mean,
you can just say, bro.
No, you could just tell us.
You can just let us know.
Thank you for
Thoughts
the
on
super chat.
Jarvis?
As in, like, Jarvis Landry still being out in the world.
Oh yeah, I like Jarvis Landry.
You've mentioned that plenty of times.
Yeah, I liked him. I would have signed him the day free agency started. It's a good thing they didn't do that. The good thing they didn't listen to me. Maybe Ryan Poles knows what he's doing. A lot more picks tomorrow. A lot more coverage tomorrow. We're getting out of here. Thank you to everybody. Lawrence killed it behind the scenes.
Yes, thank
Joey
you.
killed it. Steven was here. Jake Flanagan, Kevin Kaduk.
Casey.
Casey's there.
Casey's in the house. She's still here, isn't she?
She's literally right in front of you.
Oh, the bright,
light,
the
yeah.
bright ass light
Oh,
is.
yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
Literally had no idea you were sitting there. There's
there.
no view that I could possibly see. Sorry, so I apologize.
Kevin Kaduk.
Yes.
Maisie the dog who.
Macy, the what did Olin call her? The dog, cat, mouse.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like Macy.
It's Maisie, I believe.
Oh, Maisie.
I think. I don't know. Maisie. Don't poop on the floor.
It's
Okay,
Macy
we should
now.
probably go.
All right, we're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Oh my God.